Chapter 1 Brother, you smell so good. The German philosopher Hegel once said that torturing oneself is unrequited love, while torturing others is sadism. Only when you torture yourself and the other person can it be called love. At this moment, in front of Song Yuan, stood a beautiful woman crying her heart out. Song Yuan spent 3 months with this woman. Each of them was exhausted by the other. However, Song Yuan did not have any love for her, not even a little bit. Pa! The sound was crisp, and the slap landed accurately on Song Yuan's left cheek. The woman wiped away her tears, her eyes full of regret. Bad man. I never want to be with a man like you again, never. Service is over. The burning sensation rose up. Song Yuan snapped his fingers, took a long breath, and relaxed completely. Ms. Liu, your customized domineering president lover order ends today. As he spoke, Song Yuan took out his cell phone and asked Wang Yuanhao, who had been waiting downstairs since early morning, to bring in the contract. Just sign and pay the balance. If you are satisfied with me, please remember to give me a 5-star rating. Ah. Looking at the contract and the pen handed to her, the woman was stunned for a moment, as if waking up from a dream. Then a trace of embarrassment appeared on his cheeks and he lowered his head and apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself. Are you okay? It's okay, Miss Liu. Song Yuan smiled lightly, not caring at all. Customers are God, as long as you are satisfied. And there is a compensation clause in our contract for this situation. When you make the final payment in this case, you just need to pay an extra 10%. No problem, I'll pay. Perhaps for some other reasons, or perhaps simply out of guilt, the woman answered very straightforwardly and signed promptly. After signing the contract, Song Yuan also took a bouquet of roses from Wang Yuanhao. Ms. Liu, this is your favorite champagne rose. It's a gift we prepared for you. Thank you for your choice, and I hope you can find your ideal partner in the near future. Thanks. The woman took the flowers, her eyebrows slightly frowned, and her expression was a little complicated. After a brief silence, he chose to call out to Song Yuan, who was about to leave. Can I ask you a question? Excuse me. Song Yuan stopped, but he already had a premonition in his heart. And what the woman said next was exactly what he expected. Excuse me, do you have a girlfriend? If not, would you consider me? I believe that through this period of time, you also know my conditions. As long as you agree, I can buy you an S450 right now. Besides, I have 2 houses this big, if you want. I really like you very much. The woman looked at Song Yuan affectionately, her eyes almost tearing. Seeing this, Song Yuan turned around as expected and glanced at Wang Yuanhao. After receiving the signal, Wang Yuanhao walked closer, put his hand on Song Yuan's shoulder, and gave the woman a meaningful look. The woman was stunned, and the expression on her face gradually froze. It took him a while to come back to his senses, but his expression did not show disgust, only loss. I am sorry for being so presumptuous. No wonder. You understand women so well, and you understand men even better. The client's mental state was affected. Out of high professional standards, Song Yuan also used a soft voice to provide timely emotional value. I can't say I'm sorry, Miss Liu. To be honest, during the time we've been together, you've really been very charming. Even someone like me is overwhelmed by your charm. If it weren't for the special circumstances, I really want to agree to you. It's not for the S450 you mentioned, nor for your house. It's just for you. Really? Thank you. The woman placed her hand on her cheek, clearly enjoying the words. Most women care a lot about other people's opinions, let alone her who is almost 30 years old. What's more, the person who gave her the compliment was a handsome guy a few years younger than her, which made her extremely happy. How about this, I'll give you an extra 20,000 yuan when the final payment is made, as compensation for my impulsiveness just now. Apologies again. I'm sorry. Leave the woman's house. Come downstairs. Song Yuan's face fell instantly and he reached into the trash can. Wang Yuanhao, where did you learn that look from? It disgusted your father to death. Disgusting? I don't think so. Wang Yuanhao looked at Song Yuan meaningfully, and after a while, a few words came out of his mouth. Brother, you smell so good. Never stop until your words shock people. Shit. Almost in an instant, Song Yuan quickly created a distance of more than 5 meters between himself and Wang Yuanhao, his eyes full of shock. Wang Yuanhao, FKU, are you crazy? It's just acting, you take it seriously, right? Seeing Song Yuan's vigilant expression, Wang Yuanhao maintained his expression for only a second before he froze, dry-heaved, and burst into laughter. Ha, your dad was just joking with you. Who the hell told you to come up with such a dirty trick? Every time I act with you, I get disgusted by you, but you act like nothing happened. You didn't even want to find another solution. Now you know how miserable I feel. After a series of mysterious greetings, Song Yuan's emotions gradually calmed down, and he looked at his college roommate, who was his father, in silence. It's so easy to think of it. Besides, isn't this the most convenient way? Moreover, it can eliminate the problem completely. I can't think of any other solution for the time being, so I'll just have to use this for now. Your mentality is not that fragile. Just bear with it for now. After saying that, Song Yuan didn't waste any time and got into the car first. Opening the mirror on the passenger seat, Song Yuan looked at the fingerprints on his left cheek and temporarily changed his plan. He said to Wang Yuanhao, who got into the car with him, "Okay, let's stop wasting time. Let's drive back to the store first. I need to cover the marks on my face with makeup. Otherwise, it will affect my image when I meet the next client in the evening." Okay. Back to the topic, Wang Yuanhao quickly put away his joking attitude. However, when Yu Guangzhang looked at Song Yuan's profile on the passenger seat, Wang Yuanhao couldn't help but sigh. As a man, theoretically speaking, it is rare to admit that a man is more handsome than himself. After all, in a man's mind, the most handsome person ranked first is himself in the mirror after taking a shower. But Wang Yuanhao had to admit that Song Yuan's face was extremely handsome from every angle. The facial lines are clearly defined and the facial features are very three-dimensional, yet soft. It's the type that women will be intoxicated by and men will be jealous of. It even makes people want to point to the sky and question Nuwa, saying how unfair it is to create humans. Thinking of the woman's promise just now, Wang Yuanhao couldn't help but ask Song Yuan, "What on earth are you thinking? If I were you, I would have succumbed to the temptations of that rich lady a long time ago. I have everything I want, and I don't have to work so hard. What's wrong with that? Get lost, I'm not one of those ducks swimming under the bridge in front of my house." Song Yuan retorted to Wang Yuanhao in annoyance and gave him a reminder at the same time. Also, don't speak so early, think about the flower language of steel wool first, okay? Chapter 2 Gold Medal Lover. The downtown business district of Jiangnan City. Wang Yuanhao's video game store is located in the most eye-catching office building among them. But initially, the conditions were not so good. After graduating from university, Wang Yuanhao became an avid game enthusiast and had a good family background. This gave me the idea of starting a business and I plan to open a video game store. Although Wang Yuanhao's parents were not optimistic about this business due to traditional views, they could not help but see that their son was determined to give it a try, so they gave him some money and let him go for it. The result was just as Wang Yuanhao's parents had expected. After the opening, the business was not very good. For a long time, we were losing money and there was no improvement at all. Even if the family is well off, there is a limit to how much money one can have. In addition, my parents do not approve and are unwilling to continue paying for it. Wang Yuanhao's wallet was gradually depleted due to such losses. So before the company went bankrupt, he decided to go all out. He took out all the remaining money in his hand and hired a group of people to play with him. They planned to use this to attract customers and make a desperate attempt, thinking that if the money ran out, it would work, and if not, they would just go bankrupt. At the same time, they also took a two-pronged approach to pull in Song Yuan, who had failed the teacher qualification exam at the time. While attracting boys, he also wants to rely on Song Yuan's handsome face to attract young ladies. After all, the main source of income for video game stores comes from drinks and snacks. In this regard, girls' consumption desire is generally greater than that of boys. At first, Wang Yuanhao didn't have much hope. But after Song Yuan came, everything started to get out of control. Song Yuan's price for playing games with others went up from 20 yuan an hour, and finally soared to 500 yuan, and then to over 1,000 yuan, to the point where people had to wait in line for an appointment. Even the account promoting the video game store online gained a large number of fans because of Song Yuan's arrival. Some people even came here specifically from other places. From then on, the video game store that was originally facing bankruptcy was revived by Song Yuan on his own. Wang Yuanhao was very grateful for this, and at the same time, he admired Song Yuan very much. I don't know if it's because of his major in psychology, but Song Yuan is very good at understanding customers' mindsets and has a very high emotional intelligence. The reviews for every order are excellent, and most of them are full of praise for the emotional value provided by Song Yuan. Looking for someone to play with is just like spending money to buy emotional value. At least for Song Yuan, this is how he understood it. After receiving the invitation call from Wang Yuanhao, Song Yuan was worried about money. He did not have the good family background of Wang Yuanhao. His father fell ill unexpectedly, which affected his mentality, and he failed the teacher qualification examination. Fortunately, Song Yuan's father's illness was cured, but the family's assets were drained and the pressure was unprecedentedly huge. To make matters worse, Song Yuan's girlfriend, whom he had been dating for several years in college, also broke up with him. That's right, handsome guys can also be dumped. After all, money is the bottom line. This was also the first time that Song Yuan had a crazy and morbid desire for money. It just so happened that my brother asked me for help and I could earn some money at the same time. In addition to many misfortunes, Song Yuan was a little confused about the future for a while, so he readily agreed. Just by coincidence, the door to a new world was opened. As time went by, some customers had other requirements. Song Yuan took advantage of the situation and tried to develop a new service section, lover orders. With his accurate understanding of customers' psychology, Song Yuan can always give them what they want. It can even be customized. Domineering, gentle, sunny, mature, considerate, and so on. There are so many styles, I have almost every type you want. Wang Yuanhao has only one comment about Song Yuan's ability. It would be a waste of talent for Song Yuan if he didn't enter the entertainment industry. With this acting skill, he is definitely a candidate for the Best Actor award. During this period, several other male companions in the store also tried it, but the results were not very good. Even Wang Yuanhao himself tried it, but his avatar was put up. For 3 consecutive months, there was only one order. This order was recommended to him by Song Yuan because he was too busy. But Wang Yuanhao's service period had not yet ended, and the girl couldn't stand it anymore. A bad review with the word ugly ended all of Wang Yuanhao's fantasies. Since then, Wang Yuanhao never had this idea again. He settled down to run the video game store. At the same time, he also worked part-time as Song Yuan's assistant. Gradually, the video game store business was booming. Relationships come first, ability comes second. Wang Yuanhao did not interfere too much with Song Yuan's lover orders, but only gave him a small percentage of the money symbolically. After all, Song Yuan has brought too much profit to the video game store directly and indirectly. 2 years. The video game store moved to a larger location. Song Yuan also made a lot of money with his own abilities. Due to the increase in orders, rating rankings are also made on the store's mini program. Song Yuan was still listed as a playmate, ranked first, with a small gold medal logo in the corner of his avatar. Below that, the most eye-catching comment only has 4 words. Gold medal lover. The two returned to the store. It was late, but business was still booming. This time is the peak period in the store. Whether you are an office worker or a student, you are all tired after a day of work and study. Just come to play games and relax. Song Yuan and Wang Yuanhao walked past the game area and entered the office, and called Louis in. The first time she saw Song Yuan, Louis gave him a sweet smile. But when she saw the finger marks on Song Yuan's face, her face instantly fell. Song Yuan, what happened to you? Who did this? Don't ask so many questions. Just cover it up with concealer. I'm leaving right away. Song Yuan interrupted Louis' concern and had no intention of wasting time. But Louis simply ignored Song Yuan's words, her eyes full of heartache. If you don't want to tell me, I won't ask. I'll go and squeeze out a hot towel for you. Song Yuan felt helpless about this concern and had to turn his attention to Wang Yuanhao. Wang Yuanhao also had a headache with Louis. He recruited this girl when he first started looking for playmates. But after meeting Song Yuan, Louis' state of mind changed. Not long after they worked together, she confessed her love directly. And the result seemed obvious. Song Yuan's refusal was very straightforward. However, Louis remained unyielding and insisted that Song Yuan would fall in love with her one day, and said she would stay in the store and wait for that day. Then he said that she could no longer play with other men and that she should keep her distance from other men so as not to leave a bad impression on Song Yuan. At first, Wang Yuanhao thought that Louis was just confused for a moment and would definitely give up later. In addition, an account operator was needed at the time, so she was kept and transferred to another position. Later, when Song Yuan got orders from lovers, he needed to change his image at certain times, so he asked Louis to act as a makeup artist. But what I didn't expect was that after 2 years, this girl as thoughts Haven T changed. After a dry cough, Wang Yuanhao also tried to help Song Yuan out. Don't waste your time on Song Yuan. People say you won't turn back until you hit the wall. You're about to hit your head against the wall, it's time to give up. Or consider me. I definitely won't have the same attitude as Song Yuan. After hearing what Wang Yuanhao said, Louis turned around. After looking the man up and down with contempt, he uttered 2 words with disdain. Ugly rejection. Oh shit. Wang Yuanhao was a little upset because Louis's words reminded him of the bad review that ended his playing career. No personal attacks, I'm not as handsome as Song Yuan, but I'm not ugly either. Maybe, but flowers need green leaves to set them off, and vice versa. With flowers around, green leaves will seem more ordinary. You'd better say less now. I'm afraid that if I say something harsh later, you'll hear the sound of your heart breaking. Chapter 3: Harming Others and Yourself. Wang Yuanhao kept silent under the threat, and Louis didn't pursue him any further. She picked up the makeup bag and got down to business. Her movements were exceptionally gentle and delicate as she covered the fingerprints on Song Yuan's face. Wang Yuanhao pulled a stool and sat down next to Song Yuan, and asked Song Yuan a question belatedly. By the way, Song Yuan, what's the situation with this order? Why is the service period so long? Besides, why did she hit you? It feels different from the past. It's a temporary request from the customer. Song Yuan raised his hand to stop Louis, who was about to ask more questions, and briefly explained the situation to Wang Yuanhao. How should I put it? This customer likes the domineering CEO style. At first I thought she was just like any other customer, just here for a short experience. But who knows, she really wants to find a future husband of this type. Although she is quite rich, she wants to find someone who is even richer and has a strong personality. It's likely that she has been a strong woman for too long and wants to be a little woman after marriage. But she's not sure what her future marriage life will be like if she marries a man like this, and whether it's suitable. So she discussed with me whether she could extend her service period and let me experience married life with her. Then, I will still maintain my role, but she will expose some of her temper habits and shortcomings that are usually invisible. They wanted to see if I could accept it, and then let me give a realistic reaction that was as consistent with the character as possible. As for the result, it's just what you see. From a psychological perspective, what she showed is probably just the tip of the iceberg. This kind of woman is really not suitable for a domineering CEO type of man. I'm just demonstrating this based on my analysis of the character. The actual situation should be much worse. So, she has tried both the good and bad aspects of her fantasy partner. I think her view on choosing a partner will change in the future. TSK, I see. Wang Yuanhao took out the contract from his bag and counted on his fingers. 3 months, 2 days a week, 120,000, plus the compensation she wants to give, 140,000. The income from this order is much higher than normal. It feels like you have opened up a new business. Does this count as an emotional mentor? Please forget it. Song Yuan rolled his eyes and was very disdainful of the emotional mentor Wang Yuanhao mentioned. All the so-called emotional coaches on the market are scammers. They just read the script and pocket the money. Don't confuse me with those people. We are professionals after all. This situation can be considered as a derivative of psychological counseling. As for what happens next, don't think too much about it. I don't think it's likely that we'll encounter this kind of situation again. Just do what's in front of you. That's not necessarily true. Wang Yuanhao didn't quite agree with Song Yuan's words, and there was a look of regret in his eyes as he looked at the contract. Hey, if I encounter this kind of situation again, I have to plan carefully. At least I have to raise the price. Song Yuan was selectively deaf and closed his eyes to rest, ignoring what Wang Yuanhao said. He had been busy all day and only had a short break now. He had to use this time to get himself in shape so that he could face the clients who would be arriving soon. However, as soon as Wang Yuanhao finished speaking, Louis' soft voice came into Song Yuan's ears again. Song Yuan, you are already this age, isn't it time for you to think about your feelings? Don't think about it. If you don't talk about love now, you can talk about it later. If you don't make money now, you won't make it in the future. This is Song Yuan's sincere words. He has a deep understanding of the nature of his current job. This is a job that requires youth. Emotional intelligence is important in this job, but most people still just look at the face. Although there are people who like older men, they are a minority. Food, sex, and nature are part of human nature, and this is the same for both men and women. Most people like young and good-looking people. Putting himself in her shoes, Song Yuan felt that if he wanted to find someone to play with, he would definitely look for someone young and beautiful. Song Yuan even felt a little regretful as to why he had not opened the door to this new world 2 years earlier. This great opportunity to make money was delayed by my studies. Thinking of this, Song Yuan couldn't help but sigh. But after hearing Song Yuan's words, Louis had no intention of giving up, but continued to persuade her. Is it necessary for you to work so hard to make money? You should combine work and rest and have your own love life. Why don't you risk your life? If you lose your life, you can come back in the next life. I won't be willing to die if I don't make enough money in this life. But what is enough? Is money really that good? Can a pile of cold cash be better than a person who understands your feelings? Song Yuan smiled. Because Louis is ignorant of the world. Song Yuan turned his gaze to Wang Yuanhao. The latter understood what Song Yuan meant and answered for him. Let me tell you, if you don't have money, maybe there will be someone around you who understands you. But if you have money, you will have countless people around you who understand you. This. Louis was a little speechless, and a feeling of grievance surged in her heart. But, Song Yuan, women can't wait. When you make enough money, the woman who waits for you will be gone. Don't you think it's a pity? What a pity. Although there will never be a woman who is always 20 years old, there will always be a woman who is 20 years old. It was Wang Yuanhao who answered the question. Song Yuan nodded seriously and gave earnest advice. Don't waste your time on me. I'm not as good as you think. You have more choices. Bang, a makeup brush in Louis' hand hit Wang Yuanhao's head like a precision-guided missile. Then he turned around with a gloomy face and left the office. Well, I have to take the blame for you again. Among all the companies and shops in the building, she is probably the only one who dares to do this to her boss. Wang Yuanhao helplessly spread his hands and looked at Song Yuan, then picked up the makeup brush. Song Yuan was not worried about this. Louis had always performed well in the store and was conscientious and responsible at work. Wang Yuanhao had a good impression of her. In addition, we knew each other when we first opened the store, and now we are no longer just a boss-employee relationship, but more of friends. In fact, not only Wang Yuanhao, Song Yuan also likes Louis, but only from a friend's perspective. This girl has a very pleasing appearance, with short hair, a round face, delicate features, and a pair of big, lively eyes. She is a typical cute beauty. He is also very outgoing, like a happy person. His only shortcoming is that he is a little bit stubborn, and Song Yuan can't do anything about it. If those customers have ideas, Song Yuan can still put on a show with Wang Yuanhao to get away with it. But it was obviously impossible in front of Louis. They had known each other for such a long time and knew each other very well. So every time Louis had an idea, Song Yuan tried his best to say it in a decisive way, hoping that Louis would give up. But unfortunately, every time Louis got angry, she would just be fine the next moment as if nothing had happened, and she never thought of giving up. At some point in the past, Song Yuan also thought about whether it was possible to really be with Louis. But after weighing the pros and cons, I felt that this idea would harm both others and myself. In the current working state, falling in love is harming Louis, but this is still secondary. Give up your current lucrative job for Louis. That means harming yourself, and this is the most important factor. After all, money is the most real when it is in your own pocket. In this world, only money will not betray you. Chapter 4: Need to pay extra. Fortunately, Louis had basically covered her face with concealer before she left. After checking herself in the mirror, Song Yuan stood up and left the office with Wang Yuanhao. When I arrived at the store door, a middle-aged woman came towards me. A plain long skirt, paired with flat cloth shoes, and neatly tied hair, exudes an elegant and dignified temperament. Apart from a hairpin in her hair and a ring on her ring finger, she had no other accessories. There are already some traces of time at the corners of her eyes, but even so, one can still see her youthful charm. After a quick look and thinking about Louis' current condition, Song Yuan turned his head and said to Wang Yuanhao, "You can take Yi's place, receive the customers, and give me the car keys. I can go there by myself tonight." "Okay, if you're too tired when you get home at night, find a designated driver so you don't drive while tired. After nodding in agreement, Wang Yuanhao also gave the car keys to Song Yuan, and then greeted the middle-aged woman with a warm smile. "Hello, ma'am." Unexpectedly, the middle-aged woman waved her hand to interrupt Wang Yuanhao and pointed directly at Song Yuan. "I'm looking for him. You must be Song Yuan, right? I looked at your information before coming here and wanted to discuss a contract with you. This is the boss, talk to him first." Song Yuan simply refused and walked out quickly with no intention of stopping. And looking at the state of this middle-aged woman, Song Yuan intuitively felt that it would be more appropriate for Wang Yuanhao to say some things to her in private. However, the middle-aged woman was a little persistent. She took 2 quick steps and blocked Song Yuan. "Let's talk now. I don't have much time, and communicating with you directly is the most efficient." "I don't have any free time, ma'am. I have clients waiting for me. It won't make a good impression if I miss an appointment." Song Yuan was a little amused. Seeing that the middle-aged woman was still insisting, he simply explained his thoughts briefly. "Besides, ma'am, our lover's order might not be very suitable for you. Do you understand?" As he spoke, Song Yuan shifted his gaze to the ring on the middle-aged woman's hand. From the very beginning, Song Yuan set 2 rules for himself, which later became store rules after communication with Wang Yuanhao. There are 2 types of clients that cannot be accepted: those who are under the dangerous age, and those who have families. The former might get a pair of silver bracelets plus a meal and lodging package, while the latter might easily be beaten to death. Making money is one thing, but there must be a bottom line. The ring on the ring finger of the middle-aged woman in front of me already explains her situation. No matter how much money it offers, Song Yuan won't accept it. "You misunderstood." Understanding what Song Yuan wanted to express, the middle-aged woman put her hand on her forehead, speechless. "Of course, it may be that I didn't explain it clearly. To be precise, it's not that I have a need. I'm here on behalf of my daughter." "Ah?" Song Yuan was a little surprised. I've seen girlfriends recommend other girlfriends to try it before, but this is the first time Song Yuan has seen a mother negotiate a contract on behalf of her daughter. The more Song Yuan thought about it, the more he felt that something was not right, so he simply passed the problem to Wang Yuanhao to avoid wasting any more time. "Then you should talk to the boss. I have to go first." 100,000. The middle-aged woman's voice was exceptionally calm. Song Yuan was stunned for a long while before he retracted his foot that had already stretched out to the door of the store, suspecting that there was something wrong with his hearing. "What did you say?" "I said $100,000. I don't have much time, so I have to talk to you now, and the situation is somewhat urgent." "You said you don't have any free time, so I'll use money to buy your time." 100,000, I only need half an hour at most. Please don't worry about your client for now. If she is dissatisfied and needs compensation from you, I can pay for it separately." For a moment, the air seemed to be stagnant. Looking at Wang Yuanhao's gradually opening mouth, Song Yuan forced himself to calm down and gave a very professional reply. "Ma'am, everything should be based on first come first served, right? I respect every client and I cannot favor one over another just because of money." The middle-aged woman looked at Song Yuan with a smile. "You're a person who still cares about this?" "Ma'am, you misunderstood. This client is my old customer and long-term sponsor." Song Yuan looked serious, but after a few seconds, he became conflicted under the gaze of the middle-aged woman. After a long while, he finally squeezed out a few words with difficulty. "You have to pay more." Already received, 150,000 yuan. Accompanied by an exciting prompt sound. Song Yuan also welcomed the person back to the office. After sitting down, Wang Yuanhao personally brought a cup of tea with a bright smile. "Xingqian tea is as precious as gold. This is new tea. Please try it and see if it suits your taste. I don't have much time, so I'll keep it short." The middle-aged woman simply ignored Wang Yuanhao's words and looked straight at Song Yuan. "My daughter encountered a problem. I tried every possible way for 3 years but still couldn't solve it. I discovered you accidentally some time ago. I think if there is still hope of solving this problem, then maybe I can only let you try. So, I want to sign a contract with you. You can set any terms. Let's see if there is any hope of a solution." The middle-aged woman's words were somewhat confusing, and her helplessness and fatigue were clearly visible between the lines. Intuitively, Song Yuan felt that this task would be difficult to accomplish. But for the sake of money, out of professional ethics, he asked more detailed questions. "Ma'am, can you tell me exactly what's going on?" Don't rush it." The middle-aged woman was silent for a while, shook her head, then took out a business card and handed it to Song Yuan. "My butler will contact you tomorrow and give you the address. You can take this business card to find him. Let's meet my daughter first and see how she reacts. If my daughter has no problem getting along with you, we can talk about the contract. If there are problems, they are foreseen in advance. This way, we can avoid some unnecessary injuries." I took the light blue business card, which was just like its person, extremely simple and elegant. There is a line of regular script above. "Cloud creatures in Jiangnan City." Below is the name, along with the position. Yun Yun, chairman of the board. Song Yuan suppressed his excitement and handed the business card to Wang Yuanhao. He also understood why this woman was so wealthy. Judging from her age, this woman is probably in her 40s. But he is already the chairman of a company. Although the specific scale is not known yet, in terms of type, those who work in this industry are generally bigwigs. Now that the financial sponsor is right in front of him, Song Yuan also showed confidence and made a clear statement in response to Yun Yun's concerns. "Don't worry, Mr. Yun. No matter what the situation is, my professional ethics will not be affected. Also, you must have checked my reputation. During the contract period, no matter what happens, I can guarantee that your daughter will not be harmed in any way." Yun Yun was stunned, and a bitter smile soon appeared on her face. "I'm not worried about her. I'm worried about you." Chapter 5. Don't Pity Me. Green Grapes. A very unique couple-themed restaurant in the suburbs of Jiangnan. The decoration is exquisite but not complicated. After parking the car, Song Yuan adjusted his appearance and mood before entering the restaurant. Following the waiter's instructions, Song Yuan came to a booth in the corner. He bent down and sat down. Opposite him, Tang Tian stood up angrily, with dissatisfaction almost written on her face. "Song Yuan, you are late. Do you know how long I have been waiting for you? It's very rude to make a girl wait for you for so long. Didn't you book early?" Song Yuan skillfully controlled his tone and emotions, and replied with a slightly questioning tone. Then he waved his hand nonchalantly. "Forget it, I forgive you, sit down." "What?" Tang Tian was a little bit incredulous, and her eyes were almost spitting fire. "You forgive me?" Seeing this, Song Yuan was sweating profusely, but he still forced himself to carry out the plan. "Shut up and sit down." Looking at the cold and handsome face in front of her, the anger on Tang Tian's face gradually disappeared, and a tingling feeling surged from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. A smile appeared on his face, and his attitude soon became compromised. "I'll sit down, Song Yuan, I know I was wrong. I'll book a little later next time, please don't be angry, okay?" "That's good to know. I won't punish you today." Looking at Tang Tian's performance, Song Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The problem of Yun Yun being late was solved tonight. Moreover, this kind of performance also meets Tang Tian's requirements. Last week, when Tang Tian came to Song Yuan for customization, her request was that she wanted a strong lover. Moreover, it must be absolutely strong and take the lead in everything. Even when riding a tandem bicycle together, Song Yuan had to step on each pedal with one foot and hold the steering wheel with one hand. In addition, Song Yuan was told not to allow her to have any objections. Otherwise, you must accept the punishment. When Song Yuan first learned about these requirements, he was a little surprised. He also felt that Tang Tian seemed to have some inexplicable tendencies, which he really couldn't adapt to. But we adhere to the principle that the customer is God, and insist on the central idea that we can offend anyone but not money. Song Yuan also agreed and took this lover's order. However, in addition to the previous requirements, Tang Tian also made another request. That is, this strong lover must have some tsundere and carefulness. The general meaning is that you obviously care about him, but you have to be tense and not show it obviously. Even if you do show it, you have to pretend that you don't care. So after showing off, Song Yuan also took out a piece of dessert that he had prepared and casually placed it in front of Tang Tian. "Look, I happened to see it on the way here, so I just bought it. If you think you can eat it, then eat it. If you can't eat it, forget it." "You just bought it?" Tang Tian looked at the brand logo on the dessert packaging, then opened it to look at the dessert varieties inside, and her sense of happiness instantly exploded. This dessert is a new product from a fairly well-known dessert shop in the city and it was just launched today. The product was promoted for a long time in advance, and they also used hunger marketing, with only 100 copies sold in the first launch. Given how popular the product is being promoted, it's hard to even queue up, so how can you possibly buy it right away? Tang Tian met Song Yuan's gaze. I don't believe it, and how do you know I want to eat this? Sensing this doubt, Song Yuan spoke first, but his tone was still casual. Don't think too much about it, I just bought it. Of course, Song Yuan couldn't say that he had made a special trip to get it by paying a higher price from someone who had bought it. If I say it directly now, the atmosphere will be wrong. As for the source of the information, it was a casual complaint Tang Tian made during a casual chat before. Tang Tian, as her name suggests, loves sweets. Song Yuan remembered that during their last chat, Tang Tian casually mentioned that she wanted to try this new product. But I also feel that the store's hunger marketing is too NC. She doesn't mind spending money, but NC spending is completely unnecessary. Understanding customers is something Song Yuan always cares about. So I wrote this matter down. Today, it happened to come in handy, so I went to try my luck, and fortunately, I met someone who had bought it. Although it cost a little more money, it had no impact on Song Yuan at all. Anyway, you can get the amount of money signed in the final contract, and you don't have to worry about losses at all. This is a hard guarantee. Seeing that Tang Tian was slow to respond, Song Yuan immediately added fuel to the fire. If you don't want to eat it, just throw it away. Don't. Tang Tian stood up, walked across the booth and hugged Song Yuan, leaving a warm and soft touch on Song Yuan's left cheek. I love you so much, husband. Tang Tian's sudden action caught Song Yuan off guard. After a short period of time to react, he realized that Tang Tian had crossed the line. In the contract, some contacts are prohibited in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. But if it is brought up now, it will obviously spoil the atmosphere. Fortunately, Tang Tian did not do anything further and quickly retreated, with a blush reaching her ears. Be careful in public. Song Yuan coughed dryly and pretended to be serious. But inside, I felt a little emotional. In one day, my left cheek was slapped and now kissed. I really don't know whether it is good or bad. But purely in terms of experience, Song Yuan thinks it is still good. Tang Tian is a typical beauty, with red lips, white teeth, and bright eyes. Maybe it's because I love sweets that I'm a little overweight. But this chubby girl is just the right amount of chubby. The plump parts are plump, and the slim parts are slim enough, which means that the flesh has grown to the right places. At first glance on the street, Tang Tian's figure is definitely the kind that will attract the most attention. With such a sweet kiss from a beautiful woman, Song Yuan inexplicably felt that this was a psychological comfort after being slapped in the face. Exquisite meals are served one by one. Tang Tian lost interest and focused all her appetite on the exquisite dessert. After Song Yuan ate a few bites to get by, he couldn't eat anymore because of his fatigue. After paying the bill, Song Yuan returned to his seat and waited quietly for Tang Tian to finish eating. After making sure that all the dessert was gone, Tang Tian took out a tissue and lightly wiped the corners of her mouth. Then he whispered to Song Yuan. Honey, I think you should punish me. This is not necessary. Song Yuan laughed dryly twice and instinctively tried to refuse. His original plan for tonight was to have dinner with Tang Tian and then go shopping for a while. Now faced with this sudden idea of working overtime, I am really reluctant to do so. Moreover, it is indeed a bit difficult to adapt to. It's necessary. Very necessary. Tang Tian's answer did not want Song Yuan to get what he wanted. Her expression was firm and she showed top-level self-awareness. After all, I made you angry by ordering food early. This is my fault. Even if you forgive me, I still have to be punished. There's a park nearby, let's go there, come on, husband, don't pity me. Chapter 6 Hexagonal Warriors. It's late at night. The park was exceptionally quiet. The few sparse street lamps emitted dim light. Below, a few mosquitoes were flying into the light bulb like moths to a flame, constantly hitting the light bulb with their bodies. With such an atmosphere, Song Yuan really had no mood to do anything. But Tang Tian was so enthusiastic that he maintained his professionalism and tried his best to cooperate. Song Yuan sat upright on the cold bench. Tang Tian squatted beside Song Yuan's legs, her eyes raised, looking pitiful. Hubby, I will never make you angry next time. Don't feel sorry for me. This is all my own fault. I deserve to be punished. It's good to have this kind of awareness. Song Yuan looked at his watch and pinched Tang Tian's chin with his slender, bony fingers. I'm really angry now. Just stay still and stay still. You are not allowed to get up without my permission. No. Tang Tian responded particularly obediently. Even though my legs were numb from squatting, I still tried my best to keep going. There was even a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. Hubby, I just like the way you look down at me with stern eyes, and the feeling of having complete control over me. Come on, don't stop. An hour later. Song Yuan and Tang Tian sat on the bench back to back. Song Yuan shed the outer layer of his role, and Tang Tian seemed to do the same, with her original elite temperament also showing through. There was still some fatigue on his face. After taking out a lady's cigarette and lighting it, Tang Tian subconsciously handed the cigarette box and lighter to Song Yuan. Thank you, I can't smoke. Song Yuan politely refused. Due to the nature of the job, most female clients don't like the smell of cigarettes. Song Yuan has always done a good job in this regard. I'm sorry, I forgot. Tang Tian took back the cigarette box somewhat awkwardly, and her tone suddenly sounded somewhat emotional. Song Yuan, thank you for letting me lean on your back, and thank you for taking the time to accompany me this week. If it weren't for you, I really don't know how I would have gotten through this. What's there to thank me for? You spent the money. Song Yuan did not comment. You have to spend money in the right place. If you spend money in the wrong place, it will be wasted. Having said that, Tang Tian turned around and gave a brief evaluation of Song Yuan. Let me put it this way, Song Yuan, I think you are impeccable on this track for now. Although there are some peers, they are in the minority. There may be someone more handsome than you. But, those who are more handsome than you may not have as high emotional intelligence as you. Those with high emotional intelligence may have stiff acting skills. And those who are skilled in acting are not as handsome as you. You are just a pure hexagonal warrior. Forget it, don't talk about this anymore. Song Yuan gave a dry laugh and changed the subject, asking why Tang Tian came to him this time. Song Yuan remembered that this time was probably the third time Tang Tian came to see him. In the previous 2 times, at the end, Tang Tian confessed that it was because of work pressure. It's still the same. When talking about work, Tang Tian's beautiful eyebrows frowned, and she seemed very disgusted. Some time ago, our company wanted to recruit a district manager, and there was an old witch competing with me. Until last week, my promotion was confirmed. But after all this competition, people are really exhausted. That old witch was really cruel. She almost killed me. Fortunately, at the last moment, I managed to fight back. In order to make the company compensate for my mental loss, I made a request for an annual salary. Now my income has exceeded the 200 mark. Congratulations, thank you for your hard work. Song Yuan couldn't help but admire her and was happy for Tang Tian from the bottom of his heart. In the workplace, there are not many women who can climb to Tang Tian's position. A typical top-level white-collar worker. Just by listening to Tang Tian's brief description of the competition, Song Yuan could feel how tired he was. After thinking about it, Song Yuan also decided to give Tang Tian some feedback. How about this, when you make the final payment, I will give you a gift unilaterally. I'd like to thank you for choosing me several times, and congratulate you on your promotion. Really? Tang Tian was a little confused. But have you ever given gifts to other clients before? If someone else has it, I'd rather not have it. Song Yuan did not expect Tang Tian's train of thought. But after thinking about it carefully, it seems that I have never given any gifts to any client privately. This time, sending Tang Tian away was a temporary decision made just because of this opportunity. So I gave a true and affirmative answer. No. That's good. Seeing this, Tang Tian finally smiled. If you can make the rich woman happy, the benefits will naturally come. Tang Tian took out her cell phone, motioned for Song Yuan to take out his cell phone, and transferred 28888 on the spot. I'm happy about my promotion, I'm giving you a red envelope, no need to thank me. All right. Hearing Tang Tian say this, Song Yuan stopped being shy. This is not the first time this has happened. Moreover, for Tang Tian, who has now been promoted, 20 or 30,000 yuan is really nothing. So that's it for today, then? Watching the cigarette between Tang Tian's fingers burn out, Song Yuan also stood up and finished up tonight. See you next time. I'll give you a discount next time. Okay, but I can't confirm it for now. I will probably be very busy for some time to come. Tang Tian sighed, seeming a little unwilling. What a shame. It would be so nice if you could be my boyfriend. You are so versatile. Song Yuan understood what Tang Tian meant, so he reminded her jokingly. Maybe we'll meet again in the next life. What next life? I think we are destined to meet in this life. Tang Tian frowned and looked at Song Yuan with a complicated expression, and then her subsequent words made Song Yuan a little panicked. To be honest, Song Yuan, I don't think you are an abnormal man. I had a friend like this before, and it was obvious at first glance, but I don't feel that at all in you. I seriously doubt that you are fooling me. How is that possible? There's no need for me to fool you. Song Yuan answered bravely, fearing that any flaws would be discovered. Their eyes met for a long time, and Tang Tian let out a long breath. She was no longer entangled. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. See you next time. Then I'd like to switch to a different type, like a clingy little brother or something. TSK, it's exciting just thinking about it, huh? Tang Tian walked away gradually with a bright and pleasant smile. Before her figure disappeared, she suddenly turned around and shouted at Song Yuan. Song Yuan, if it is possible in the future, remember to keep a place for me among the candidates. I am very competitive. I can try to have whatever you want. Chapter 7, A Strong Desire to Learn. When we returned to the store, it was already late at night. There was no one around, only Wang Yuanhao was still waiting. Seeing Song Yuan coming back, he stood up and stretched. Is that all for today? Daddy sees you're pretty tired, why don't you go back and rest first? Don't disgust your father. In response to this concern, Song Yuan raised his middle finger in disdain. If you're lazy and don't want to move, just go back first. I'll go by myself. After saying that, Song Yuan went to the locker room and changed into a sports suit. 1 hour of exercise every day is a must. From another perspective, Song Yuan feels that this is also an investment in himself, which can enhance his own value and provide customers with a better experience. After all, no one would like a man who doesn't manage his body shape, even if he is extremely handsome. Although the character's style may change from time to time, the body shape does not need to. After changing his clothes, Wang Yuanhao also put on a black sportswear. Although his purpose was exposed, he still remained tough. Dad cares about you and is afraid that you'll be lonely in the gym. Otherwise, I wouldn't go. Song Yuan did not answer again, but responded with a middle finger. After driving back to their residence, the two went straight to the gym outside the community. A year ago, Song Yuan and Wang Yuanhao bought a house in a residential area. The overall level of the community is good and the supporting facilities are complete. It is mainly a gym, which is just outside the community and is quite convenient. After entering the gym, Song Yuan also started jogging for 30 minutes as usual. However, just as he was about to greet Wang Yuanhao, he found that this man had already started talking to a girl who was doing the bench press next to him. Seeing this, Song Yuan didn't worry too much. Anyway, ever since Wang Yuanhao was dragged by me to practice for 3 months, he no longer had the willpower to continue. The only reason why I am willing to follow you now is purely out of hormonal impulse. After all, at least the girls who come to the gym don't have bad figures. In addition, the community is very mature and the gym business is also very good. Even though it is very late now, there are still many office workers taking advantage of this time to exercise. Beauty, a bench press with assisted equipment is a bench press without soul, you know that? Not far from Song Yuan, Wang Yuanhao blew his hair coquettishly. Then he rolled up his sleeves and showed his small biceps to the girl who was doing the bench press. Yeah? The girl loosened her wristband and looked at Wang Yuanhao with a smile. Why? Because the auxiliary equipment is not as effective as that provided by professionals. I'm a professional. I can bench press 300 sets. Do you need my help? I can also correct your technical problems step by step. Oh my god, you can bench press 300, that's amazing. The girl covered her mouth in surprise, then turned around and looked at a muscular man who was flexing his muscles in front of a mirror not far away and shouted. Honey, come and see, there's someone here who's going to teach me how to bench press, and he's better than you. After jogging for half an hour, Song Yuan came to a bench nearby to rest for a while. At the same time, Wang Yuanhao, who looked a little dusty, came and sat down next to Song Yuan, looking a little depressed. Shame on you, sir. How on earth can I successfully hook up with one? To put it mildly, I'm a weakling. To put it more strongly, I'm just a boaster. Anyway, I'm just not good enough, right? I don't know what to say. Song Yuan sighed, feeling somewhat helpless towards his brother. Although he was rejected by Louis because he was ugly, Wang Yuanhao still looked pretty good and had improved his figure somewhat after 3 months of training. But, I really don't have any talent when it comes to women. However, he is very persistent and unwilling to take advantage of his own conditions. He insists on finding challenging jobs. It is said that the harder the process, the richer the harvest. Song Yuan wanted to help, but since this kind of thing required more improvisation, he couldn't teach it even if he was asked to. So after listening to the process, I can only give a tentative suggestion. At least make sure she's single before talking about anything else. Also, do we have to talk about fitness in the gym? Can't you find something else to talk about? Wang Yuanhao was about to answer when suddenly a white-haired man interrupted him. Hello, Song Yuan, long time no see. Hi, Dahlia. After seeing who was coming, Song Yuan immediately stood up and hugged the white-haired beauty. Seeing this, Wang Yuanhao, who was originally thinking about asking Song Yuan how to find a topic, suddenly lost his mood. He has a high failure rate when he takes the initiative to strike up a conversation, but Song Yuan, as for him, does nothing but sits there and things come to him. This Dahlia came to Song Yuan last month and took the initiative to get to know him. She has fair skin, a straight nose and a great figure, a typical Slavic beauty. When he saw it for the first time, Wang Yuanhao only thought of that mysterious call. Open your eyes and see the world, brothers. Hello. After hugging Song Yuan, Dahlia did not forget Wang Yuanhao and simply greeted him. Seeing this, Wang Yuanhao also asked with the idea of giving it a try. Dahlia, do you have any best friends? Can you introduce me to someone? Of course, but among my friends, I am the only one who can speak Chinese. If you want to meet someone, I can recommend him to you, but the language communication problem is up to you to solve. Dahlia agreed readily, but also threw the difficult problem to Wang Yuanhao. And the result seems obvious. I'll talk to you once I learn your language. After Wang Yuanhao finished speaking, he also stood up and continued to fight, unwilling to stay here any longer. Seeing this, Dahlia turned her attention back to Song Yuan, quite directly. Are you free tonight? I'd like to invite you to my house. I've made borscht. This may not be possible tonight. Song Yuan shook his head. He was not opposed to this situation. After all, work is to provide emotional value to people, and in private life, you also have to find some emotional value for yourself, otherwise you will become mentally ill sooner or later. But it's really late now, and I have to meet Yun Yun's daughter tomorrow. Some other day. You don't like borscht? Dahlia felt a little disappointed, but still refused to give up. How about I teach you Slavic? Looking at the exotic beauty in front of him biting her lips, Song Yuan was a little shaken. He stretched out his fingers and curled up a few strands of Dahlia's silver white hair. The bottom line he had insisted on was gradually collapsing. Although tomorrow's work is very important, Song Yuan's mind couldn't help but echo the teachings of a well-known dean named Chen. President Chen said it well. You have to learn this foreign language. It's better to learn more than one. Song Yuan suddenly felt like learning a foreign language. Chapter 8. Are you ready? The immortal poet Cloud. The great rock rises with the wind overnight, and soars up to 90,000 miles. The next morning, Song Yuan hurried home with brisk steps. When he walked to the parking lot, looking at his imported Bentley, Song Yuan couldn't help but feel a little emotional. This car consumes a lot of fuel and is difficult to drive. Fortunately, I have excellent physical fitness. Song Yuan placed his hands on his well-defined abdominal muscles and rubbed them, his expression revealing confidence. How can a mere imported car withstand the weight of a well-trained body? Just when he was feeling intoxicated, Wang Yuanhao suddenly walked out of the elevator. When he saw Song Yuan, he couldn't help but start yelling. Damn, Dad was just about to come look for you, but you didn't answer the phone. I have something else to do today. I'm back now. Song Yuan retracted his thoughts that had drifted away and quickly returned to the topic. Okay, let's go upstairs and pick out some clothes. I think Yun Yun's housekeeper will call me soon. The houses bought by Song Yuan and Wang Yuanhao are very close to each other. Strictly speaking, they can even be considered a perfect match. There are 4 households per elevator, and the 2 brothers directly occupied half of them. Following him to Song Yuan's house, looking at the various types of clothes in the cloakroom, and then looking at Song Yuan, Wang Yuanhao's eyes were full of envy, but also a little frustrated that they pale in comparison. Song Yuan, among all the styles of clothes, you are the only one Dad has seen able to handle them. It is a great comfort to have a son like you. You can do it too. You can wear most of the clothes here. Sensing Wang Yuanhao's mood, Song Yuan no longer planned to argue with him, but instead changed the topic to last night. By the way, did you gain anything after I left last night? Of course there are gains. Speaking of this, Wang Yuanhao suddenly became excited. After listening to what you said yesterday, I thought about it carefully and it seems that we don't have to talk about fitness when chatting with people in the gym. Then I gave it a try, and I actually met a gamer girl. God blessed me and gave me the opportunity to do some game strategy. Song Yuan, do you know what love at first sight is? Stop talking nonsense and get to the point, okay? Song Yuan was a little impatient. What was the result? It turned out to be a good result. Rockstar's masterpiece will be online soon. I asked her to come to the store to play together in a couple of days. I finally got it. My pigs finally figured out how to eat other people's cabbages. Song Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and felt relieved from the bottom of his heart. At least, this was the first time that Wang Yuanhao achieved some results due to his persistence. There is no need to hear his sighs for the time being. Can you recommend me what I should wear for this situation today? Back to the topic, Song Yuan pointed at the wardrobe and asked Wang Yuanhao for his opinion. After all, a bystander can see more clearly. Moreover, in terms of aesthetic taste in clothing, Song Yuan felt that he was not as good as Wang Yuanhao. What style do you think is suitable? Compared with his previous frankness, Wang Yuanhao did not rush to speak at this moment, but asked Song Yuan a question instead. If you can successfully capture my game girl, then I might not have time to give you advice in the future, so you should try to think about it on your own. Okay. Although he was a little speechless, Song Yuan didn't say it directly. After all, he couldn't affect his brother's hard-earned marriage. So I tried and started analyzing. I think Yunyun's outfit yesterday was quite plain and elegant. She probably doesn't like anything too fancy. I think my style should be as subtle as possible, right? Wrong. Wang Yuanhao shook his head and decisively denied Song Yuan's point of view. You're putting the wrong emphasis. Our target of service is her daughter, not her. Just because she likes simple and elegant things doesn't mean her daughter will like simple and elegant things too. Yesterday I checked the company information on Yunyun's business card. Yunwan Biotechnology is a leading pharmaceutical company in this city and even in this province. It is quite powerful. She is a chairman, and she is willing to come to you in person for her daughter. She is most likely doting on her. The second generation of rich people who grow up in such an environment of pampering are basically spoiled and have a life of luxury. If your style is really too plain, people might not even like you. And given her daughter's age, I think it's very unlikely that she would like Yunyun's style, which is like being out of this world and having no desires. So, I suggest you dress more gorgeously. Of course, considering that Yunyun's daughter might be influenced by Yunyun to a certain extent. In terms of dressing style, you can be a little more restrained. But when it comes to accessories, such as the color of the tie and the style of the watch, you can pay more attention to it to create a feeling of being expensive yet not vulgar. Thousands of mountains tower into the clouds. Jiangnan City's premier villa complex. After receiving a call from housekeeper Yunyun, Song Yuan drove here alone. After waiting at the door for about a few minutes, an old man with gray hair drove a strangely shaped scooter to the door. Excuse me, is this Mr. Song? Hello, I'm Song Yuan. Song Yuan got out of the car and walked over, handing over the business card that Yunyun had given her yesterday. The old man squinted his eyes and looked for a long time before he raised his head and showed a kind smile. I'm sorry, young man, my eyes are blurry and I've delayed you a little. Please get in the car. It's all right. There's no delay. Song Yuan smiled, then turned around and prepared to get in the car. But the old man reached out and grabbed him, then pointed at the scooter that was coming. You don't have to drive your car. Just park it here and get in my car. It will be more convenient. That's fine. Although it was a bit strange, Song Yuan did not ask any more questions and followed the old man into the scooter. Fasten your seatbelts. After sitting down, the old man gave another reminder. But Song Yuan didn't quite understand this mobility scooter that might not even be as fast as walking a dog. Isn't this necessary? Tie it on. The old man insisted on fastening Song Yuan's seatbelt, and a meaningful smile suddenly appeared on his face. Are you ready? Ah. What? Song Yuan was stunned for a moment and asked subconsciously. But before I could get a reply, there was a roar of an engine. He just felt that his soul had left his body. His body had already left for a long time, but his soul was still in the same place. I don't know how long it was before the car finally stopped. Song Yuan, with a pale face, pushed open the door and got out of the car, then his legs went weak and he fell to the ground. After a brief pause, he could no longer hold back his nausea and started dry heaving. While my thoughts were in a trance, a clear and pleasant voice sounded in my ears. Well, I lasted 3.67 seconds after getting off the car. It should be my first attempt. Not bad. I barely passed. Chapter 9, Wrong Person. It took a long time for Song Yuan to recover from the extreme discomfort. I raised my head with some difficulty, and a graceful figure with a high blue ponytail quickly disappeared in the distance. The old man next to him also came over and helped Song Yuan up. How does it feel? What the hell is going on? Song Yuan gritted his teeth and tried his best to control his emotions, and his eyes shifted towards the scooter. When she saw it for the first time, Song Yuan even thought the car was a little cute. But I didn't expect that such a thing could burst out at such an incredible speed. Remodeled? Well, this is one of the young lady's toys. The old man nodded slightly and then pointed to the side. Song Yuan looked in the direction he was looking and saw an extremely grand gate. Come inside first, so I can tell you the situation. Even though he had 1,000 doubts and dissatisfactions in his heart, for the sake of the money, Song Yuan still forced himself to suppress his emotions and followed the old man into the villa. At the same time, Song Yuan gradually came to his senses about what Yun Yun said yesterday. She said she was not worried about her daughter, she was only worried about him. Although I haven't seen what my precious daughter Yun Yun looks like, but judging from her behavior at first sight, it seems that she has nothing to do with the temperament of the average rich second generation. The mental state is really not normal. And this old man doesn't seem normal either. After racing for a lap, even a young man like Song Yuan could hardly hold on, but the old man looked like nothing happened. As things stand, Song Yuan began to feel that the risk of this deal was somewhat high. After sitting down in the living room, the old man had tea brought to him and gave a brief self-introduction. You can just call me Lao Zhu. I'm the young lady's housekeeper now. Because Director Yun is usually very busy, I will discuss the following matters with you on behalf of Director Yun. Song Yuan waved his hand, unable to hold back the doubts in his heart, and asked directly. Okay, Lao Zhu, can you tell me what's going on? That car, what else is qualified? Is the voice that just spoke the daughter of your Yun Dong? Yes, it's the lady, but she doesn't seem to want to see you now. As for the car. Old Zhu stroked his chin with his hand, looking a little mysterious. I don't know what the situation is, but this is what the lady asked for. She said it was a test for you or something. Anyway, you are temporarily qualified. At least, the lady doesn't dislike you. Then, we can talk about cooperation. After saying that, Lao Zhu turned around, took out a prepared document from the cabinet beside him, and handed it to Song Yuan. That's roughly what happened. Our young lady had a marriage partner before, and it was arranged at a very young age. The Yun family and the boy's family are on good terms, so the young lady and the boy have known each other since childhood. They can be considered childhood sweethearts. After graduating from high school, the boy was arranged to study abroad due to family reasons. The young lady also planned to go with him at that time, but Mr. Yun only has this one child. Because of my busy domestic affairs and I didn't want my daughter to be too far away from me, I didn't agree. But Director Yun also knew the young lady's feelings for that boy, so he promised that they would get married after they graduated from college. But something unexpected happened later. The boy might have come from a well-off family. I couldn't find any material satisfaction, so I came across an extreme sport abroad, something called cave diving. After Director Yun found out, he clearly warned him not to go. As a result, this idiot didn't listen and pissed off Mr. Yun, causing him to want to cancel the engagement. However, the young lady disagreed and proposed to go abroad to persuade them personally. There is affection. The young lady likes it. There is nothing we can do. Director Yun has to agree. As a result, before the young lady could leave the country, the idiot suddenly passed away and died in an underground cave. No one could get him out. Although from the perspective of bystanders, this idiot deserves to die. But the young lady is in a miserable state. She still can't get over it. I didn't want to go to school, I didn't want to go out, I didn't want to talk to people, and even my mental state was not good for a while. In this regard, Director Yun tried every possible means and spent countless money to get the young lady out, but it was all in vain. Fortunately, not long ago, under a suggestion from Director Yun, the young lady finally compromised, and Director Yun found you. This is a sad story. After listening to Lao Zhu's story, Song Yuan pursed his lips and did not make any comment. Although most people think that extreme sports enthusiasts are just seeking death because they have nothing better to do, Song Yuan feels that he cannot judge them. After all, I am not one of those small circles. Even if you don't understand, there is no need to make comments from a one-sided perspective. But on second thought, Song Yuan was also a little confused, because after listening to this story, he didn't seem to find any connection with himself. Then why did Director Yun look for me? I don't have the ability to solve this problem. You young lady should go see a professional psychologist for this problem. Or, try to get her to accept new relationships. I've tried everything you said, and it doesn't work. Old Zhu sighed, then tapped the document in front of Song Yuan with his fingers. Before contacting you, Director Yun arranged for someone to investigate your situation. This is the data after analysis. Director Yun believes that you have great masculine charm and understand women very well. You are the only person who can carry out her plan. And she told the young lady about her plan, and she agreed. The plan is to have you try your best to put yourself in the shoes of the childhood sweetheart who has passed away in the lady's mind. Then, after the young lady has adapted to the situation, we will destroy the image of this childhood sweetheart. Let the young lady understand that this childhood sweetheart she can't let go of is not that good after all. Once your goal is achieved, your mission is complete. What is this? Song Yuan was a little stunned. The more he thought about it, the more outrageous it seemed. He has to put himself in the shoes of a person who has already died, and then fit the image of the childhood sweetheart in the lady's mind, and then destroy him. No, I can't do this. Song Yuan shook his head like a rattle and stood up to leave. I don't have the ability. Wait a minute, Mr. Song, you definitely have the ability. We have done some research. If you don't have this ability, it's even more impossible for others. Old Zhu stood up and persuaded. That's enough. Song Yuan had no intention of stopping. Although there was a similar precedent for the order that was slapped yesterday. But that was also created out of thin air under the conditions of that woman's imagination. But now, this young lady has a perfect impression in her mind. How can she possibly put herself in that position when there is such a wonderful thing in front of her? Not to mention, he was putting himself in the shoes of a dead person. Just thinking about it gave Song Yuan goosebumps all over his body. You've got the wrong person. Please seek help from someone else. After listening to Song Yuan's words, Lao Zhu sighed, then clapped his hands lightly. Immediately afterwards, several people who looked like bodyguards suddenly walked in from outside, each carrying 2 boxes in his hands. Why, in broad daylight, if I don't agree, are you going to force me? Facing the tall and strong bodyguard, Song Yuan felt a little nervous. But the next second, with a few clicks, the boxes opened one by one, and stacks of neatly arranged red banknotes appeared. Song Yuan's expression froze for a moment, but gradually, his nervous expression began to relax and turned into a very bright smile. You're really good at judging people. Chapter 10 Going to College. Confucius said, a gentleman loves money, but he gets it in a proper way. I like money, so it makes sense to take it away. Looking at the long string of numbers on the card, Song Yuan stood at the door of the bank, comforting himself and throwing away the last bit of uneasiness in his heart. Besides, I'm saving a lost girl from danger, so charging a little more money is not unreasonable at all. Strange looks flashed around, and the customers who came to the bank all looked at the man who was standing at the door of the bank with a silly smile. Some of the women even sighed. Her eyes seemed to be saying, what a pity, such a handsome guy actually has a mental problem. After a long while, Song Yuan came to his senses and returned to the car with a brisk pace without paying attention to the eyes of others. Looking at the uncontrollable smile on his face in the rearview mirror, Song Yuan felt a little helpless. But who can blame me for giving so much? 2 million, temporarily set a time of 1 month, try to get familiar with each other first, and then calculate based on the subsequent service time. Song Yuan felt that this was most likely Yin Yun's idea, otherwise, Lao Zhu, as a housekeeper alone, would not be able to make this decision. This is the biggest client Song Yuan has ever met since he started his business. although I still feel that this matter is a bit difficult to handle. But as long as the money is enough, Song Yuan feels that all difficulties can be overcome. On the passenger seat, there was a document, a photo, a Jiangnan University student ID, and a mobile phone. While signing the contract, Song Yuan also learned the basic information of Yunyun's daughter from Lao Zhu. This love-struck rich girl is called Yun Inchi, a sophomore in the Department of Economics and Management at Jiangnan University. According to my age, it's time for me to graduate. However, due to the stimulation, I had to take a 2-year leave of absence from school. It was not until some time ago that he accepted the plan under Yunyun's persuasion and was willing to go out and go back to school. Moreover, the service process of this contract seems to be relatively passive. Old Zhu did not tell Song Yuan what he needed to do proactively, but only told him Yun Inchi's first request. That means accompanying Yun Inchi to Zhengda for class at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. As for the subsequent situation, it will all depend on Yun Inchi. Moreover, there is still plenty of time, with 2 days of free time every week. There are 5 days left, and it depends on whether Yun Inchi has any requests. If not, it can be used as rest time. However, thinking back to Tang Tian's previous complaints, Song Yuan also felt that this money should not be so easy to earn. Tang Tian worked hard in the workplace and finally defeated her competitors and got promoted successfully, achieving an annual salary of 200 yuan. And I have achieved it this month. In addition to the concerns Yun mentioned earlier, Song Yuan also perked up his alertness and immediately picked up the information and photos on the chair. These two are Yun Inchi's childhood sweethearts. Since we are trying to substitute, a basic understanding is still necessary. The photo shows the childhood sweetheart's appearance, while the information contains some details about his or her personality and habits. These were all provided by Yun Inchi, who seemed to show a positive attitude towards Yunyun's plan. Thinking of this, Song Yuan was no longer nervous. After making an orderly plan in his mind, he drove back to the store. In the office. After learning the general situation, Wang Yuanhao looked at the bank card in front of him with a complicated expression. After a long time, he looked at Song Yuan and said solemnly, "I'm not kidding, Song Yuan, I don't think this is very reliable. Sometimes, it's not a good thing to have money coming too quickly. Based on what you said, I think this young lady is not mentally normal. You said that you can make money based on your usual orders. Although it's not that much, at least there's no risk, right? But this order, although the money is much larger, I think there are also many potential risks. Besides, Yunyun also said that she was worried about you, which really made me feel uneasy. It should be fine." In response to Wang Yuanhao's seriousness, Song Yuan also responded cautiously. "I think even if there is a risk, it's not that big. What can a girl like her do to me? And looking at tomorrow's plan, we should be spending quite a bit of time in school. There's no way anything could go wrong in school." Wang Yuanhao was a little speechless. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with what Song Yuan said, but it made him seem a little timid. After thinking about it, Wang Yuanhao asked from a different angle. "What about other customers? Although you have completed the orders you have now, will you not accept other orders?" "Of course," Song Yuan said with certainty. "It's not like Yun Inchi needs me to be here all day, and I still have 2 days of free time every week. You can accept other calls during this time, but you need to explain the situation to them. If they can't accept it, then don't accept it, or ask them to come back after a while." Looking at Wang Yuanhao, whose expression was still somewhat solemn, Song Yuan also reached out and patted him on the shoulder. "Okay, buddy, I know you're worried. How about this, I'll meet Yun Inchi tomorrow and give it a try. If it really doesn't work, the worst that can happen is that we just give up and return all the money." "Okay. Anyway, you have the final say. If you have any questions, just contact me anytime." Having said that, Wang Yuanhao had no choice but to stop worrying about it. The next morning, Song Yuan arrived at the gate of Jiang University half an hour early. After looking at himself in the mirror, Song Yuan looked down at the picture of Yun Inchi's childhood sweetheart, and then he felt relieved. After the efforts of professional stylists, Song Yuan's appearance is not exactly like the person in the photo. But the hairstyle, eyebrow shape, clothing, accessories, etc. are almost the same as in the photo. Standing at the door with a backpack slung across his body, Song Yuan felt a little dazed. It had been a long time since he graduated, but he never thought that one day he would be able to stand at the university gate as a student and go in to attend classes. As a scent wafted by, Song Yuan's gaze shifted to a breakfast stall not far away. After thinking about it, Song Yuan suddenly felt that he should buy breakfast for Yun Inchi, who had not arrived yet. After all, from the perspective of that childhood sweetheart, this kind of thing should be normal. The information also says that this childhood sweetheart has a gentle and considerate personality. Thinking of this, Song Yuan also moved to the breakfast stall. Buns, soy milk, steamed dumplings, various fried foods, and some snacks I have never seen before. For a moment, Song Yuan felt a little dazzled. Since I had no idea what Yun Inchi would like, I asked the boss. "Boss, do you have any recommendations? What's the best seller?" The boss picked up the chopsticks and pointed to the golden pancake on the side. "Young man, would you like to eat some oil cakes?" Chapter 11 Money Power. Never mind. After a little thought, Song Yuan rejected his boss' suggestion. After all, a girl of Yun Inchi's age probably wouldn't like to eat such greasy food in the morning. "Have something light, I bought it for my girlfriend. Just a cup of soy milk." Before the boss answered, a pleasant voice with a familiar feeling suddenly came into Song Yuan's ears. He turned his head and the first thing that caught his eye was an extremely eye-catching blue high ponytail. Underneath, he had a delicate face and was wearing simple casual clothes. As Song Yuan reacted, the girl naturally put her arm around his and introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Yun Inchi, long time no see." Long time no see." Although he felt that this way of greeting was a bit strange, Song Yuan still responded to Yun Inchi's words. "You have to call me Inchi." Without any warning, Yun Inchi suddenly frowned and emphasized her words. "Also, look me in the eyes when you talk to me." "Okay, Inchi." Because he didn't have the chance to meet Miss Yun yesterday, Song Yuan was a little puzzled about Yun Inchi's speed of adaptation. Among all the previous customers, Yun Inchi is definitely the one who adapted the fastest. Or rather, it seemed as if she didn't need to adapt at all. After hesitating for a while, Song Yuan tentatively proposed to Yun Inchi in order to ensure the experience. "Should we take it step by step?" "No, didn't you adapt quickly? I've been told I'm your girlfriend." Speaking of this, Yun Inchi suddenly felt a little sad. Before, he and I hadn't had time to confirm our relationship. Miss Yun, I'm sorry." Song Yuan felt a little embarrassed and realized that he seemed to have not considered it carefully enough. Although among previous customers, there was no problem with normal identity substitution. But this time, the contract with Yun Inchi was abnormal in every way, and everything seemed to be out of common sense. "Call me Inchi." Yun Inchi's tone became even heavier, and her expression became noticeably more serious. "Song Yuan, this is the second time I remind you. 3 times is enough. Give me a promise and don't make me remind you for the 3rd time, okay? If you can't do it, then we'll say goodbye." "Okay, Inchi, I will definitely not let you remind me again, Inchi, please rest assured, Inchi." Song Yuan was sweating profusely. "How happy I was when I received the money yesterday, how nervous I am now. Although I know that money is not easy to earn, I am mentally prepared." But when he really faced Yun Inchi, Song Yuan realized firsthand that money is so damn hard to earn. If 3 things happen, there will be no chance of making a mistake. In just a few words, the tolerance rate is completely destroyed. After getting Song Yuan's assurance, Yun Inchi's expression eased, and she held Song Yuan's arm tighter. "Well, let's just say this is a belated confirmation of our relationship. Song Yuan, I am very satisfied with your adaptation speed, and I am also optimistic about your future performance. Inchi, thank you for your trust." Song Yuan's heart was tense and he was on high alert. "There's just one problem, Inchi, that's my name." "It's okay. There's no need to change the name. It's fine to just call me by your name." Understanding what Song Yuan meant, Yun Inchi turned around, stood in front of Song Yuan, and looked him up carefully from head to toe. "Your image fits the bill. I think it's quite faithful to the original. That's enough. If I changed the name again, it would seem a bit too deliberate." It was the first time they met face to face in the true sense. With the help of the light from the breakfast stall, Song Yuan was able to see Yun Inchi's entire appearance clearly from a close distance. Based on past experience, Song Yuan felt that Yun Inchi did not have a top-notch modeling face. Take Tang Tian yesterday as an example. Judging from the details of her facial features alone, it seems that in some aspects she is half a point better than Yun Inchi. But for some reason, when you look at Yun Inchi's facial features together, she gives people an indescribable feeling of harmony. It seems to be natural and adds a lot to the appearance. With the blue ponytail, slightly curly bangs hanging down from her forehead, and flawless fair skin, she looks like a character from a game that has come to reality. Although he is almost a head shorter than Song Yuan's basic height is 183 centimeters. Based on this, Yoon In-chi's height is basically at a perfect value. For some reason, Song Yuan felt a desire to protect. I really want to hold Yoon In-chi in my arms at this moment, for fear that she would be stained with any dust in this world. What are you thinking about, Song Yuan? Yoon In-chi's unique and pleasant voice brought Song Yuan back to his senses from his trance and made him realize his own gaffe. I didn't think much of anything. Let's go, In-chi. Putting aside some dangerous thoughts, Song Yuan urged Yoon In-chi to enter the school gate. Nearing 8 o'clock in the morning, Jangda University also woke up from its silence, and energetic students walked towards the teaching building in groups of 3 or 5. Looking at the scene in front of him, Song Yuan's memories of college life were also awakened. Although they are not the same school, they are similar. But before I had time to take a closer look, 2 huge words came into view on a small blackboard standing on the side of the security office. Song Yuan. This is? Song Yuan was unaware of this situation. But Yoon In-chi seemed to have expected it. Without saying a word, she led Song Yuan to the small blackboard. After revealing your identity. A security guard took Song Yuan and Yoon In-chi into the security office. In the corridor behind the door, 2 people who seemed to have been waiting for a long time turned around and greeted them with smiles. Student Yoon, welcome back to Jangda, and Student Song, welcome to Jangda. The first person to speak was a middle-aged man who looked older. After the welcome, I also briefly introduced myself. I am the principal of this school. Director Yoon and I are old acquaintances. Since she informed me in advance, I didn't make any complicated arrangements. It's just me and your instructor coming to greet you. I hope you don't mind. I have arranged for someone to prepare everything you need. The instructor will take you directly to the classroom later. By the way, Mr. Song, Director Yoon has also explained your situation to me clearly. So, you don't need to worry about anything. Just think of yourself as a free man. I have arranged everything. After listening to the words of President Jian University, only 3 words came to Song Yuan's mind, and that was money ability. What he saw today refreshed Song Yuan's understanding of Yoon In-chi's mother Yoon Yun's ability to make money. After meeting yesterday, Song Yuan originally thought that it was amazing that Yoon Yun could arrange for such an unrelated person in society like him to attend classes at Jian University with Yoon In-chi. As it turned out, the actual situation was even more amazing than this. The principal was even able to come and greet us in person. You know, Jiangnan University is the top university in the province. As the president of Jiangnan University, his status is very high, needless to say. But now that he could condescend to Yoon Yun, Song Yuan felt that his horizons had been broadened. Chapter 12 Handsome Men and Beautiful Women. Understood, Principal. Yoon In-chi frowned slightly, seeming to be uncomfortable with the principal's enthusiasm. After looking at the counselor next to the principal, his brows frowned even more tightly. Excuse me, where is Mr. Zhou? Teacher Zhou resigned from our school last year due to family reasons. Teacher Li will take over the job later. She will now teach your class exclusively. After the principal gave a brief explanation, the counselor next to him also took out his cell phone. His attitude was so good that he didn't seem like a normal counselor. Hello, Mr. Yun, let's add the contact information first. If you two need anything in the future, or if you encounter any problems that cannot be solved, you can call me anytime, I'm online 24 hours a day. Yoon In-chi was silent for a while and did not respond in time. Seeing this, Song Yuan had no intention of responding. From his point of view, it is better to follow Yoon In-chi's attitude, so as to avoid making mistakes easily. If you take any action without authorization, it may cause unnecessary problems. However, judging from the principal's behavior, Song Yuan could understand why the counselor had such an attitude. Generally speaking, university counselors are not responsible for only one class. There are even some small departments that are responsible for 2 grades. With Yoon Yun's background, the treatment she received would naturally be top-notch. If you take good care of this young lady, her mother behind her might be so happy that she will give you a lot of gold coins. By then, the school will make a profit and have good development, and the principal will naturally have a bright future. I don't know how long it took, but just when the instructor and the principal were about to be filled with embarrassment, Yoon In-chi finally gave an answer. However, it was said towards Song Yuan. You can add me, I don't have my phone with me. Okay. Despite the obviously awkward excuse, Song Yuan reacted quickly and caught the instructor and the principal's faces that were about to fall to the ground. Principal, teacher, thank you. After seeing Song Yuan add the contact information, Yuninchi turned her attention back to the principal. After a slight hesitation, he still used a gentler tone, but the words he said were the opposite of his tone. Principal, that's it. We will follow the instructor to the classroom. If you have anything else to say, go talk to my mom. In the future, unless it is necessary, we should not have any contact. After hearing Yuninchi's words, the principal's smile froze a little, and for a moment, he didn't know how to respond appropriately. Seeing this, Song Yuan quickly laughed and continued Yuninchi's words to smooth things over. Ah, yes, principal, you are very busy. We are just 2 students. We feel bad for wasting your precious time. Okay, then, that's it. The principal was obviously relieved and gave Song Yuan an approving look. Teacherly, please take them both to the classroom. Shioda Building. It seems that the names of the teaching buildings in all schools are in the same style. Under the guidance of the counselor, Song Yuan and Yuninchi came to the classroom on the 2nd floor. As soon as I entered the door, 40 or 50 pairs of eyes swept over me instantly. Yuninchi is already very beautiful, not to mention Song Yuan. Although she has lost much of the youthful vibe due to her age, her appearance is enough to cover up all her shortcomings. In addition, in order to fit the image, he made a youthful-looking shaved head based on the photo of Yuninchi's childhood sweetheart, and he is definitely a very gentle and kind senior. The handsome men and beautiful women became the focus for a while. Perhaps it was his intuition as a man. Song Yuan had already noticed that many boys' eyes were on Yuninchi. Out of professional sense, Song Yuan also discovered that many girls cast their eyes over here. Occasionally their eyes cross each other, each filled with deep meaning. Song Yuan was not surprised about the former because Yuninchi's appearance was there. But Song Yuan neglected to think about the latter, or rather, he did not have time to think about it. After all, I had never encountered a situation like this before, returning to university. And time is a bit tight. I met Yun the day before, signed the contract the next day, and then it's today. Song Yuan was a little worried that he would be recognized. Because the video game store has an online account and the circle is not big, although there are not many fans, there are still quite a few. Song Yuan also has a considerable exposure on the account. Even though we were in the same city, the chances of being recognized were still quite high. However, after looking around and finding that there were no strange looks, Song Yuan reacted belatedly. That means I made a transformation of my image yesterday. According to the modification made by Yuninchi's childhood sweetheart. Although there is no way to change the appearance, the overall style is quite different from the promoted image. If you are not someone who has been paying attention, it doesn't seem that easy to recognize. The instructor clapped his hands, making the classroom completely quiet, and then spoke briefly. Dear students, I have already given you a brief introduction to the situation. You guys are about to start class, so I won't waste any more time talking. Next, just let the 2 new students introduce themselves. After saying that, he turned his gaze to Yuninchi. At first, Song Yuan was a little worried. After all, Yuninchi didn't even have the desire to say a word when facing the principal and the counselor. But this was obviously unnecessary worry. Yuninchi naturally took a step forward and introduced herself in a graceful and confident manner. Seeing this, Song Yuan felt relieved and followed Yuninchi's example, while also recalling the feeling in his memories, and briefly introduced himself. After thunderous applause, the instructor took out the prepared textbooks, handed them to the 2 people, and then turned and left. Immediately afterwards, a boy who was sitting in a window seat in the middle of the classroom stood up and pointed to the empty seat next to him with a friendly smile. Student Yun, come sit here. It's the best distance. Besides, there are windows and the air is good. When I get tired of looking at the electronic blackboard, I can also look at the scenery outside the window to relieve my eye fatigue. What's the point of a crooked tree? Come sit here with me. Another boy in the back row stood up. The emperor is far away, Yun, there won't be any pressure. Just sit here with me. The boys' invitations came one after another and were extremely enthusiastic. Compared with boys, girls seemed to be more reserved and no one stood up actively. This made Song Yuan's nerves relax a little. But before Yuninchi could make a choice, a girl at the side of the classroom made a bold statement, which almost made Song Yuan fall. Handsome boy, I've learned traditional Chinese instruments, especially the hulusi. Come to my sister. She is gentle, considerate, and caring. Chapter 13 College Life is Great. Bang! The seat in the middle of the classroom. A boy wearing glasses stood up and knocked on the table hard, with some majesty in his tone. Can you guys tone it down a bit? According to age, they are your seniors. Don't use those tricks you used to fool the freshmen. It's not like we haven't seen them before. They're useless, don't you know? Besides, class is about to start, so shut up and get ready. If you have anything to say, we can talk after class. The boy seemed to have considerable authority, and after his words, those who were excited just now basically calmed down. Seeing this, the boy also came to Song Yuan and Yun Inchi and revealed his identity. Hello, my name is Jiang Tao, and I'm the class monitor. The students in my class are all quite lively, so please don't be surprised. The counselor gave me a brief introduction to your situation. One of you transferred to another school and the other one returned to school. It will take some time to adjust. If you have any difficulties in the course, you can come to me after class. Now just find a place to sit, class will start soon. Got it, thank you, monitor. Yun Inchi smiled slightly, nodded, and then sat down in the empty first row. After taking a look, although Song Yuan felt a little strange, he still sat next to Yun Inchi. Back in school, Yun Inchi didn't seem to have much trouble adapting and opened the textbook skillfully. Out of boredom, Song Yuan also opened the economics textbook he had received. After taking a quick look, Song Yuan felt a little dizzy because of the unfamiliar professional terms and repetitive words. My originally clear mind was forced into a drowsy state before a nap. Different fields have different professions, and Song Yuan did not expect to understand them. After closing the textbook again, Song Yuan felt somewhat relieved that his task was only to accompany Yun Inchi to class. He had already experienced the course negotiations during the years of college and had no intention of going through it again. Song Yuan. Just as he was sighing, Yun Inchi suddenly turned around with a hint of pleading in her tone. I tend to be distracted during class sometimes, so you should take notes while you listen to the lecture later. After I finish the class, I'll compare yours to see if there's anything I missed. What? Faced with this outrageous request, Song Yuan could hardly control his surprise. But after he said this, he realized it was inappropriate, so he lowered his voice and smiled bitterly. Duh! Inchi, there's no need. I'm not a servant. Besides, you have to consider my ability. I can't do this. Be obedient and stop complaining. Aren't we pursuing perfect substitution? Yun Inchi placed her elbows on the table and supported her chin. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes seemed to be filled with a clear spring. Their eyes met, and for some reason, Song Yuan suddenly felt that if he showed any sign of rejection at this moment, it is simply an unforgivable crime. He's a top student. If it were him, he would definitely take good notes and help me fill in the gaps. And it's not difficult. You just need to write down the key points the teacher emphasizes. You don't need to understand, and you don't need to do anything else. Anyone can do it. Song Yuan, I was just a little satisfied with you, please don't let me down, okay? This okay? College life is so good. I only have 2 classes in the morning. I'm not tired at all. After school at noon, Song Yuan tried his best to comfort himself who was on the verge of collapse. Even if a class is 2 hours long, even if he is listening attentively the entire time, even if he takes 7 pages of notes. 7 pages. Song Yuan handed the notes to Yun Inchi with trembling hands. If he were to ask himself honestly, Song Yuan felt that in all his years of student life, even during the most stressful period of senior high school, there had never been a single day that made him as tired as this morning. When Song Yuan was communicating with Yun before, he simply thought that it was not easy to make money from this order. But now it seems that there is no difference between earning this money and suffering. And if it was just physical torture, it would be fine, the mental torture is even more maddening. Because of the different majors, Song Yuan couldn't understand anything the teacher said in class. But because Yun Inchi had a request, he did not dare to slack off at all and listened attentively the whole time. I was afraid that I might have missed something and failed to remember it, which would make Yun Inchi unhappy. After a morning, Song Yuan felt a little regretful. But now that we have taken the first step, giving up seems unrealistic. I can only comfort myself with optimism and try to hold on. Yun Inchi was looking at her notes when a boy came up from behind her, ignored Song Yuan, and asked Yun Inchi. Mr. Yun, would you like to have dinner together? I think you may not know that the school built a new cafeteria last year. I know the food at a window is really good, how about we go and try it together? Yuninchi raised her head, not looking at the boy, but looking at Song Yuan. He's a very possessive person. Let me see how good you are at solving problems after you put yourself in his shoes. I'm looking forward to your performance. Ah, what? The boy who invited Yuninchi to dinner was a little confused and didn't understand what this meant at all. But Song Yuan had already stood up and looked at him coldly. Go away. Don't you see what's going on? What are you doing? The boy was a little embarrassed. The information he got from the counselor was that Song Yuan and Yuninchi were not together. One transferred from another school and re-enrolled, while the other was originally from Jiangnan University and returned to school after taking a leave of absence. Although I saw the two of them communicating during class, the beauty was in front. The boys just tried it with the mentality of giving it a try. If you succeed, you can get the beauty. Even if you fail, it's no big deal. Why not do it? Seeing the boy like this, Song Yuan also planned to make the relationship clear. But before he could open his mouth, Yuninchi suddenly took the lead and answered the boy with an ambiguous tone. We are friends. He, how should I put it, is pursuing me, but I haven't decided whether to agree or not. What? Song Yuan was a little stunned. He clearly remembered that in the morning, Yuninchi had said in person that she wanted to adapt faster. We were considered to be in a relationship, so why did things suddenly change now? Song Yuan looked at Yuninchi's beautiful profile, not quite understanding what this young lady was up to, and for a moment he did not dare to move. But the boy who got this answer became excited and looked at Song Yuan aggressively. Fuck, you're not his boyfriend, why should I leave? Ms. Yun is single. You can pursue her, but why can't I pursue her? Song Yuan, what are you going to do? Yuninchi turned around and asked Song Yuan. Their eyes met, and even though Yuninchi was trying her best to control herself, Song Yuan still noticed the smirk in the depths of her eyes. Damn, it depends on the performance, right? Song Yuan rolled up his sleeves and punched the table. You can't chase her. Why? The boy was dissatisfied. Because you are not as good as me, you are too weak. Even someone as outstanding as me didn't agree to pursue her. How can you, a weakling, pursue her? How can you have the nerve to pursue her? Fuck, how am I inferior to you? How am I weak? You're awesome, right? I want to duel with you. When I step on you, you will know who is the weakling. Chapter 14 Duel. Song Yuan felt that the duel was a bit stupid from the bottom of his heart. After all, it is not the Middle Ages, and he is not Pushkin with water in his brain. But due to Yuninchi's requirement to see performance, and the fact that he had just listened to the heavenly book for the whole morning, he was very angry. When he had no place to vent his anger, this boy happened to come up to him, so Song Yuan simply agreed. In modern society, duels are certainly not as bloody as they were in the past. A few minutes later, Song Yuan and the boy were already standing under the horizontal bar in the playground. This is the most primitive and purest way of agreement between two people. Victory is determined by personal physical fitness. There were a lot of people gathered around. Some of them were friends called by the boys, and others were classmates, both male and female. And the intention is also obvious. As for the others, they were all alumni passing by. They saw a crowd of people gathered here and stayed simply to watch the fun. The boy rubbed his hands, then took off his shirt, revealing a body with obvious signs of exercise, and looked very confident. Dude, I know you're transferring to another school and retaking the course, so you should be older than me. So, in order to avoid you from saying I'm bullying an elderly person like you when you lose, you win if I don't do more than 20 pull-ups than you. If you lose, stay away from Mr. Yun. There is a limit to being a bootlicker. If you can't get what you want, don't insist. There's no point in being so shameless. Not to mention, you, a dog licker, haven't even licked yourself, yet you are so shameless that you don't allow others to get close to you. It's really shameless. As soon as he finished speaking, the boy's friends also followed suit and joined in the fun. The crowd who heard the reason also became excited. This excitement was so fucking exciting. Under the double contrast, Song Yuan seemed a little alone and powerless for a moment. But Song Yuan didn't feel anything about this, not even a single emotional fluctuation. He just turned his head and looked towards the corner of the playground. Yuninchi sat on the lawn, leisurely eating a lollipop she got from somewhere. Seeing Song Yuan's eyes, he stretched out his hand and waved his fist mischievously, as if telling Song Yuan to have no scruples and ruthlessly beat him up. After receiving the instructions, Song Yuan no longer chose to waste time and took off his shirt. In terms of muscle mass, Song Yuan is not much different from boys. Although his muscles are bigger, the difference is not huge. But when it comes to muscle size, Song Yuan is the winner without a doubt, especially his abdominal muscles, which are like a washboard and in great shape, without any flaws. Unlike before, this time only girls exclaimed. Pairs of eyes were fixed on Song Yuan's upper body. It was no exaggeration to say that they were drooling over him. Some even walked closer and took out their cell phones to take pictures. I don't know if they are storing materials for her use. In contrast, Song Yuan crossed her arms and asked the boy who no longer had the confidence she had just now. If I don't do 20 more than you, I lose. After all, you are younger than me. If it gets out, I'm afraid people will say I'm bullying children. Fuck, why do you think you won? Although the boy was a little flustered, his mouth was still made of titanium. Do you have nice muscles? Nice muscles are useless. If you want to get involved, you need to rely on your strength. Strength is the only way to get by. Do you understand? I was the runner-up in the pull-up competition at the school sports meet last year. Watch how I beat you. I'll go first. As he spoke, the boy prepared to get on the bar. In response to this impatience, Song Yuan slowly reached out and held him. Don't be impatient yet. You just said what if I lose, but what if you lose? I lost? Ha, there's no way I can lose. The boy looked at Song Yuan with some disdain, and his confidence seemed to have returned a little. Hey man, are you scared? Are you stalling for time? If you feel you can't win, just tell me. I won't laugh at you. You have quite the AQ spirit. Song Yuan suddenly found it funny, and after thinking about it, he also told the boy his conditions. How about this, you lose, so how about you help me take complete notes for the next professional class? Fuck, we're playing. The boy felt looked down upon and got on the bar in anger, and the counting began immediately. 1, 2, 3, straighten your legs. 4, 5, 6. The boy didn't take himself too seriously and his movements were quite standard, although there were pauses in between. But the final record remained at 44. After returning to the ground, the boy bent over and relaxed for a while, then a smug expression appeared on his face, as if he had already secured victory. This is my new record. I did 42 in the school sports meet last year and won second place. The champion did 45 pull-ups. The highest record for pull-ups at the school meet was 55 by the champion the year before last. I just don't believe you can be better than them. 44, right? Song Yuan nodded and immediately got on the bar. With one go, he completed 44 of them and also fulfilled his promise and gave the boys 20 more muscle-ups. Back on the ground, all I could see was the boy's open mouth. Are you convinced? Song Yuan shook off the sweat on his forehead, without showing any mercy to the boy, and pointed his sword straight at him. Anyway, it has come to this, so I might as well vent the negative emotions I have felt after listening to the heavenly book for the whole morning, so I will just do whatever makes me feel good. Song Yuan is very confident about his physical fitness. And this time, the boy not only hit the muzzle of the gun, but also hit the center. Pull-ups. Song Yuan has been doing special training since she first started working out in the gym. Because I needed to look good in clothes at that time, I spent most of my time training the muscles in my back and arms so that I could make the clothes look fuller. Although I have neglected this special training recently, I still do it every now and then to push myself to the limit. Even with the physical fitness improved through long-term training, if he still can't beat a sophomore, he will have no face to live. Clothes. Under the crushing of absolute strength, the boy did not get angry, but apologized willingly. I'm sorry, I won't look for Mr. Yun again. But can you tell me how you did that? Well, maybe it's innate. I have a natural talent. Song Yuan hesitated for a moment, but still found an excuse. If I say that I go to the gym to train every day, it would be somewhat inconsistent with my current student status. However, seeing the boy's somewhat depressed expression, Song Yuan still wanted to comfort him. It's okay, just keep at it. I remember when I was in high school, I couldn't even pull 10. But now, as long as you persist, you will definitely be able to do it soon. As the boys left, the crowd gradually dispersed. But one girl stayed and picked up Song Yuan's shirt on the ground. After taking a look, Song Yuan recognized her. This girl was the one who took the initiative to greet him and said that she was very good at playing the hulusi when the class was about to start. The speech that followed was just as straightforward and bold. Brother, you are so handsome, stay with your sister. People say that you should look for someone who loves you, not someone you love. You are pursuing her, but she is still considering whether to agree or not. With your conditions, there's no need to be a bootlicker for others, right? Be with me, you don't have to treat me like you did to Yoon, and you don't have to worry about not getting a response. After all, I'm very proactive. Chapter 15. This is. The girl is very pretty, although not as pretty as Yoon Ainshi, but she is also above 80%. Coupled with his proactive attitude, if someone else came, he might have been defeated easily. Unfortunately, Song Yuan is not that kind of person. In the past 2 years of lover orders, Song Yuan has met too many women. There are all kinds of them, active and passive. Moreover, they are all relatively wealthy. Not only are they good looking, but they are also willing to spend money on themselves. They take good care of themselves, and their skin is smoother than others. After 2 years, Song Yuan felt that his psychological threshold was a bit high. Moreover, the girl in front of me is also young. Seeing her teasing him by calling him sister all the time, Song Yuan couldn't muster any interest at all. In addition, he also had Yoon Inshi's mission on his shoulders, so he politely declined. Forget it, classmate. I'm more focused. This. Before the girl could answer, Yoon Inshi came to Song Yuan's side without her knowing. Wait, don't forget it. Yoon Inshi smiled and pushed Song Yuan, with an inexplicable excitement in her eyes. If you're embarrassed, how about I ask for you? What do you want to ask? Song Yuan was a little confused. Ask about the price. I don't understand. Yoon Inshi looked at Song Yuan as if he was a fool, then turned to the girl and asked. How much per night? I'll pay for him. What? The girl was stunned for a moment, then immediately came to her senses. How much do you charge per night, bitch? Classmate, be careful with your words and don't scold yourself. As Yoon Inshi finished her words, Song Yuan stood in front of her and responded. In order to avoid trouble, after responding, Song Yuan turned around and said to Yoon Inshi. Let's go eat and don't waste time on this kind of thing. Unexpectedly, Yoon Inshi reached out and pushed Song Yuan away, then stood in front of the girl and confronted her. There were no curse words in his words, but the offensive power was undiminished. Did I say something wrong? If you were a good person, wouldn't you rush to flirt with my man? What do you mean he's your man? Didn't you say he was still pursuing you, bitch? Can't I get to know him? Do you think he's your private property just because he's pursuing you? Do you have any shame? The girl stood with her hands on her hips, and every word she said was full of thorns. He even stood on tiptoe, trying to overwhelm Yoon Inshi with his momentum. Who said he's not my man? Even though I didn't agree, does that mean the man who pursues me is no longer my man? Yoon Inshi's words were still slow and there was no sign of anger in her voice. I am a more traditional person. I heard that in ancient times, men's wives were more sensible. I would like to be that sensible person. Although I can't ask for a concubine now, if he wants to experience it, I will pay for him. After saying that, Yoon Inshi immediately turned around and looked at Song Yuan, pointing at the girl, her eyes revealing a special clarity. Song Yuan, my mother has bought many types of coffee tables for our home before, so I know a lot about coffee tables. I can tell you responsibly that this is it. Ah! You bitch! The girl was furious, but Yoon Inshi laughed and said 5 words lightly. It's protected from the sand and wind. Before the situation got out of control, Song Yuan quickly took his shirt from the girl. Then he bent down, picked up Yoon Inshi, ran away quickly, and left the scene. Shocked. A naked man from Jiangda University held an innocent female classmate hostage and actually did such a thing. Is this a distortion of human nature or a loss of morality? Looking at Song Yuan running past, a classmate from the propaganda department wrote in his notebook. Then, he muttered to himself with some emotion. My headline writing skills should be good enough to be reported to UC. But before he could close the notebook, 2 security guards suddenly came over and snatched the notebook away. What nonsense are you writing? Don't tell anyone about this. Otherwise you will be punished. After saying that, the 2 security guards left quickly, driven by their ability to use money. The target was all the students on the road where Song Yuan ran. That's enough, put me down. Yoon Inshi's voice came to his ears. Seeing this, Song Yuan looked around and then entered the somewhat empty corridor of the side laboratory building. After putting the man down, Song Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and then apologized. I'm sorry, the current situation is special and I have no choice but to do this. Although I don't know if you would let me do this, I think this is the best way to deal with the situation just now. After all, we just arrived at school today and are unfamiliar with everything. If we want to settle accounts, we have plenty of time to do so. Yeah? There was no emotion on Yun Inchi's face, she just looked at Song Yuan quietly. Then, he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha, this seems like something he would do. You did the right thing, Song Yuan. It's right to avoid conflict. I don't want to have to deal with any trouble on my first day. As for settling scores, there's no need. I just said a few words to that person to vent my anger. It's fine as long as she doesn't cause any trouble. Otherwise, she will definitely alert the principal. I don't want to have anything to do with that old man. But if she insists on making trouble, I don't mind. She's in the right anyway. That's good. That's good. Song Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Although it was an accidental result, at least the problem was solved, and Yun Inchi didn't feel disgusted, so the result is always good. Let's go eat. We've taken up quite a bit of time. Song Yuan picked up the shirt, straightened it, and prepared to put it on. In the morning, Song Yuan remembered that Yun Inchi only drank a cup of soy milk and didn't eat anything else. After a morning, Yun Inchi's stomach was probably empty. Pa! Suddenly, Yun Inchi slapped Song Yuan on the back of his hand, and a burning sensation spread instantly. Yun Inchi looked at the shirt in Song Yuan's hand with some disgust in her eyes. The one you just touched is already dirty, throw it away and then go wash your hands. Ah? That's not necessary. Song Yuan was somewhat unprepared for Yun Inchi's reaction. But looking at her serious expression, Song Yuan realized that he had said the wrong thing, so he hurried to make amends. Well, it's not that it's unnecessary. What I mean is, can I wear it first and then go out and buy another one? Can you still wear dirty clothes? Throw them away. Don't make me sick. Yun Inchi's tone was exceptionally cold, leaving no room for negotiation. This can be thrown away, but what should I wear? So many people were watching me when I ran over here just now. Am I going to be like this again when I go out? Even if I don't think it's a big deal, it won't look good for you to walk with me. This is not easy. Facing the question raised by Song Yuan, Yun Inchi swiftly took off her light pink coat, which had a cute little bear head on the front. My clothes are quite elastic, you should be able to fit into them, just wear mine first. Of course you don't have to wear it if you don't want to. I don't think it looks bad on my face anyway. Chapter 16 A Handsome Guy. Ever since my life. Song Yuan felt that he had never been so embarrassed. Song Yuan instinctively wanted to reject Yun Inchi's proposal. But it's not that he is unwilling to try, but after trying it, he just feels that it's better not to wear it. He could barely squeeze into Yun Inchi's coat. But other than that, it seems short everywhere. The sleeves and the zipper that wouldn't work came second. The main problem is that the waist and trousers cannot be connected. Even if you try your best to pull your clothes down, your belly button will still be exposed. Add to that the light pink and bear head decorations, and Song Yuan felt like a pervert. Judging from Yun Inchi's performance, it would be unlikely for her to put on her own shirt. After weighing the pros and cons, Song Yuan felt that being an exhibitionist seemed better than being a pervert. So, she chose not to wear it, thinking of asking Yun Inchi to wait for a while she quickly went outside the school to buy some clothes. Yun Inchi didn't express any dissatisfaction with this choice, but she insisted on accompanying Song Yuan to buy clothes. Then, the torture began. After leaving the corridor, Song Yuan subconsciously quickened his pace. But Yun Inchi put his hands in his pockets and walked slowly. The speed is no different from that of an old lady taking a walk. Slow down, Song Yuan. My legs are short and I can't keep up with you. Inchi, can you come up with a more blunt reason? Song Yuan wanted to cry but had no tears, so he tried to soften his tone. How about you wait here for me for a while? I'll be in right after I buy some clothes. No, it's dangerous. Yun Inchi clasped her hands together and placed them on her chest, then looked around and her tone suddenly became timid. Song Yuan, think about it, what if that guy suddenly finds me after you leave? Then, to retaliate against me, you will pour water on my head, tear off my clothes, cut my hair, and use all kinds of methods, no matter how extreme. Besides, my mentality is so fragile that I definitely can't bear such inhuman treatment. If I can't figure it out, the consequences will be disastrous. And you, it is your responsibility to protect me. If you neglect it this time, you will regret it for the rest of your life. It's like I can't eat well or sleep well every day. As soon as I close my eyes, all I can think about is my face. Can you still live comfortably under that situation? So, let's walk slower now. I'm doing this for your own good. Yoon In-chi told the story in a very organized and vivid manner. Even the panic and worry that should be expressed in the emphasis of the words were expressed one by one. Looking at Yoon In-chi's performance, Song Yuan was speechless, and even suddenly felt like laughing. It's the kind of thing that makes you speechless and want to laugh. After a long while, he suppressed his instinctive reaction and asked Yoon In-chi, "Are you punishing me?" "That's called PUA, how is that possible?" Yoon In-chi corrected him rigorously and with a sincere attitude. "We are the closest relationship. I can't wait to love you, so how can I PUA you?" Ill. There were only these two words in Song Yuan's mind at this moment. And judging from her performance from yesterday till now, Song Yuan felt that Yoon In-chi must be seriously ill. If there is still a trace of logic in the previous performance. Song Yuan couldn't understand why he behaved like this. From the perspective I have already put myself in, is Yoon In-chi's childhood sweetheart really an exhibitionist? After reading the information yesterday, Song Yuan felt that it shouldn't be the case. That guy is simply a model student with excellent character and academic performance. Except for his hobbies, everything else is good. The root of the problem seems to be Yoon In-chi. But judging from the communication with the housekeeper Lao Zhu yesterday, it seems unlikely that it is just a mental illness. Otherwise, this young lady would be in a mental hospital or locked up at home instead of being able to return to school. After thinking it over, Song Yuan still couldn't understand the motives of this young lady. However, he thought of a solution that could be tried. Okay, let's walk slowly then. Song Yuan made up his mind and stopped being anxious. He slowed down his pace, stood beside Yoon In-chi, and followed her rhythm. It was just after school and there were a lot of people. Song Yuan's image also attracted a lot of people's attention, and obviously more girls. A handsome guy with a great body, and a handsome guy with a great body who took off his shirt. This effect seems to be predictable. Song Yuan felt that if Yoon In-chi hadn't been standing next to him, someone would probably have come to ask for his contact information. Song Yuan is still confident about his image, otherwise he would not be able to get the job customized by his lover. And this attempt seems to be beginning to bear fruit. Facing everyone's gaze, Song Yuan discovered that Yoon In-chi's expression began to look a little unnatural. I don't know when I took out my hand that was originally in my pocket and clenched it into a fist. The skin on the knuckles also turned a little white due to the force. It seems like he's making some kind of trade-off in his heart. Finally, after walking for about a minute, Yoon In-chi couldn't help it, so she reached out and grabbed Song Yuan's arm and pulled him behind the ginkgo tree on the side of the road. "Put on my clothes first." Yoon In-chi avoided Song Yuan's gaze unnaturally, and spoke in a hurried tone. "Is it necessary to wear it?" Song Yuan shook his head. At this point, he was not in a hurry to agree. On the one hand, I really can't accept Yoon In-chi wearing this dress. Another thing is that I also want to take this opportunity to find out more about what is going on in Yoon In-chi's mind. The attempt that Song Yuan just thought of was because she felt that no normal woman would like other women to see her boyfriend's body. If Yoon In-chi's substitution is good, then there should be some reaction. And the result is obvious, Yoon In-chi also has the same reaction as a normal woman. But Song Yuan couldn't explain the previous motives, so he thought about trying again to see if he could get some answers. "Just now you said there was no rush, and you thought it was okay for me not to wear a shirt. Why do you want me to wear one now? Please put it on first, please." In just a moment, Yoon In-chi's tears rolled down from her eyes. She raised her head and pleaded with sobs. "As long as you promise me, I will do whatever you say." Song Yuan was a little stunned. He didn't expect this result. Although he knew that there might be some risks in trying it, Yoon In-chi's reaction was still far beyond his expectations. In this situation, Song Yuan had no choice but to care whether it was abnormal or not, and quickly put on Yoon In-chi's coat. "I'll wear it, please stop crying, okay?" The words haven't finished yet. Yoon In-chi stretched out her hands, hugged Song Yuan's waist, and threw herself into his arms. Chapter 17 Skipping Class. It's not difficult to find a clothing store around Jiangda. However, when Song Yuan, who was dressed a little strangely, entered the store holding Yoon In-chi, the clerk's eyes were still a little strange. But perhaps his professionalism was still acceptable, so he immediately smiled and said welcome. Song Yuan had no idea about Yoon In-chi's train of thought. After crying just now, he hugged me and didn't want to let go. Because I don't know whether Yoon In-chi's emotions are stable, and I'm also a little worried that this young lady will lose her child again. Even though it did not meet the terms of the contract, Song Yuan did not act rashly and let her hold him and leave the school together. But now that we're inside the store, it's obviously not okay to continue like this. So after some psychological preparation, Song Yuan tried to ask Yoon In-chi. Ningxi, can you come down now? Yes, please let me go. The process went unexpectedly smoothly. Yoon In-chi quickly let go of her hands and stood firmly on the ground. Looking at Yoon In-chi's slightly red and swollen eyes, Song Yuan just felt a headache. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation among his previous clients. In the past, our cooperation with customers was basically all happy. Song Yuan made money and the clients gained rich emotional value. Both were very happy and it was the best of both worlds. Although there was a precedent of the order the day before yesterday, that was also the customer's active request. Everything is under control, and after the order is completed, there will be no sadness. But when facing Yoon In-chi, Song Yuan felt that the situation was completely the opposite. Yoon In-chi cried for no apparent reason, and although he had already received the money, he couldn't be happy at all looking at the current situation. Oops. Regarding Yoon In-chi's order, this is the only evaluation Song Yuan can think of now, and it can only be this evaluation. Looking at Yoon In-chi's condition, Song Yuan thought about it and made a suggestion. Skip class this afternoon. You won't be able to attend class well in your current state. Go back and rest for a while. I'll contact the instructor later. Why am I in such a bad state? Yoon In-chi's voice had a nasal tone because she had been crying. You should hurry up and choose clothes. We probably won't be able to go to the cafeteria to eat after wasting so much time. After you've chosen your clothes, just grab a bite to eat outside, then go back to class so you don't get late. Go ahead, I'll wait for you outside. After saying that, Yoon In-chi reached out and wiped away the few remaining tears from the corners of her eyes, then turned and walked out of the store. Song Yuan was a little dumbfounded. The difference between Yoon In-chi before and after was so great, like the face changing in Sichuan opera, as if nothing had happened before. Looking at the slim figure waiting at the door, Song Yuan gradually made a decision. He then turned around, picked out a shirt, paid the bill and left. The afternoon was a bit torturous. In the first professional class, Yoon In-chi was no different from the morning and listened attentively. But Song Yuan, who hadn't been through this for a long time, couldn't bear it anymore. In addition, due to the different majors, what the teacher said sounded like incomprehensible to Song Yuan. Keep dozing off. Although I didn't fall asleep because I was in the first row and because of my own willpower. But after one class, the notes were confused, which was obviously not the effect Yoon In-chi wanted. Fortunately, the guy who dueled at noon actually took Song Yuan's words to heart. It was like timely help. As soon as the get out of class was over, he sent me a complete set of notes. When Yoon In-chi saw the notes, she frowned, but she didn't say anything in the end. The first class passed without any trouble. The second section is a public class. When they arrived at the classroom, Yoon In-chi, contrary to her usual behavior, took Song Yuan straight to the corner of the last row. After sitting down, Yoon In-chi's words became more considerate. Song Yuan, you don't need to take notes for this class. It's not very important anyway. I saw that you could hardly open your eyes in the last class. You can close your eyes a little in this class. Real? Instinctively, Song Yuan was delighted, but he immediately regained his sanity in this abnormal situation. Forget it, I'll just remember it. I was a little sleepy just now, but I don't want to sleep now. Shut up, just sleep when I tell you to, don't think too much. Yoon In-chi's tone left no room for negotiation, and she rolled up her coat and placed it on the table. Don't worry, it won't have any impact. The classroom is so big, and I specially chose a corner. The teacher can't see it, and won't care even if he sees it, so just go to sleep peacefully. Besides, I like watching you sleep. There are a lot of people coming to the open class. However, in this huge classroom, it still seems a little sparse. In the last row, there are only Song Yuan and Yoon In-chi. Because of Yoon In-chi's attitude, Song Yuan also lay on the table half believing and half doubting, and at the same time he was mentally prepared to deal with any abnormal situation. But what he didn't expect was that Yoon In-chi actually squeezed to the right and leaned on him. He also stretched out his hand and patted his leg rhythmically, as if he was coaxing a child to sleep. I'll sleep alone. Song Yuan grabbed Yun Inchi's hand and tried to take it away. But Yun Inchi held his hand in return, smiling. Want to hold my hand while sleeping? Okay. Sleeping was obviously out of the question. Song Yuan lay on the table, his eyes wide open like bells. What made him feel even more tortured was Yun Inchi's hands. Because Yun Inchi not only held it, but also kept stroking it gently in the palm of his hand. As far as professional ethics is concerned, Song Yuan would not have any thoughts about his clients. And after witnessing Yun Inchi's abnormality from yesterday to now, theoretically it is even more impossible for me to have any thoughts about Yun Inchi. However, this is only in theory and is not combined with the environment. Yun Inchi was very beautiful, and with the close contact, Song Yuan could even feel the faint fragrance of Yun Inchi lingering around his nose. Plus the itchy rubbing sensation in the palm of your hand. As a healthy adult man, Song Yuan really couldn't ignore it. In agony, Song Yuan felt extremely regretful. Why didn't I persuade Yun Inchi a little more in the clothing store some time ago, allowing her to skip the afternoon class? In that way, Yun Inchi could go home and rest, and he wouldn't have to suffer so much. Now, Yun Inchi didn't follow the advice and skipped class, but he himself is going to skip a class. The afternoon classes ended. Song Yuan's workday finally came to an end. As night falls, outside the school gate, there is a constant stream of traffic and activity. Yun Inchi put on her coat, zipped it up, and hid her chin in the collar. After a brief silence, he gave an evaluation of Song Yuan's work for the day. Song Yuan, thank you for accompanying me to class today. You made me feel very involved. At first I doubted your ability, but now it seems that I was overthinking. I am very satisfied with your performance today. Chapter 18 Give Up. Looking at Yun Inchi, who seemed to have switched personalities, Song Yuan frowned uncontrollably. In order to avoid any mistakes, Song Yuan asked a question tentatively first. Noon, is there anything else I need to do? No, that's it for today. Yun Inchi shook her head and smiled easily at Song Yuan's cautious look. You don't have to be so tense anymore. I don't need you to be his substitute 24 hours a day. In terms of work status, now is your off-duty time, you are Song Yuan, and we can communicate normally. Okay, Miss Yun. Song Yuan let out a long sigh and relaxed completely. But due to Yun Inchi's condition, he did not say what he had originally intended to say. That's it for today. Do you want me to take you home? No need, here, come and pick me up. Yun Inchi pointed and saw a black business car parked on the side of the road. Song Yuan looked back and nodded. Then, goodbye. Yes, see you tomorrow. Yun Inchi corrected him in a joking tone and then turned around and got into the car. After the car door closed, she suddenly seemed to remember something, lowered the window and spoke to Song Yuan. By the way, Song Yuan, you should just call me Inchi. I like you calling me by my name. Don't change it to Miss Yun. It sounds terrible. The vehicle drove away. Song Yuan stood there for a long time before returning to his car. Putting down the seat and putting his feet on the steering wheel, Song Yuan gently turned the student ID in his hand, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. After a long time, he finally took out his mobile phone, and he was ready to give up this lucrative order. Thinking back on Yun Inchi's performance today, Song Yuan really felt that it was not normal. If he were to continue, various hidden dangers seemed foreseeable. Yun Inchi's mood was obviously not very stable, but it seemed that her instability only occurred when she was at school. Besides, the time not covered by the contract seems to be particularly normal. The contrast between the two is so great that Song Yuan even feels that this is a bit like split personality. He really couldn't connect the Yun Inchi who cried for no reason and had red and swollen eyes at noon with the Yun Inchi just now. Moreover, certain contact that exceeds the limit is inappropriate during the contract period. However, Song Yuan didn't dare to say it at that time because he couldn't grasp Yun Inchi's emotions. If he made her cry again or even have an even more exaggerated reaction, Song Yuan felt that it would be difficult to end the situation. Considering so many concerns, giving up this order seems to be the most appropriate option. As for the specific situation, Song Yuan planned to explain it to Yun Yun in person. Song Yuan tried to call Yun Yun, but the call didn't go through, so he had to contact the housekeeper Lao Zhu. After expressing his intention, Lao Zhu also said that he would convey it. After hanging up, I waited for about a few minutes and then Yun Yun called. With an obviously tired voice, he gave Song Yuan a later time and an address, then hung up the phone. After Song Yuan searched the address on the map and calculated the driving time, he found that he had some extra time. However, in order to avoid the risk of being late, he adjusted the navigation and drove to his destination. On the way, Song Yuan also called Wang Yuanhao and gave him a brief account of the situation. After all, the profit from this order is also related to him. After listening to this, Wang Yuanhao's attitude on the other end of the phone was also very clear. If you don't do it well, there's no risk. When you signed the contract yesterday and came back to tell me, I was a little worried. After all, the client you serve might have mental problems. Now is the perfect time. I'll go with you to meet Director Yun. As your boss, I'll go with you to apologize to her. I believe she will understand. Forget it, just wait for the news. Song Yuan refused and hung up the phone. Wang Yuanhao was not present to sign the contract, so it was obviously inappropriate to ask someone to accompany him to apologize at this time. However, Wang Yuanhao's words also made Song Yuan feel a little better. When he decided to give up this order, he felt a little bit regretful. However, the reason was not because he could not make money, but because this order was the first order he voluntarily gave up since he started to customize orders for lovers. In the past, there were various situations for clients. If they felt that the deal was not feasible during the negotiation, Song Yuan would not accept it at the beginning. But once I accepted a job, I never gave up and never gave a bad review. Giving up on Yun Inchi's order sets a precedent, just like a stain on white clothes, which really makes people feel uncomfortable. However, after listening to Wang Yuanhao's words, Song Yuan felt relieved. If he continues like this, and Yun Inchi's behavior today happens again, or even other inappropriate situations may occur, he will have to remind her. By then, it is hard to say whether Yun Inchi will have other more extreme reactions. Stopping it now is a good choice for both parties. It's about half an hour's drive. Song Yuan arrived at the address given by Yun Yun, the headquarters of her company, Yunwan Biology. Song Yuan waited in the garage until the agreed time before getting out of the car. On the first floor of the headquarters, a girl in professional attire just walked out of the elevator. Seeing Song Yuan, he asked directly about his identity and then took Song Yuan to the top floor. After walking through an office area, the girl knocked on a simple wooden door that didn't even have a sign on it. After hearing the word "come in," the girl stepped back slightly and said to Song Yuan, "Please come in, Mr. Song." After saying this, the girl lowered her voice again, with a hint of apology. "I'm sorry, Mr. Song, I have to trouble you for something. Director Yun has been very tired recently. From last night till now, she has only slept for 4 hours in total. If you can keep your communication as simple as possible, this will give Director Yun more time to rest." Understood. Song Yuan nodded and went into the office. Unlike what he had imagined, the office of the chairman Yun Yun was not very luxurious. The area is not large, probably just the level of a middle-level leader in an ordinary enterprise. And in the office, apart from a money tree, there was no other decoration. There was a simple desk, 2 sofas for reception, and the rest were filing cabinets against the wall, filled with all kinds of folders. Yun Yun was sitting at her desk, concentrating on a document in her hands, her face visibly tired. After Song Yuan entered the room, he didn't even raise his head and just said simply, "Please sit down first. Please wait for a moment. There is water in the water dispenser over there. You can get it yourself. I won't let the assistant come." Chapter 19. She is normal. Song Yuan nodded slightly, tried to slow down his pace, and sat down on the sofa. 10 minutes later, Yun Yun put down the documents in her hand, supported her waist and sat down opposite Song Yuan. "I'm sorry, I'm really too busy. The company's new product is about to be launched, and I really can't spare the time, so I asked you to come to me. Otherwise, I would come to find you and would not let you make this trip. Mr. Yun, I should be the one to say sorry for wasting your time." Song Yuan felt a little embarrassed, and with the idea of finishing the matter as quickly as possible, he directly explained the situation and his own concerns. After listening carefully, Yun Yun nodded thoughtfully. Immediately afterwards, I made an affirmation. "Song Yuan, there is one thing I can tell you clearly, that is, there is nothing wrong with Yinshi's mental state. The last time she was in a bad condition was 2 years ago. That idiot had just died. She stayed in the hospital for more than a month and was released later. After that, I would arrange for people to check her regularly, and the results were all normal. It's just that emotionally, there's still a knot in my heart that needs to be untied. Before I came to you, I told her my idea, and she agreed and was willing to cooperate actively. I think there is another reason for her unusual behavior today. No, Mr. Yun, you misunderstood me. Song Yuan put his hand on his forehead, not knowing how to answer. He didn't say that Yun Yunchi had mental problems just now, he just restored the situation. But I don't know if Yun Yun could see what he was thinking or what, she just said it out loud. It was a denial for sure, but Song Yuan didn't know how to describe the words after the denial for a moment. Seeing that Song Yuan was speechless, Yun Yun seemed to have expected it. Don't worry about it. Let's not waste our time on meaningless things. Regarding the situation you mentioned wherein she suddenly started crying, I can give you a possible reason. Please listen to it and see if it makes sense to you. At that time, Inchi probably regarded you as her childhood sweetheart. She and that person had less contact after junior high school because they did not go to the same school. In high school, there are even fewer, because the person's goal is to go abroad, and academics are very important. And they really confirmed their relationship after that man went abroad. Inchi wanted to follow him, but I didn't agree. Then let's go to the idiot behind. So, they have never actually been together, and there is a lot of room for imagination. And now you are trying to take on that role next to her, and your performance should be pretty good. And she should have adapted well and put you in that person's shoes. To put it another way, you're already imagining being with that person. With this relationship, if we want to pursue better substitution, we definitely need to be authentic. So, she will show her true self in front of you. She will cry, laugh, lose her temper, and have some weird ideas. What normal couples have, you should have. And this, I think, is the reason why she is crying. She simply wants to get some proper feedback from you as her boyfriend. For example, I asked you to comfort her, hug her, etc. Do you think what I said is right? This should be right. Song Yuan thought about Yun Yun's explanation for a long time and reluctantly agreed with it. But at the same time, he also found something unreasonable. That is, even if you substitute someone, there must at least be sufficient motivation. There must be a reason for Yun Yunchi to cry. Could it be just because she is not wearing her coat for the time being? No matter how fragile you are mentally, you won't cry about something like this, right? Isn't it enough to just talk it out nicely? Thinking of this, Song Yuan simply expressed his doubts. However, after listening to it, Yun Yun did not rush to answer, but asked about Song Yuan's relationship status with a smile. Do you have a girlfriend? What? If you have, you should know that for men, a girlfriend's mood is like the weather in June, changing at any time. Who can figure it out? You should know this better than me. Wipe. Song Yuan couldn't refute. Seeing this, Yun Yun did not continue to dwell on this issue and moved on to another one. As for the issue of close contact you mentioned, as long as Inchi doesn't think there's anything wrong, I don't really care. If the effect is to be good, there must be some close contact, so that it is realistic. As long as you stick to the bottom line, you should understand what I mean. I trust you on this. As for the reasons, there are two aspects. One aspect is your professional ethics. If you make a living in this field, you should at least have some professional ethics. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to do it for so long. I checked, and your reputation is perfect. As for the other aspect, don't blame me for investigating. From the information I found, your orientation. In short, with these factors in place, what reason do I have not to believe you? This. Song Yuan was silent for a while. He didn't expect Yun Yun to have such an open mind. But on second thought, Song Yuan suddenly felt that this was not strange. After all, who would worry about a gay person having any improper thoughts about the opposite sex? However, this bend is obviously not a real bend. Although the excuses he usually made came in handy at this moment, Song Yuan did not intend to hide it. But there was no time to say it. Yun Yun had stood up and walked to a cabinet on the side of the office. After opening it and rummaging around inside for a while, he took out a wooden brocade box and placed it in front of Song Yuan. The main thing about Inchi is that sometimes her ideas are quite outrageous. This is what I was worried about when we first met. Song Yuan, if it was because she caused you some physical harm, and you came to me to tell me you were quitting, I would definitely not say anything more. But now, I want you to help me. I found you because I really had no other choice, and Inchi happened to be willing to accept my method. Promise me that you will continue for now. If there is a real risk of harm to you, you can terminate the contract at any time. And I won't ask you for money. How about that be my guarantee to you? I can also add money. There are a few gold bars in this box. Director Yoon. Song Yuan sighed, interrupted Yun Yun, and said seriously. I like money and want to make money, I don't deny that, but I'm not looking for you to end the contract now for money. I'm not going to give you money to keep going. I am begging for your help. As for the things in this box, they are just accessories. It is a token of my appreciation. Chapter 20 Perfect Oxen and Horses. Mr. Yun, I think after you know the truth about some things, you may not want me to continue. In response to Yun Yun's unreserved trust, Song Yuan told her all the excuses he had found and the whole story. After hearing this, Yun Yun's expression, which had been as calm as water, finally showed a ripple. She stared at Song Yuan, as if she was thinking about something. After a long time, she suddenly revealed a somewhat relieved smile. I was right about you. What did you see correctly? Song Yuan was a little confused. You. Yun Yun emphasized her words more strongly, her relief evident between the lines. Actually, I also know the inside story you're talking about. Now that you can say it, it proves that you are a person with relatively strong professional ethics. You have your own bottom line, it's not just about money. That's why I feel at ease with you. So there's no need to overthink some things. I believe in you and your ability, so I am willing to spend money to exchange with you. As for you, you just need to accept my money and fulfill your obligations under the contract. Song Yuan was silent for a while, weighing the options in his mind. What Yun Yun said didn't seem to be wrong, but he really didn't like this feeling of uncertainty. In Song Yuan's eyes, all previous customers were controllable. Basically, after a short period of interaction, he can understand the client's inner thoughts. But when facing Yun Yinchi, Song Yuan felt like he was facing a time bomb. Even if you are careful at all times, you can't tell when she will explode. Seeing that Song Yuan was hesitant, Yun Yun added some persuasion in time. Song Yuan, you are doing this business now, so you should have made a plan for yourself. You definitely can't keep doing this forever. In fact, money is just a number to me. I can give you any amount, but this is very important to you. With money, you can realize your ideas. For example, if you stop doing this business and start something else, you will have the initial capital. I actually admire you for having your own bottom line. Even though you like money, you stay within the bottom line and abide by the rules. I like people like you who are greedy but know their limits. In my eyes, this is the label of a qualified subordinate. If you want to change your career after this order, as long as you don't mind, you can even come to me. I welcome you to join. Based on your personality, you will definitely achieve great things in my company. Thank you, Director Yun, for your kindness. Song Yuan gave a forced smile, feeling nothing about the pie Yun Yun had painted. However, the previous reminder made him a little shaken. After becoming a lover customization worker, Song Yuan has always had an accurate plan for the length of his career. That is the age limit of 30. He is now 27 years old and already has a house and a car. By the time he was 30, Song Yuan felt that he had made about the same amount of money. 30 years old is a watershed in a man's life. By that time, Song Yuan didn't think he would still have the physical condition and energy of a man in his 20s. Therefore, after the age of 30, returning to normal life with a house, a car, and some savings is the best option. And now, there is a chance to advance this time. How about this, Director Yun? Song Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and made a decision. I can keep trying, but if things still don't go well, let's just end it. Okay, it's a deal. Seeing Song Yuan compromise, Yun Yun also breathed a sigh of relief. He then stood up, picked up the brocade box and handed it to Song Yuan. That's all for today. If you have any questions, feel free to call me. If you can't get through, call Lao Zhu. I know, but let's forget about this. Song Yuan glanced at the wooden brocade box handed to him, hesitated for a moment, and finally refused. I've already made a lot of money from this order, so there's no need for me to take any extra money. Why not? Yun Yun grabbed Song Yuan's hand and put the brocade box in his hand with some force. Put yourself in my shoes. If you take the money, wouldn't I feel more at ease? Song Yuan left the office. Yun Yun watched from the door for a while before turning around and closing the door. The smile on her face gradually disappeared. Then he picked up his cell phone and made a call. Old Zhu, keep an eye on it. Don't let anything go wrong, okay? Understood, Director Yun. After answering with a slightly old voice, Yun Yun also hung up the phone. Looking at my blurry face on the black screen. Yoon Yoon's emotions were also somewhat complicated. Her admiration for Song Yuan was genuine. This kind of person who loves money but has a bottom line is simply the perfect candidate to be a management bully. If you have a desire for money, it means you will work hard to create value for the company so that you can make a profit. Having a bottom line proves that you will not do anything crooked or undermine the interests of the company. Yoon Yoon was among the middle and senior management in her company. The more she counted, the worse she felt. Among so many people, a small half are content with the status quo and are giving up, while the rest are basically people who take advantage of their status to enrich themselves. It is impossible to find a candidate with a personality similar to Song Yuan. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to do so many things herself and make herself so tired. Once upon a time, Yoon Yoon also made drastic changes to the management team. However, after some hard work, the good situation did not last long and it returned to its original state. In comparison, it is really hard to meet someone like Song Yuan. The number may not be rare, but after encountering and being able to accurately identify them and use them for my own benefit, the probability will naturally be reduced. However, Yoon Yoon's appreciation was only one-sided. As for the peace of mind I just mentioned, it is not completely reassuring. Ever since Yoon Inchi's childhood sweetheart died, Yoon Yoon felt more and more that she didn't understand her daughter well. It even feels strange sometimes. It's not much different from Song Yuan. As a mother, she has no way of figuring out her daughter's true thoughts and ideas. Song Yuan's worries are also her worries. So even after finding out Song Yuan's reputation, Yoon Yoon still felt that she needed to be on guard. After all, appreciation is appreciation, but it is only from her perspective as the chairman of the board of directors looking at her subordinates. From a personal perspective, Yoon Yoon doesn't like people like Song Yuan from the bottom of her heart. The promises I made to Song Yuan just now were also made out of helplessness. After all, there is finally a solution that can hopefully solve her daughter's problem, and Yoon Inchi is willing to accept it. No matter what the result is, Yoon Yoon will definitely make this attempt. But no matter how hard you try, some close contact can be barely accepted. But if something really happened, she would not be able to accept it. Chapter 21. It's exciting. Thousands of mountains tower into the clouds. In a magnificent detached house halfway up the mountain, Yoon Inchi sat barefoot on the floor of her boudoir, holding a marker in her hand and writing carefully on a whiteboard. He doesn't seem to like people with bad tempers. It seems that I don't like those who cry and are weak. He doesn't seem to be the kind of man who obeys unconditionally. But under special circumstances, it seems that some compromises can be made. And judging from the second class this afternoon, he seems to like gentle ones. As of now, this one seems to be accurate. As for the others, we need to try more. Having written here, Yoon Inchi stopped writing, and after a brief thought, she circled the word gentle. Then he threw the pen away and sighed. Hey, Song Yuan, it's really visibly difficult to make a man like you fall in love with me. And don't be too impatient, otherwise you will definitely notice it. There is hope only if we guide them slowly and step by step. However, although it is difficult, it is not completely impossible. I still have confidence. There is still a long way to go. I seem to be able to foresee that you will love me to death. By then, contracts, money, and professional ethics will all have to give way. It should be a great sense of accomplishment to be able to conquer a man like you. And Chairman Yoon, after seeing this situation, what will be your reaction? TSK, I feel excited just thinking about it. Drove back to the video game store. Song Yuan also briefly told Wang Yuanhao the result. After listening to this, Wang Yuanhao was a little confused. What the hell is going on here? Can rich people's train of thought be so strange? I can't really explain this. Song Yuan shook his head, lay down on the sofa with his head tilted back, feeling a little tired. Given the current situation, we can only take one step at a time and see what happens. Is that so? Wang Yuanhao thought about it and still felt a little uneasy, so he bent down and sat down on the sofa opposite Song Yuan. Song Yuan, I'm quite confident in your self-control. What I'm worried about is that this mentally unstable young lady might do something bad. You have to make money, but you also have to live to spend it, right? Not really. Song Yuan felt that Yoon Yoon's explanation made sense. After all, judging from her performance after school, Yoon Inchi was also very normal and was able to get out of the role quickly. The only problem is the performance in school, but Yoon Yoon's explanation is completely immersive, which seems to make sense. When did you start caring so much about your dad? Isn't it normal for a father to care about his son? Conjugated father-son routine conversation. However, Song Yuan knew that his buddy was really worried about his personal safety. So after the joke, I felt relieved. Don't worry, I haven't made any final decisions. I can only say that we should wait and see. If something happens later, it will not be too late to give up. Okay, then do as you think. Just be careful. There was no point in saying more, so Wang Yuanhao stopped hesitating and stood up. Jim? Forget it, you go ahead. I really don't want to move today. After a day of hard work, Song Yuan felt exhausted and was forced to interrupt his exercise plan. After simply waving to Wang Yuanhao, he fell asleep on the sofa in the office. Sleep till dawn. The next day, Song Yuan got up at the urging of the alarm clock. After a night's rest, the fatigue in my body almost completely disappeared. After leaving the store and driving back home, Song Yuan washed up, changed his clothes, and rushed to Jiangda. In terms of time, Song Yuan was not late. But from a distance, Song Yuan saw Yun Inchi waiting at the door. Unlike yesterday, Yun Inchi changed into a white sportswear today. The original blue hair also disappeared and returned to black. With a delicate little face, sunny and lively, she has the standard campus sports goddess style. Sorry to have kept you waiting. After walking quickly over, although he was not late, Song Yuan still apologized. I just arrived too. Seeing Song Yuan, Yun Inchi smiled sweetly and took out a bottle of milk from her pocket. You looked very tired last night, so I brought this for you. I heard that milk can help relieve fatigue, and it's still hot, so drink it. Thank you, Inchi. Song Yuan was stunned for a moment, then he came to his senses, took the milk, and quickly got back into the state. There's no need to say thank you, just drink it. Yun Inchi naturally took Song Yuan's arm, with a somewhat urging tone in her voice. Song Yuan originally had some concerns in his heart, but now they have dissipated a lot. After all, judging from her current performance, Yun Inchi is quite normal. Maybe it was just as Yun said, and what Yun Inchi said yesterday was just the natural emotion she expressed after putting herself in his shoes. Watching Song Yuan finish drinking the milk, Yun Inchi pulled Song Yuan into the school gate, talking as they walked. I only have one class this morning. I have an appointment with a friend for the rest of the time. We have something important to do today. Listening to Yun Inchi's words, Song Yuan suddenly had a bad feeling. Something important. Nothing, just a friend from the club. I've participated before, so this is my return. College life can't be too boring. You have to find some entertainment for yourself. You don't want to sit in the classroom and listen to the teacher's lecture every day. Great, of course I don't want to. Song Yuan was delighted and answered without any hesitation. Compared to sitting in the classroom and listening to lectures, club activities are so great. As for what kind of club it was, Song Yuan didn't ask, after all, it wasn't important. No matter what kind of club it is a way to relax. Moreover, Yun Inchi's plan is normal. After a somewhat headache-inducing professional class in the morning, Yun Inchi brought Song Yuan to a dance studio on the first floor of the comprehensive building. As soon as he reached the door, Song Yuan saw a human-shaped top spinning on the floor on the right side of the dance studio. About 10 people sat in a circle around them, clapping and cheering. Song Yuan was watching intently, and Yun Inchi reached out and pulled him. Take off your shoes. This is the street dance club, right? After taking off his shoes, Song Yuan was a little surprised. Yun Inchi can actually dance street dance. You're pretty good. Do you think I look like someone who can do hip-hop dance? Yes, I can dance, but I can't do hip-hop dance. Yun Inchi rolled her eyes at Song Yuan, then waved to the other side. Song Yuan turned around and looked. Several girls in training uniforms came into view, exercising in front of the mirror on the side of the classroom. Chapter 22 Dancing with the Fairies. When one of the short-haired girls saw Yun Inchi waving, her eyes lit up and she quickly trotted over. Sister Yun, you are here. Well, long time no see. Yun Inchi smiled and took the girl's hand, then turned around and introduced her to Song Yuan. This is Minmin. My friend used to be the president of the dance club. After graduation, I gave the dance social to Minmin. Hello, I'm Cao Minmin. Song Yuan was still in a daze. Gao Minmin, like a lively little rabbit, took the initiative to stretch out her hand, quite enthusiastically. After shaking hands with Song Yuan, she looked him up and down like a curious baby, then turned around and asked Yun Inchi. Sister Yoon, this is your boyfriend, right? Yes, my boyfriend, Song Yuan. Yuninchi looked back at Song Yuan and responded naturally, without labeling Song Yuan as a pursuer in front of the class like she did yesterday. Yeah, that's really handsome. Gao Minmin gave a thumbs up in praise, and also gave the praise to Yuninchi. It must be Sister Yun's charm that can make such a handsome guy fall in love with her. Okay, now that you're the president, stop flattering me. Yuninchi stretched out her finger and tapped Gao Minmin's smooth forehead, then took off the bag and handed it to Song Yuan. Just sit somewhere for a while. I'll warm up first. I haven't been active for a long time. I wonder if I feel rusty. For Song Yuan, he had met girls who could dance before, so it was not surprising. The girls with Gao Minmin all look like they are dancing Latin dance, which is very obvious in their body shapes. Yuninchi followed and started some simple stretching exercises. Song Yuan sat down at the edge of the classroom, and his eyes were involuntarily attracted by the street dancers nearby. Compared to the simple stretching exercise here, the human gyroscope over there is obviously much more interesting. However, this focus did not last long, as a classical melody drew Song Yuan's attention back. Amid the harmonious sounds of the zither and the harp, Yuninchi danced with a light body and graceful posture, and was extremely devoted. For a moment, this dance studio seemed to have turned into a real stage. Looking at the scene in front of him, Song Yuan couldn't help but think of what Chao Ji wrote in The Goddess of Luo River. Its shape is as graceful as a startled swan and as gentle as a swimming dragon. It is as glorious as the autumn chrysanthemum and as flourishing as the spring pine. It looks like a light cloud covering the moon, and it flutters like snowflakes blown by the wind. When viewed from afar, it is as bright as the morning glow of the rising sun. When observed from close up, it is as dazzling as a lotus emerging from the green waves. After the song, my light clothes were soaked with sweat. There was warm applause. Even the people who were dancing street dance nearby were shocked by Yuninchi and applauded. Yuninchi smiled and nodded, then moved to Song Yuan, who had not yet recovered from his shock. How did I dance? Nyo boi. Even though 10,000 gorgeous adjectives emerged in his mind just now, at this moment, Song Yuan could only come up with these two very straightforward words to express the shock in his heart. Although she frowned, Yuninchi was still very satisfied with Song Yuan's response. Thank you. Actually, I haven't danced for a long time. I learned classical dance when I was young just for fun. After that, it jumped every now and then. The last time it jumped was probably 2 years ago. Now when I suddenly pick it up, there are still many flaws. Don't be so modest. You still have flaws, so how can perfection be like? Song Yuan felt some emotion from the bottom of his heart, and at the same time, his understanding of Yuninchi was refreshed. Thinking back to yesterday, he really had no way of combining the two performances. But the result is always good. Thinking of this, Song Yuan no longer felt conflicted. After motioning Yuninchi to sit down, he took out a tissue and handed it to her, motioning Yuninchi to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Do you still want me to wipe it myself? Yuninchi frowned, somewhat dissatisfied. I didn't react. Song Yuan was stunned and realized that he was being too cautious. After talking with Yun yesterday, the word trust kept coming to his mind, and he subconsciously kept the 3 words sense of distance in his mind. But according to common sense, there would be no problem with this kind of contact. But of course it was impossible to tell Yuninchi the specific reason. So after a brief thought, Song Yuan also gave a reasonable cover-up. But you can't blame me. When I saw you dancing just now, you looked like a fairy from heaven. I think fairies are not worldly and pure. How can a mortal like me touch them casually? Really? That's not something he would say. Yuninchi wanted to praise but first suppressed it. But I like it very much. As long as you like it. After Yuninchi's reminder, Song Yuan began to sweat profusely and realized the problem. After all, in school, he was Yuninchi's childhood sweetheart. Because it is different from previous orders, it is naturally better to be more passive and try to listen to Yuninchi's requirements as much as possible. In a situation like the one just now, simple praise should be enough. If I were to exaggerate based on my personality, there would obviously be something wrong. However, the result was good. Yuninchi said she liked it, and Song Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he also improved his concentration to avoid making mistakes again. After a brief silence, Yuninchi suddenly asked, Song Yuan, how about the fairy giving you a reward? Oh? What reward? Song Yuan answered cautiously. How about a reward of dancing with the fairies? Dancing with fairies? I'd love to, but unfortunately I'm not qualified. Song Yuan giggled and didn't take Yun Inchi's words seriously at all, thinking she was joking. But who would have thought that Yun Inchi turned around and called Gao Minmin over without saying a word, and her look was so serious. Minmin, do you think Song Yuan can learn to dance in this situation? There is no such thing as being able to learn or not, only being willing to learn or not. Age is not a problem. Gao Minmin looked at Song Yuan with a smile and gave her own evaluation. And Sister Yun, I think your boyfriend should be pretty good at dancing in this image. He's handsome, and with such a tall stature, he should have a nice figure as well. We both have pretty much the same opinion. Yun Inchi nodded in agreement and immediately began to plan. Minmin, you just told me that there will be an opportunity to perform at a school event in 2 months. Song Yuan and I also want to sign up for classical dance. I'd like to trouble you to help me with this matter. We can use the name of the dance club. As for which dance to perform, let me think about it in the next 2 days. Okay, no problem. Etc. Seeing Yun Inchi and Gao Minmin were about to settle the matter with one hand, Song Yuan hurriedly interrupted their conversation. Chapter 23 Learning to Dance. Inchi, this joke is a bit too big. Who are you kidding? I'm serious. Yun Inchi responded unhappily, then said to Gao Minmin. Minmin, time is running out, you have to help me. Song Yuan's condition should take some effort to achieve quickly. I remember there were a few boys who danced Latin in the dance club. Do you have any clothes? I'll get Song Yuan a set to use as a makeshift outfit. Basic training, let's start today. It seems, there is a set. Gao Minmin stroked her chin and thought. I'll go find it for you. I remember a boy seemed to have left a set of training clothes behind. At the time he said the size was wrong, so he gave it to the dance club, saying if anyone had the right size and needed it, they could use it directly. I never used it afterwards. I think Song Yuan's size should be about the same. I'll go find it and give it to him to try. Having said that, Gao Minmin stood up and left quickly. Inchi, this is really not okay. Seeing Yun Inchi's serious look, Song Yuan panicked. As for the dancing, you should do it by yourself. There's no need for me to get involved. Why is it not necessary? Yun Inchi looked at Song Yuan, and her eyes suddenly became a little sad. I used to think that if I could go to college with him, we would definitely dance together. Unfortunately, I didn't make it to college, and my idea of dancing also fell through. Now I have the opportunity. While pursuing substitution, I will also realize what can be achieved. I think the effect will definitely be better this way. Besides, Song Yuan, meeting my request is also within your responsibility. Are you sure you want to refuse me? This is within my scope of responsibility, but you still have to see if I can do it. I'm so old, it's unrealistic for you to ask me to dance. And even if they can really dance, it's impossible to learn it quickly enough to perform in such a short time. If you don't dance well, I don't mind. I'm mainly worried about embarrassing you, right? Song Yuan tried his best to explain, hoping that Yun Inchi could understand the difficulty and then give up. But after listening to it, Yun Inchi had an indifferent expression on her face. It's okay. I just want to have such an opportunity. I don't care if it's embarrassing or not. Besides, we are just a hobby club, not a very professional one. No one will laugh if we don't dance well. You have the capital to achieve quick success, not the old arms and legs. Yesterday I saw you doing pull-ups, and your physical fitness was very good. This is a very important prerequisite. In a couple dance, some movements cannot be performed without good physical fitness. Theoretically, that's enough time. You just need to do some basic training, and then I'll teach you how to jump. Let's take a step back and say, even if it really doesn't work, we can just give up. You can't just reject us without even trying. After putting on his training suit, Song Yuan had only one thought in his mind. This money is so damn hard to earn. When he took on this order, he had thought of 1,000 possibilities in his mind. But I never expected that I would need to dance. After Gao Minmin looked Song Yuan up and down, she nodded with satisfaction. The clothes fit well, Sister Yun. Your boyfriend is indeed suitable for dancing. His body and muscle lines are very beautiful. Good. Yun Inchi looked at Song Yuan and agreed with Gao Minmin's words. Song Yuan does have a good figure for dancing. Tall, well-proportioned, and muscular but not overly so. But the pants are a little short. But this doesn't affect it. Today we are just testing the waters. I will contact someone to make him a set later. Inchi, are you sure you don't want to consider it again? Although he had put on his clothes, Song Yuan was still unwilling to give up and still tried to ask Yun Inchi. But the results seemed predictable. What are you thinking about? Stop wasting time, Song Yuan. Follow my movements to warm up your lower body first, so you don't get hurt later. That's okay. Helplessly, Song Yuan sighed and couldn't bear it anymore. Taking money to do things has always been his code of conduct. Since the customer has made a request, we have to do it. And this request is not as strange as yesterday's. Isn't it just learning dance? Let's learn it. Just think of it as learning radio gymnastics in elementary school. Whether you are willing to learn is one thing, but whether you can learn it is another. First, have a positive attitude, and as for the results, just let nature take its course. Song Yuan followed Yun Inchi and finished the warm-up exercises. It's not complicated and is not much different from Song Yuan's usual warm-up movements before exercise, and the purpose is the same. However, after finishing, Yun Inchi called Gao Minmin over and then took Song Yuan to the dance bar against the wall. Lift your legs. Even if you haven't eaten pork, you have seen pigs run. Although he didn't know much about dancing, but looking at the bar in front of him, Song Yuan knew what Yun Inchi wanted to do. Inchi, this is not necessary. Why not? Flexibility training is necessary. For a beginner like you need to open up your body first. Only when the body is fully open and flexible can some dance moves be done well. Yun Inchi explained it patiently and then urged Song Yuan. Hurry up, Minmin is here, let us help you press your legs first. Boys' bodies are usually harder. If she hadn't helped me at the beginning, I wouldn't have been able to do it on my own. Song Yuan suddenly felt his legs getting cold. Seeing no hope with Yun Inchi, he turned to look at Gao Minmin. Beauty, why don't you go and take care of your own business first? We won't keep you any longer. It's not a delay. I don't have anything to do. You don't have to worry about me. And since Sister Yun needs it, I will naturally help you unconditionally. Just do as Sister Yun asks. Don't worry, I will be gentle, and you can trust me, I am a professional. Gao Minmin has a round face and looks very friendly when she smiles. But at this moment, Song Yuan felt a chill in his heart. Especially the word professional, it sounds wrong. Song Yuan turned around and looked at Yun Inchi again, instinctively wanting to struggle. But the next second, Yun Inchi blocked his way to struggle. Hurry up, I plan to spend more time on flexibility training. As long as you pass this level, the rest will come naturally. The dance moves are very simple. I think you can even learn it in a week, as long as you have good coordination. Chapter 24 Your Reward. Gao Minmin is indeed very professional. Song Yuan also felt that it was bullshit for the first time. Although I usually have a certain intensity of exercise. But I have never trained my flexibility. In theory, the body and legs should be pressed into the same straight line, but Song Yuan could only press less than half of it. The remaining half was completely taken away by Yun Inchi and Gao Minmin. The division of labor between the two is very clear. Yun Inchi hugged Song Yuan's waist, holding him in place and preventing him from falling. Gao Minmin grabbed Song Yuan's arm and pressed down with all her strength. Theoretically speaking, having the help of two beauties should be a mixture of pain and pleasure. However, Song Yuan felt nothing except pain. Every time Gao Minmin exerted force, Song Yuan felt the bones and ligaments in his body making crackling sounds. I don't know how long it took, but Gao Minmin finally stopped. Song Yuan suddenly relaxed and slid to the ground exhausted. Before making close contact with the ground, Yun Inchi quickly supported Song Yuan, not hiding her admiration. Song Yuan, you performed much better than I expected. You didn't even say a word. Song Yuan didn't have the energy to answer for a moment, nor did he want to answer. He didn't say a word, not because he didn't want to, but because he had used up all his strength in enduring it, and he couldn't shout even if he wanted to. Only after Yun Inchi helped him sit aside did Song Yuan breathe a sigh of relief. The clothes on his body were completely soaked with sweat. Yun Inchi took out a few tissues and wiped the sweat from Song Yuan's forehead. There was suddenly some heartache in her eyes. It looks like you're having a hard time. Maybe I'm thinking too much. Or, just forget it. Real? Song Yuan's face instantly lit up with joy, and he quickly turned his head to look at Yun Inchi, but when he noticed the danger lurking in the other's eyes, he could only grin foolishly and try to get away with it. Forget it, that won't work. I've already taken the first step. If you give up now, all my hard work will be in vain, and you will be unhappy too. You really think so? Certainly. Given Yuninchi's obvious intention, Song Yuan's answer could only be affirmative. As soon as she finished speaking, Yuninchi suddenly stretched out her hands and hugged Song Yuan's neck, and her red lips slightly opened and kissed his cheek. What are you doing? After being stunned for a moment, Song Yuan left Yuninchi as if he had been electrocuted. It's a reward for you. Yuninchi looked a little puzzled. What's wrong? Why are you backing away so far? This. Song Yuan's expression was a little complicated. Subconsciously, he wanted to remind Yuninchi of the existence of the contract, but after thinking about what Yun said yesterday, he found it difficult to make a decision. In theory, these situations are against the rules. But if we put ourselves in the shoes of others, there doesn't seem to be any problem. Song Yuan was a little conflicted. He didn't know whether he should give this reminder. Although Yun gave her reassurance, would Yuninchi really not mind after leaving the show? Do you dislike me? Looking at Song Yuan's performance, Yuninchi's tone suddenly became a little aggrieved. Seeing this, Song Yuan panicked and quickly shook his head to deny it. How is that possible? You misunderstood. I just think that we should be more careful in public. What do you think? There are so many people around. As he spoke, Song Yuan pointed to the people who were dancing street dance in the other half of the classroom, as well as several girls who were training with Gao Minmin. Look, they might be looking at us. The method of diverting attention is still very effective. After Yuninchi glanced at the others, although she was still a little dissatisfied, she didn't bother about it anymore. Okay, it seems like what you said is right, so let's take a break and then I'll open your back again. This way we can make full use of the morning time. We won't have lunch at school. Let's go out and have something to eat. We can also find a place for you to take a shower. Another day ended in agony. It happened to be Friday, which meant that for Song Yuan, she would have 2 days of rest. After a day of tossing and turning, Song Yuan didn't even have the desire to speak, but he still forced himself to say goodbye to Yuninchi. See you on Monday. See you on Monday. Yuninchi looked at Song Yuan and nodded, her expression somewhat complicated. After a long time, he reached out and hugged Song Yuan before turning around and getting in the car and leaving. Song Yuan let out a long sigh and relaxed completely. After returning to the car, he took out his cell phone and called Wang Yuanhao. Tell him that he needs to rest and that he should wake up naturally tomorrow, and cancel today's exercise time. The next day at 10 o'clock. Song Yuan Kai climbed out of the bed. After a night's sleep, Song Yuan checked himself and found that he had recovered well. The part that was overstretched yesterday feels a little sore. But this is normal. While preparing breakfast, Song Yuan was also thinking about Yuninchi's performance yesterday. Compared to the previous day, it was still normal. The only two problems were the dancing and the kiss. However, considering what Yun said before about substitution, this first question doesn't seem to be a problem at all. Perhaps, this is also what Yuninchi wanted to do with her childhood sweetheart. Now that she has the opportunity, she can try to put herself in their shoes, which will make it more realistic. Although Song Yuan felt that learning dance was a difficult thing, as long as it was within the normal range, it was not impossible to try. After all, the customer spent money. It is natural to meet customer needs within limits. It's just that Yuninchi's request is a little bit difficult. But the good thing is that there are no rigid requirements, so you can just let things take their natural course and learn as you go. As for that kiss. After thinking about it for a while, Song Yuan didn't worry about it anymore. Anyway, he has already indirectly reminded Yuninchi, and if he pays more attention in the future, he believes that this problem can be avoided. Finished breakfast. Song Yuan came to the gym, intending to make up for the exercise he had missed in the previous 2 days. On rest days, there are a lot more people in the gym. When he came to the treadmill, Song Yuan also saw Dahlia. Dahlia, are you taking a day off today? Song Yuan. After turning around and seeing Song Yuan, Dahlia turned off the treadmill and came to Song Yuan. Of course, didn't I tell you that I'm a teacher? Saturday and weekend are my days off. Oh yeah? I might have forgotten. Song Yuan thought about it and it seemed that Dahlia had said before that she was a teacher. But for Song Yuan, this was not very important. The scene in front of him quickly attracted his attention. Perhaps because of exercise, Dahlia has a very obvious abdominal vestline. On top of that, since they met, Song Yuan couldn't help but sigh every time he saw her. Looking from the side, it looks like a mountain. Looking from the front, it looks like a peak. Chapter 25 Dimensionality Attack. For most women, being stared at by a man is generally not a good feeling, let alone an extremely aggressive gaze. However, Dahlia thinks exactly the opposite. Noticing where Song Yuan's gaze was focused, she straightened her chest confidently and moved closer to Song Yuan. "I want to ask you a question, Song Yuan, can you answer me truthfully? For God's sake, tell me everything you know." Song Yuan smiled slightly and added to his answer in line with Dahlia's beliefs. Dahlia was obviously very satisfied with this. Without delaying her exercise, Dahlia asked the questions she had in mind while running in an extremely elegant manner. "Song Yuan, I heard you tell me about your profession before. Although the cultures are different and I don't quite understand the nature of your job, you must have seen many types of women. I want to know what kind of woman I am in your eyes. Compared with the outstanding women in your country, am I good enough to be considered outstanding? And, compared to the women you've met in the past, how do I rank in your heart? I want to hear the truth." "That's not a problem for you, is it?" Song Yuan frowned. According to common sense, this was simply a death sentence. To say it well is false and untrue. It's hard to explain, but that's why I can't compare to others. However, due to the delicate relationship between him and Dahlia, Song Yuan didn't think of using his usual unrealistic answer method, but instead gave his heartfelt words based on his own feelings. "First question, in my mind, you are a very straightforward woman. You don't beat around the bush. You say what you want to say. You are beautiful and have a good figure. In my opinion, your hair color is especially beautiful and unique. I like it. As for the second question, there is no doubt that you are excellent, and very excellent. From the perspective of what most men in our country think of as an excellent woman, you are definitely a benchmark. You are even a bit of a dimensionality reduction attack." "Wait, isn't this a bit too much?" Dahlia interrupted Song Yuan somewhat abruptly and was not very satisfied with the answer to the second question. "There are many excellent women in your country. I have done some research on your country's culture before. From what I understand, in your culture, the definition of an excellent woman is very strict. I don't think I can reach that level. Your understanding is somewhat one-sided." Through Dahlia's description, Song Yuan also accurately perceived the limitations of her understanding. So we did a more detailed analysis. Let me put it this way. The kind of excellent women you know may not even exist in today's society. Or, it may exist, but it is rare. Nowadays, there is a relatively new perception of excellent women, especially in the eyes of boys. So, your excellence must be beyond doubt. You can trust me on this point." Having said that, Song Yuan stopped talking. As for some more detailed details, Song Yuan did not continue. "On the one hand, I felt that Dahlia might not understand, and on the other hand, it was because we were in a public place. If you say something inappropriate and it is accidentally heard by some people with ulterior motives, who may take a photo of you and post it online and take your words out of context, the consequences would be disastrous. The sense of oppression in version T0 is still very strong. Song Yuan doesn't want to see himself on a sweet potato tomorrow. The comments below are all full of ugliness. But even if the current situation is like this, some facts cannot be denied. During the time they knew each other, Song Yuan also talked to Dahlia about her views on love. In Dahlia's self-perception, she is also realistic. If she wants to consider a partner, she will also require the boy to have certain abilities. At least, I can't make less money than she does. But this is not a disadvantage, it is just a normal requirement. Moreover, her reality is not excessive. She would be very happy if a boy's income was higher than hers. But she would not dream of having a higher upper limit, because she felt that it was unrealistic and she did not deserve it. To sum up, there is no big economic illusion and the ideas are quite down to earth. Compared to some economic illusions, it's huge. I earn 5,000 yuan and want to find someone who earns 500 million yuan. I don't have a car and want to find someone who drives a Ferrari. You live in a doghouse and want to find someone who lives in a villa. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a dimensionality reduction attack. As for the rest, they are all advantages. She doesn't care whether the boy has a car or a house. As long as the feeling is right, they can work together to earn everything. I wouldn't feel insecure just because a boy doesn't have a car or house and no financial foundation. Moreover, the sense of responsibility in love is the pursuit of equality in the strict sense. Even if she cannot achieve equality in contribution, she will do her best. If this isn't excellence, then what is? For Song Yuan, even though his profession has a high psychological threshold for women, but he still admired and appreciated Dahlia's character from the bottom of his heart. What about the last question? Dahlia turned off the treadmill, turned around and leaned on the handrail, with some anticipation in her icy blue eyes. Song Yuan, compared to the women you have met, what height can I reach in your heart? Well, it should be quite high. Song Yuan subconsciously thought about it, but his answer was not as clear as the previous two. Admittedly, Dahlia is very outstanding, but Song Yuan also feels that not everyone out there is good. Among the women I have met before, perhaps some do not have as good a view on love as Dahlia. But in other aspects, there are also some shining points that Dahlia does not have. Song Yuan thinks Tang Tian is an example. A typical strong woman with a strong character, she is adept at the workplace and has even reached heights that many men cannot reach. But in private, she will shed that strong exterior and become gentle and lovely. He may even be a little weak, and he switches roles very easily. Compared to Dahlia, it's a completely different kind of excellence. However, Dahlia was obviously not satisfied with Song Yuan's answer and continued to ask. How high is it? Can you give me a more accurate answer? It's about 3 or 4 stories high. Song Yuan smiled helplessly. If you insist on asking me to be specific, I can't say it. Anyway, you hold a very high position in my heart, so take my place. TSK, just perfunctory. I hate the way you talk so unclearly. Why don't you just say what you want to say directly? I don't think there's anything wrong. I might as well not ask. Dahlia gave Song Yuan a somewhat dissatisfied look, then turned around and went to rest on a stool nearby. Chapter 26 Special Customers. Leaving the treadmill, Song Yuan followed Dahlia to the rest area and sat down. Seeing this, Dahlia handed the water she had just opened and was about to drink to Song Yuan, and considerately handed her a towel. Song Yuan simply wiped the sweat off his face, not quite understanding Dahlia's sudden question. Why do you ask me such a question? Is the answer important to you? Of course it's important. Dahlia nodded seriously, and the words that followed made Song Yuan's eyelids jump. As for why, it's because I like you very much. So, I want to see what I look like in the eyes of the person I like. I like you, too, Dahlia. Song Yuan stretched out his fingers and stroked Dahlia's silver white hair. He wasn't quite sure what Dahlia meant by like, so he could only steer the topic in a lighter direction. That's not what I meant, Song Yuan. Dahlia pushed Song Yuan's hand away, looking a little serious. What I mean is that true love is not just physical. But there is still a soul. I like your talkativeness, your humor, your gentleness, and all the aspects of your soul. Of course, I also know the special nature of your profession, so I won't say anything that would embarrass you. However, I really want to know what position I hold in your heart. This is very important and meaningful to me. Is that so? Looking at Dahlia's serious expression, Song Yuan fell silent. After a long time, he gave an answer that he thought was responsible. Let me put it this way, Dahlia, if I had met you later, I wouldn't be doing my current job by then. Then I will definitely try to pursue you, no matter what the success rate is. Among all the women I've ever met, you have a unique charm that makes people want to sink into you. At least, my willpower can't resist it. I am very satisfied with this answer. A smile reappeared on Dahlia's face and her expression turned relaxed. Then Song Yuan, if this later time is specific, then I think it's not impossible for me to wait for you. No need. I can't be the sinner. Song Yuan waved his hand and smiled at Dahlia's idea. It was true that he liked Dahlia, and what he just said was also true. If he could meet Dahlia at the right time, he would be happy to try to pursue Dahlia as his lifelong partner. However, now is obviously not the right time. Given Dahlia's conditions, there are many choices. At the same time, Song Yuan also felt that he was not worthy of letting such a beautiful woman waste her youth for him. Then let it be. The rejection did not make Dahlia feel lost, she was very open-minded. If we are really destined to meet in the future, I won't be married by then. You must remember what you said today. You can't look down on me because I'm old. Okay, let it be. Song Yuan no longer had the desire to say more and just responded in accordance with Dahlia's meaning. After all, fate is just a beautiful wish, but the actual situation is very realistic. Song Yuan still has 3 years left in his career plan. In 3 years, a lot of things will change. By that time, Dalia's current ideas may not exist anymore. Are you free tonight? Song Yuan. Back to the present, Dalia's words made Song Yuan realize why he knew her. However, Song Yuan finally rejected this extremely tempting proposal. After all, learning a foreign language is good. But even if the King of Gods comes, he can't stop us from learning. An hour of exercise is over. Song Yuan also drove into the video game store. Wang Yuanhao was not there, only Lu Yi was watching over the computer. Song Yuan's understanding of Lu Yi's personality is still very accurate. Even if he was angry before, he would be smiling again the next day, and there was no sign of holding a grudge at all. Any new customers? After sitting down next to Lu Yi, Song Yuan also asked about the order. Apart from Yuninchi's contract time, there is still a lot of time left for rest days. Song Yuan didn't want to waste this time. After all, making money is the most important thing now. Putting aside Yuninchi's currently uncertain order, I still need to work hard to achieve my plan of getting out of this situation by the age of 30. Have. Lu Yi responded quickly, but turned off the computer. There is a special one, but I don't know if you will accept it or not. What's so special about it? Song Yuan was puzzled. Special in this order, it may only be 3 hours. Ah, is it really so weird? After hearing what Lu Yi said, Song Yuan became even more confused. Except for 2 short periods of time when we first started making custom items for lovers. Afterwards, Song Yuan remembered that as long as there were customers, the time would at least be calculated on a daily basis. How come there suddenly appeared someone asking for hourly payment today? Song Yuan was about to ask in detail. Lu Yi suddenly picked up her bag, opened it, took out a stack of banknotes from it, and placed it in front of Song Yuan with some generosity. This client is me. Do you want to take the job? But this heroic spirit only lasted for a moment, and Lu Yi's expression became obviously listless again, and her tone sounded a little aggrieved. In fact, I've wanted to do this for a long time. But you're too expensive, and you're getting more expensive. I spend money lavishly and don't save much. It took so long to save this much. I know that this money can't buy much of your time. But if I don't buy it now, I don't think I can afford it with this money. After hearing what Lu Yi said, Song Yuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't expect that Lu Yi would have such an outrageous idea. Judging from her performance at this moment, this girl was unmoved by his and Wang Yuanhao's previous persuasion and didn't take a word of it to heart. Put the money away quickly. It's not easy for you to save money. There's no need to spend it on me. Song Yuan sighed and reached out to put the money back into Lu Yi's bag. Unexpectedly, Lu Yi immediately choked up. Just promise me, Song Yuan, it's okay if you don't like me. At least let me experience the feeling of you liking me, even for 3 hours. I know those women are willing to spend money on you, but I can't afford that much. But this is all I can give you now. If you think 3 hours is not cost effective, 1 hour will do, or even less. I won't take up too much of your time, just promise me. Chapter 27: A wonderful place for a date. No matter what choice he makes, the situation is a dilemma for Song Yuan. In order not to hurt Lu Yi's feelings, Song Yuan weighed the pros and cons and finally made a compromise. However, in order to let the girl know that it was just a transaction, Song Yuan still accepted her money. But this is only on the surface. Lu Yi's salary is not very high, and it is impossible for him to ask this girl for the money she has saved for such a long time. As for how to deal with it privately, Song Yuan decided to give the money to Wang Yuanhao. Let him return the money to Lu Yi in batches from his salary without her noticing. As for the reason, it's because we've known each other for such a long time and have a pretty good relationship, so I'll just treat it as an internal discount between good friends. Having achieved her goal, Lu Yi immediately smiled. After carelessly wiping away a handful of tears that he didn't know were there, he made plans to ask for leave, and then asked Song Yuan to wait downstairs while he went to change his clothes. After waiting in the car for about 10 minutes, Lu Yi appeared in front of Song Yuan wearing a white dress that made her look very girlish. After taking a look around, I also cared about Song Yuan's evaluation. How about it? Very beautiful. Song Yuan stroked his chin and observed for a while, then expressed his opinion seriously. Lu Yi's dressing idea is very good. This skirt, paired with over-the-knee socks and small leather shoes, just highlights her age advantage. As long as you like it. Louis smiled and got into the car with satisfaction. But this answer made Song Yuan feel a little out of place. Generally speaking, it was Song Yuan who made the previous customers feel liked. But now Louis has turned the situation around. Not only does it cost money, but it also depends on whether he is satisfied. Song Yuan inexplicably felt for Louis as if she had wasted her money. However, everyone has different ideas, so it's hard to say anything. After returning to his normal thoughts, Song Yuan asked about Louis' request as usual. Do you have any ideas? What kind of look do you like? Then, what do you want to do? Like eating, shopping, watching a movie, etc. You have to figure that out yourself. Louis fastened her seatbelt, looking as if it had nothing to do with her. What do you mean by I think for myself? Song Yuan sighed, somewhat confused about what Louis was thinking. We have to have a standard, right? If not, how can I move forward? The standard is very simple. I like you as you are, Song Yuan. Just treat me as your girlfriend, and let's go on a date today. Then think about what you would do and where you would go when you were on a date with your girlfriend. Everything should be done according to your own ideas. I don't need you to have any special role today. Today, you are just Song Yuan. This is too weird. Song Yuan just felt a bit of a headache regarding Louis' request. He had never encountered such a situation before. Just like an actor with superb acting skills, he is always playing various roles. But suddenly one day I needed to play myself, and I was completely at a loss. But even if Song Yuan tried to refuse, Louis had no intention of changing her mind. Given the current situation, Song Yuan had no choice but to act according to his own ideas. A long-planned idea also revived in his mind. You really want me to figure it out on my own? You won't be dissatisfied? Really, whatever you think is fine. As long as you are with me, I will be satisfied. Half an hour later. Song Yuan and Louis lay on the bed in the foot massage shop. The two foot masseurs have superb techniques and their force reaches directly the acupuncture points. Song Yuan relaxed completely and said with some emotion. I've had this idea for a long time. It's really nice to have a foot massage. Aren't there many girls who don't like their men to have their feet massaged? Actually, this is not as bad as they think. A foot massage is just like a woman going to a beauty salon. It's a very normal thing to do. So I've always been thinking that if my wife dislikes my foot massage one day in the future, I must take her to experience it once. Not only does it help to relieve the grudges in our hearts, it's also quite pleasant for the couple to have a foot massage together. Besides, the food and drinks here are free. Come and have a foot massage. You don't even have to cook when you get home. That's not the case. Compared to Song Yuan's comfort, Louis on the other bed looked down at the aunt who was massaging her white feet, with a look of despair on her face. The filter I originally had in my mind towards Song Yuan also collapsed a little. The date scene she originally imagined should be very warm and sweet. For example, Song Yuan took her to the cinema and watched a romantic movie together. When the people in the movie were being affectionate, she could also lean on Song Yuan's arms in the dark. Or, Song Yuan would take her shopping or to the mall. Then I happened to come across a claw machine. She wanted a doll very much, but she couldn't catch it after trying several times. At this time, Song Yuan would gently hold her hand and teach her the skills of catching dolls. Then the two of them worked together to catch the doll. And she could also happily throw herself into Song Yuan's arms. If possible, Song Yuan would take her to the riverside to see the scenery. Under the blowing of the river breeze, Song Yuan gently took off his coat and put it on her. Then hug her gently from behind and whisper some gentle and caring words to her. It is so sweet. But now. Inside the private room of the foot bath, the two of them just stared at the foot massage aunt. What romance, what sweetness, where is the atmosphere? This isn't the date I thought of. Who would go to a foot massage parlor for a date? Louis looked up at the ceiling in despair, her grievances almost becoming apparent. Song Yuan turned around and gave a helpless smile. Isn't this what you asked me to choose? You are just trying to fool me, Song Yuan. Louis pouted her lips and tried hard to hold back her tears. When you have other customers, will you take them to get a foot massage? Why is it like this when it comes to me? I know I don't have much money. If you look down on my money, just say so. There's no need to explain. Why make it so complicated? After saying that, Louis no longer had any intention of staying, so she stood up, put on her shoes and left the private room. Hey, E. Song Yuan tried to call out a few times, but failed to stop Louis, so he had no choice but to get up, put on his clothes, and chase after her. Fortunately, Louis did not walk far, but squatted down on the side of the road outside the foot massage shop. The back is small and looks a little helpless. I'm sorry. After apologizing, Song Yuan also squatted down beside Louis and gave a serious explanation. I didn't mean to be perfunctory, nor did I look down on the money you gave me. Didn't you ask me to think about it in the car? That's what I thought of. I really didn't mean to do that. I really have this idea in my mind all the time. It's just that, today's situation is really not appropriate. I was negligent. I apologize to you. I'm sorry. Please don't be angry, okay? Can you give me a chance to think about it again? I will try my best to satisfy you. Chapter 28 The Real You in My Eyes. Jiangnan Suburbs. Songshan. A quiet place on the edge of a bustling city. Song Yuan drove for nearly 2 hours, passing through 18 bends on the mountain road, before he brought Louis to the destination. The temperature dropped suddenly after Louis and I got off the car. On the side of the road, a middle-aged man wearing glasses also came up and handed the blanket in his hand to Louis. Welcome. The temperature is low in the mountains. You won't catch a cold if you wear a blanket. Because Song Yuan did not explain it in advance, Louis was a little hesitant when facing the blanket handed to her. Song Yuan, what is this? You can just call him Glasses. He's the owner of this BB. Song Yuan took the blanket, draped it over Louis' shoulders personally, and gave a brief explanation. This is a place I discovered 2 years ago. It has a beautiful view. After staying in the steel and concrete city for a long time and feeling exhausted physically and mentally, I will come here to relax. After coming here a few times, I become familiar with the boss. It's just the right time for dinner. You can try it later. The boss's cooking skills are very good. You are the only one who flatters me. Glasses grinned at Song Yuan, then said to Louis. Beauty, my place is not as nice as he said. It's not ABB, it's just a shabby house. But I am quite good at cooking, I don't think I will disappoint you. Follow the Glasses into the BB. The decoration is simple but warm. After a while, Yan Jing brought up the cooked dishes. It tastes very good. In the comfortable atmosphere, Louis' originally gloomy mood gradually disappeared. After finishing their meal, Song Yuan brought Louis to the edge of the camping site of the BB, where there was a small viewing platform built with wooden boards. As night falls, the view becomes extremely wide. The Jiangnan city area in the distance is like a gem inlaid in the earth, emitting bright light. Below it, after the transition to the suburbs, the mountains rise up, forming a sharp contrast with it. Louis tightened the blanket around her body, stared into the distance for a long time, then she let out a long sigh and turned to look at Song Yuan. Thank you for bringing me here, Song Yuan. The scenery is really nice. And it feels like I've escaped from the constraints of reinforced concrete. It feels so relaxing. As long as you feel good about it. Seeing that Louis' mood had improved, Song Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief. Then he put down the chair he brought with him and sat down side by side with Louis. In fact, besides the beautiful scenery, there is another special place here. Oh? What? Louis looked at Song Yuan in confusion. Before he finished speaking, the next second, extremely brilliant and dazzling fireworks cut through the inky night sky before their eyes. The night is a huge and mysterious curtain that blooms instantly without any warning. Louis was completely stunned, staring blankly at the fireworks in front of her that belonged only to her, blooming wildly. Thousands of lamps shine, and 7 branches of flowers bloom. Crystal clear tears slid down from the corners of her eyes inadvertently. It was not until the night sky returned to silence that Louis came to her senses and punched Song Yuan in the chest. With tears of emotion and a smile on my face. Who asked you to prepare this? Now it's over. Originally I think the overtime is acceptable, I'll just give you a little extra money later. But now it's overspent. When can I make up for the money you spent? As long as you are happy, it's fine. Who asked you to make up for it? Song Yuan stretched out his fingers and gently wiped away Louis' tears, relieving her psychological burden. Besides, it didn't cost much. You know me. Have I ever lost money? Maybe. Louis pursed her lips and after a long silence, she looked at Song Yuan and said, Song Yuan, I always think that watching fireworks with the person you love is the most romantic thing. Thank you for letting me get what I wanted today. Will things be normal from now on? Lu Yi's words ended the day. Seeing that she seemed to be touched, Song Yuan tried to persuade her again. Please don't waste your time on me. It's meaningless. How can it be meaningless? I think it is very meaningful, and I don't think it is a waste of time. Lu Yi's face changed and she adopted an unyielding attitude again. Besides, there's nothing abnormal about me. Is it abnormal to like you? What do you like about me? I'm not that good. Song Yuan put his hand on his forehead, feeling his mind in a mess. You have to ask yourself this question. Lu Yi looked at Song Yuan with somewhat innocent eyes. Why are you so popular with so many women? Can you give me an answer? And there are all kinds of women. Oh, do I have to be different from other women? Others can like you, but I can't. This is different, this is a profession, it's all fake, you know? But at least what I see is the real you. Song Yuan was a little speechless and didn't know what to say to Lu Yi. Seeing this, Lu Yi smiled and put on an attitude of a winner. See, you don't know what to say yourself. Song Yuan, don't worry, I'm not a stubborn person. I just stick to what I think. One day in the future, if you start to consider your own feelings, and you still don't plan to consider me, but choose another woman instead. By that time, I will give up. I am not the kind of person who will stick to one path until the end. So now, don't worry about it. I like mine, and it has nothing to do with you. And I still believe that you will fall in love with me soon. Rested in the BB for one night. The next morning, Song Yuan took Lu Yi down the mountain. Because it was a rest day, which was the fixed rest time that Lu Yi requested every week, Song Yuan first sent her home and then came to the video game store. Business in the store is very good. After looking around, Song Yuan saw Wang Yuanhao sitting on a sofa in the corner. With him was a girl wearing a cosplay costume, and they were playing a two-player game together. Because when Lu Yi is not around, Wang Yuanhao is usually in charge of online customer orders. Even though he knew it was inappropriate, Song Yuan still took advantage of the moment when Wang Yuanhao's game character died to pat him on the shoulder. Any new customers? Hey, you're here. Wang Yuanhao turned around, his face lit up with joy, then he stood up, hooked his arm around Song Yuan's shoulders, and introduced her to the girl in the cosplay costume. This is Song Yuan, my best buddy. I can't beat you. Let him fight you for a few moves. He's much better than me at fighting games. Chapter 29 Qualified Wingman. The girl looked at Song Yuan without lingering for long, then turned to look at Wang Yuanhao with a contemptuous tone. You can't say no, buddy. Just brag if you want to. There's nothing wrong with admitting it. If you insist on being tough, there's no need. What is going on? Song Yuan was a little confused. What did you brag about? Before Wang Yuanhao answered, the girl gave Song Yuan the answer. He said he was a street fighter, but I beat him. I left him with only half of his health and he still couldn't beat me. He's just too weak. He said you're better than him, but I think you're probably about the same as him. That's impossible. I can't beat you because my skills have declined. But I taught my buddy, so he will definitely be able to do it. Wang Yuanhao responded shamelessly, then lowered his voice and spoke into Song Yuan's ear. Brother, I'm counting on you. Please help me save some face. Otherwise, I will be really ashamed. After listening to Wang Yuanhao's words, Song Yuan basically understood what the situation was. This girl should be the gaming girl he met in the gym. However, Song Yuan was somewhat surprised at Wang Yuanhao's defeat. As a game enthusiast, Wang Yuanhao's gaming skills are top-notch. And fighting games are especially easy for him. But now, he actually lost to such a girl. Song Yuan is aware of his own level of fighting games. Although Wang Yuanhao had dragged me out to play a lot when I was in college, our levels were pretty much the same. Besides, I haven't played it for a long time, so the feel must be very unfamiliar. However, for the sake of his brother's face, even though he was unsure at the moment, Song Yuan had no choice but to go ahead with it. After taking Wang Yuanhao's game controller, Song Yuan asked the girl coldly. May I have your name? Why are you asking my name? The girl was stunned. Because I don't kill nameless people. In terms of momentum, Song Yuan thought that he had come up with it and had taken the lead. However, after being ravaged by the girls in various ways, he had to give in. After several rounds, Song Yuan basically had no chance to fight back and was trapped in the corner and beaten the whole time. Seeing Wang Yuanhao's somewhat sympathetic expression, Song Yuan basically guessed that the way he was beaten was probably similar to his own. Forget it, I won't play anymore. I really can't beat you. That's right. If you can't win, just admit defeat. The girl proudly threw away the handle and said in a very nonchalant manner. You just said you don't kill nameless people. Now remember, the one who killed a nobody like you is Miss Amy. And you. As she spoke, Amy pointed her finger at Wang Yuanhao again, but there was more praise in her words. But even though you haven't beaten me, you're still much better than your brother. You can at least fight with me for a few moves instead of just passively taking the beating. Since I started fighting Street Fighter, I haven't met many rivals. You can barely be considered the first one. Really? Wang Yuanhao was visibly excited. Certainly. Amy nodded in affirmation, then stood up and said goodbye to Wang Yuanhao. That's all for today. We'll make an appointment later. I have to go. Seeing this, Wang Yuanhao's face instantly fell. Ah. No, we're leaving now. I said we'd play for a while, and then I'd treat you to a meal. Forget it, next time. I can't do it today. I also want to play for a while, but I have a dinner party at noon today and I can't miss it. Hey. I'll drive you there. No, I made an appointment with my friend, she'll pick me up, that's all. After saying that, Amy turned around and left the store without stopping. Then I'll take you down. Wang Yuanhao followed without hesitation. Looking at his brother's performance, Song Yuan also knew what he meant to Amy. After hesitating for a moment, he followed him. Although I don't know if there is a chance to help, as a qualified wingman, it is still necessary to be prepared at all times. When Amy got downstairs, she saw that Wang Yuanhao and Song Yuan had followed her downstairs, and she was a little confused. Didn't you say no? This. Wang Yuanhao was a little speechless. His originally fluent language system seemed to have lost its effect when facing Amy. Seeing this, Song Yuan also reached out and patted him on the back as a reminder. Anyone who comes is a guest. Yes, you are a guest. Wang Yuanhao reacted instantly and answered calmly. I invite you to come to my store and play. You are my guest. Now that the guests are leaving, how can we not see them off? Really? Your video game store has pretty good service. Amy nodded slightly and said nothing more. For a moment, the atmosphere fell into silence. Wang Yuanhao frowned in thought, obviously wanting to say something else, but after thinking for a long time, he didn't say it. Helpless, Song Yuan had to add another sentence. Actually, there isn't any left. Only the boss like you would come down to deliver it in person. I am really flattered by this. Amy looked at Wang Yuanhao and smiled brightly. But I haven't had so much fun as I did today in a long time. Thank you for inviting me to play. After taking the opportunity to chat briefly with Amy, Wang Yuanhao turned his head. Although he didn't say anything, Song Yuan could already read the clear meaning from his somewhat excited eyes. If you don't mind, I'm willing to be your foster father. My godfather, from now on, I will follow you, my godfather. I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Accompanied by the roar of the engine. A fiery red Ferrari stopped in front of Amy. After seeing the person wearing sunglasses in the driver's seat through the glass, Song Yuan was a little stunned. After getting off the car, Yuninchi saw Song Yuan and was a little confused. Why are you here? Almost in unison. Yuninchi walked closer, took off his sunglasses, looked at Song Yuan again, then turned to Amy and asked. How did you get together with him? Inchi, do you know them? Amy also looked confused, and then briefly explained how she met Wang Yuanhao and how she was invited to the video game store. During the conversation, Song Yuan also heard that this Amy seemed to be Yuninchi's classmate. Immediately afterwards, after figuring out the general situation, Yuninchi also gave Song Yuan a brief introduction. Amy was my college classmate and the former president of the dance club I told you about earlier. Hello. Although they had just had a brief acquaintance, Amy also extended her hand to Song Yuan and greeted him formally. Hello. Song Yuan nodded slightly in response and shook hands with Amy. Because Yuninchi had never been to a video game store, Song Yuan also explained to Yuninchi why he was there and Wang Yuanhao's identity. Chapter 30 Handsome Duck. The relationship was finally sorted out. Amy's expression became a little strange. She looked Song Yuan up and down, then pulled Yun Inchi aside and asked in a low voice. Inchi, how did you get involved with him? Although they haven't seen each other for 2 years, in Amy's impression, Yun Inchi has always been an extremely noble princess. When Wang Yuanhao first brought her into the video game store in the morning, she saw Song Yuan's conspicuous portrait on the wall. Although I didn't know it before, after Wang Yuanhao's explanation, I had some intuitive understanding of Song Yuan. Aren't there a group of ducks swimming under the bridge in front of our door? There is a huge gap in status between the two, and Song Yuan's profession is so special. No matter how she thought about it, Amy couldn't understand how there could be any intersection between the two of them. At the side, Wang Yuanhao also put his arm around Song Yuan's shoulder and whispered to him. Hey, what do you think of my taste? I like this game girl. Her personality is just too much for my temper. I must find a way to win her over. Yeah, it's really good. Song Yuan affirmed Wang Yuanhao's vision. At first glance, Amy's appearance is absolutely top-notch. Even compared with Yun Inchi, she is not inferior at all, and has a different style of beauty. However, judging from her performance just now, Song Yuan felt that although Amy had a strong personality, her tendency to be difficult to deal with was obvious. It shouldn't be an easy thing to chase such a girl. However, Song Yuan still had to have confidence in Wang Yuanhao, so after giving his affirmation, he also offered encouragement. Come on, I'm rooting for you. As long as you act as my wingman occasionally, I'm not afraid of anything. Wang Yuanhao chuckled and changed the subject. By the way, I feel like your previous description is a little inaccurate. It seems that there is nothing abnormal about Director Yun's daughter. Who knows? Song Yuan sighed. Even though they had spent 2 days together, he still couldn't come to a conclusion. Maybe, she is indeed normal. Or, it is not impossible that the disease is caused indirectly. Don't talk nonsense. Wang Yuanhao punched Song Yuan on the chest and looked at Amy with a smile. I trust my gamer girl. She won't be friends with abnormal people. So this Miss Yun must be normal. Song Yuan. Faced with Amy's doubts, Yun Inchi pondered for a while, then raised her hand and called Song Yuan over, with no intention of hiding anything. Amy, he's my boyfriend now. As for the future, it's hard to say for now. Okay. Amy nodded. Although she felt her worldview was somewhat shattered, she finally accepted the reality. At the same time, I was comforting myself in my heart, what's wrong with a group of ducks swimming by? At least he is handsome, and a little too handsome. Immediately afterwards, Yun Inchi also pulled Song Yuan and reminded him. Song Yuan, this is my best friend, why don't you say hello to her? Okay. Song Yuan didn't worry about whether it was within the service hours today, and politely greeted Amy again. If the customer has reasonable requests, then just do as they say. What's more, this is such a big customer, so you have to please him. However, compared to Song Yuan's professional and natural performance, Amy's answer seemed a little stiff. Originally, she thought that after getting to know each other, there would be no problem for Song Yuan to be just an ordinary friend and occasionally play games together. But now that he has the identity of his sister's boyfriend, and a not-so-normal boyfriend at that, it feels a little indescribably strange. Inchi, let's go first. Amy grabbed Yun Inchi's sleeve and tried to pull her into the car. Don't worry, I suddenly had an idea. Yun Inchi patted Amy's hand to comfort her, then turned to Song Yuan to discuss. You don't have any other plans today, how about joining me for dinner? Maybe, it'll only be about 2 or 3 hours. How about that count as overtime? What kind of dinner is this? Song Yuan thought about it and didn't agree immediately. Accompanying clients to dinner parties was not uncommon in his past experience. But there are still some major limitations. He is not suitable to attend some dinner parties with high intensity of social activities because he has to keep a clear head. It's just a simple dinner, you don't need to be nervous. Yun Inchi explained casually, but suddenly looked at Amy and asked. But it doesn't seem that simple. Amy, are those two coming too? Yeah, they said they were coming. They said they haven't seen each other in a while. Amy nodded in response. TSK, I wish I didn't see them. Yun Inchi grumbled a little dissatisfiedly, and also explained to Song Yuan in detail what the dinner was about. I haven't seen Amy in 2 years. After returning to school, I contacted Amy immediately. Then Amy thought of inviting 2 old friends to treat me to a meal together. It's a celebration of our long-awaited reunion. At the same time, it's also a celebration of my return to school. As a result, I don't know what was missed and the other two people heard it. When we were in school, there were 6 of us in our group of friends. Amy and I have the best relationship, and I have a good relationship with the other 2, so let's just call them A and B. But as for the remaining 2, C and D, my relationship with them is actually quite ordinary. It looks okay on the surface, but it's not that great in reality. However, this is only from my personal perspective. Maybe the relationship between A and B and C and D is good. I think this situation this time was leaked from A and B. Hey, Amy, I told you that it's just the 2 of us who should have dinner. Why did you tell them? Well, I'm sorry, I just thought it's been a while since we last met, and they seem to care about you. Amy apologized awkwardly. Although her starting point was good, she didn't think the problem was so complicated. Forget it, let it be. It's not your problem. Yuninchi sighed and didn't dwell on this issue anymore. Let's meet, I'll have to meet A and B sooner or later anyway. I was planning to meet them both after meeting you, but now it's just right, let's meet them together. I don't want to bother you anymore. Chapter 31 Overtime. Listening to Yuninchi's description of ABCD, Song Yuan was shocked and couldn't find any other way to describe his mood. Although he understands women well, it is also about the emotional relationship between men and women. This kind of friendship really refreshed Song Yuan's cognition. Although I have heard about it in some places before, this is the first time I have seen it in reality. Moreover, the difference between this and boys is a bit too big. When Song Yuan was in college, his circle of friends mainly consisted of 6 or 7 people in a chat group. In the chat group, everyone has a very harmonious relationship. They are both fathers and sons at the same time. But just by listening to the description of Yuninchi's circle of friends, Song Yuan felt that 6 people should be able to form 7 chat groups. Song Yuan, how about going to this dinner with me? Yuninchi waved her hand, pulling Song Yuan back from shock. I guess they are all in love, and some of them even got married. In a situation like today, you must bring a male companion. I've never lost to them before. We can't let them get away with it today. No problem. Based on Yuninchi's description, Song Yuan also roughly imagined what this dinner would be like. As I had no plans for today, I nodded and agreed. Inchi, isn't this inappropriate? Amy looked a little worried about Yuninchi's quick decision. It's just a simple meal, it shouldn't be so complicated. Hey, it's nothing, you just don't know. Yuninchi felt helpless about Amy's thoughts. Amy, I thought my mind was pure enough, but I didn't expect you to be even simpler than me. They must know something about the reasons why I dropped out of school before. When he said he wanted to come to this dinner, it was obvious that he wanted to see what I look like now. In this situation, we must not let them gain any advantage at all. I still don't think it's appropriate. Amy did not waver and still insisted on her point of view. Then he lowered his voice and spoke into Yuninchi's ear. Besides, what if they know Song Yuan? Have you ever thought about this? No, don't worry. Yuninchi reached out and grabbed Song Yuan's arm, feeling a little proud. He made a special transformation for me, so it's not that easy to recognize. Besides, those of them who already have men, coupled with the limited economic conditions, will definitely not know anything about Song Yuan. After saying that, Yuninchi smiled confidently at Amy again. Besides, even if he recognizes me, so what? I am just prettier than them, and the male companion I brought with me is better than their men. Even if I'm recognized, I'm willing to look for it because I have money. And they claim themselves to be excellent, but if there is an ordinary man standing next to them, how can they have the nerve to say that to me? Make them mad. Oh well. Seeing that Yuninchi had made up her mind, Amy didn't hesitate anymore. Then you two can go together. I'm not driving today, so I'll just take a taxi and go there first. If you can't find the place later, just call me. Okay, then. Hey, wait. Yuninchi subconsciously agreed. But then, he suddenly realized a problem and hurriedly called Amy. Amy, I'm sorry, I forgot about you. I asked Song Yuan to go with me, and you have to bring a male companion. Me? Amy pointed at herself and smiled reluctantly. Forget it. I don't have a boyfriend right now. There's no need to bring him anywhere. It won't affect anything. No, Amy. Yuninchi grabbed Amy's hand and said seriously. They all need to be taken care of. You can't do it without them all. We used to have the best relationship. I can't let them look down on you. Having said that, Yuninchi looked at Song Yuan again, seeking approval. That's right. Song Yuan nodded affirmatively. But the main reason was not because he completely agreed with Yuninchi's words. It was because Wang Yuanhao next to him was so anxious that his eyes were almost sparking. In Amy's situation, Song Yuan felt that it didn't matter whether she brought a male companion or not. But for Wang Yuanhao, this was a godsend. For the sake of my brother's happy future, I naturally have to do my best to help him. That's just right. How about letting him come with you? What do you think? Song Yuan pointed at Wang Yuanhao and pretended to be ignorant even though he knew the truth. Are you free today? Nothing for now. Although I was already extremely anxious just now. But when facing Amy's gaze, Wang Yuanhao showed an extremely calm expression. If a beautiful woman needs help, I will do my best. TSK, that's too vulgar. Amy curled her lips, not very satisfied with what Wang Yuanhao said. Seeing this, Song Yuan, as his wingman, had to add a sentence in time. Just think of it as a favor you're doing. You accepted his invitation to come to our store today and take care of business. Since you just happen to need it, let him return the favor to you as a thank you for coming to our store to take care of our business. That's right. Wang Yuanhao nodded repeatedly. I really appreciate your kindness in accepting my invitation. It's only courtesy in return. What do you think? If you don't mind, then it's him? Yuninchi was also assisting. After a long silence, Amy finally nodded, indicating her agreement. If it doesn't take you too long, I'll trouble you for a moment. No time, give me 5 minutes, I'll go change my clothes. Wang Yuanhao went upstairs excitedly. Seeing this, Song Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and felt a little fortunate. At least for now, he felt that there was no problem in his understanding of Amy's character. Although we just met today, I can make psychological guesses about him based on his appearance, clothing, body movements, tone of voice, etc. Song Yuan felt that girls like Amy should have a purer personality. I can be happy for a long time after winning a game. I can express my emotions very openly, laughing when I want to laugh and crying when I want to cry. People with this kind of personality probably won't be too fond of empty compliments. Instead of telling her how beautiful she is, it's better to compliment her on how good she is at playing games. To impress such a woman, flattery often doesn't work. Authenticity and sincerity are the real killer. Judging from Amy's performance, Song Yuan felt that his guidance to Wang Yuanhao should have been successful. Do I need to change my clothes? Turning his attention back to Yuninchi, Song Yuan also asked about her request. No need, your clothes today are quite nice. Yuninchi looked at Song Yuan with satisfaction, and her gaze gradually stopped on the collar of his white shirt. It just needs a finishing touch, a tie. Chapter 32. Do you still want a reward? The finishing touch? Song Yuan shook his head, not quite understanding what Yuninchi meant. Why don't you come up with me and pick one out? I have quite a few of my ties in the store and there should be a style that meets your requirements. No, it doesn't meet my requirements. Yuninchi put on sunglasses, pulled Song Yuan into the car, said hello to Amy, and started the car. 10 minutes later. The car stopped. Yuninchi got out of the car and took Song Yuan to a shop that specializes in custom-made men's suits. The entire store is not very large, and the decorations around it look a bit old. But based on his knowledge of suits, Song Yuan could still tell the high quality of this store. Pass through the exquisite suits on display one by one. Song Yuan followed Yuninchi to the innermost part of the store. Behind the wooden counter, the short and fat boss raised his head and asked lazily. Making clothes? No, make him a tie. Yuninchi pointed at Song Yuan, then took out a natural wood-colored card from her bag and handed it to the store owner. Please bring out all the fabric samples you have so I can see them. Okay, wait a moment. As soon as he saw the card, the boss's expression instantly became respectful, and then he turned around and walked into the door behind him. It is said that this shop's craftsmanship is quite good. Yuninchi turned around and smiled, but seemed to be afraid that Song Yuan might have misunderstood, so she continued to explain. It's not that I made any clothes here, but my mother made clothes for my father here a long time ago, and it cost a lot of money. I just happened to use the card now. This way I don't need to make an appointment and can just jump the queue. I'll pay for it myself. Song Yuan pursed her lips and said subconsciously. In past contracts, Song Yuan basically never accepted any gifts from clients. This was the rule. Although today is considered overtime, as Yuninshi said, we only need to collect overtime pay according to the time worked, and there is no need for anything else. You're not the one paying for anything. Yuninshi rolled her eyes at Song Yuan, and she had good reasons for doing so. I know I shouldn't have wasted your time today. But the situation is special, and you happen to be free, so I have no choice but to let you get off work overtime. This tie is my reward to you, in addition to your overtime pay. After a while, the boss came out with a pile of fabric samples. After rummaging around for a while, Yuninshi picked out 2 striped fabric samples in blue and gray. He picked it up and compared it in front of him, looking a little conflicted. Seeing this, the boss, perhaps out of professional habit, gave a suggestion. Miss, judging by the gentleman's attire, gray would be better. Not only is the color combination more coordinated, but the quality is also more in line with the quality of his tops. Yeah? Yuninshi nodded thoughtfully. Then he turned around, placed the 2 cloth samples in front of Song Yuan one by one, compared them, and looked up and asked. What do you think? It's alright, it depends on what you're used to. Song Yuan did not make the decision and gave the choice to Yuninshi. Then let's take this one. Yuninshi threw the gray cloth sample aside and handed the blue one to the boss. I think he'd look better in blue. Of course, miss, you do have good taste. The blue one suits this gentleman's temperament better. After a very skillful repetition, the boss also started to make it. Because the fabric samples were cut in advance, 10 minutes later, an exquisite tie was produced by the boss's hands. Holding the tie in front of the mirror, Song Yuan also tied a Windsor knot as usual. But as soon as he finished, Yuninshi frowned and untied his tie. For a tie made of thicker material like this, the Windsor knot looks too bulky and doesn't look good at all. Just tie a 4-in-hand knot. It's more versatile. As he spoke, Yuninshi also tied his tie. After taking a closer look, he was obviously very satisfied with his own judgment. Well, I picked the best one. If I listened to the boss, the gray one would not have such a good effect. It's really good. Song Yuan agreed unconditionally. Yuninshi stretched out her fingers and carefully adjusted the details around Song Yuan's tie. Until the end, the tone suddenly became a little sad. Hey, Song Yuan, you really look good in a tie. You have such a great temperament. If it were him, I don't think it would have such a good effect. This. Song Yuan was a little speechless, and then he reacted belatedly. In the contract between him and Yuninshi, he needs to substitute the childhood sweetheart. But today's situation is obviously outside the specified time, so is it still necessary to substitute it? Just wanted to ask. Yuninshi suddenly chuckled and also saw what Song Yuan was thinking. Don't be so serious. We are not in school now. I just asked you to come here for overtime today. I won't ask for too much. Just keep your normal identity and accompany me to a dinner party. Okay, I understand. Song Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, but did not forget to remind him. If there's anything you need me to do, just tell me. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll make mistakes. There won't be any mistakes, don't worry. Yuninshi smiled easily, and suddenly reached out and grabbed Song Yuan's tie. By the way, Song Yuan, do you still want a reward? What reward? Song Yuan was a little confused and asked subconsciously. The words haven't finished yet. Yuninshi suddenly pulled hard. Being caught off guard, Song Yuan's entire body's center of gravity shifted and his head dropped forward. The same delicate touch of the nose. Looking at the beautiful face so close to him, Song Yuan finally reacted and gritted his teeth to steady himself. Barely avoided close contact with Yuninshi. After retreating to a safe distance, Song Yuan took a few breaths. He recalled the reward Yuninshi had given him when they were practicing dancing, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Yuninshi, you. What's wrong with me? Yuninshi's eyes suddenly became clear, even a little innocent. I just wanted to try out the quality of this tie. Why didn't you stand firmly? Song Yuan stared at Yuninshi for a long time, seeing the huge difference between before and after. In the end, he gritted his teeth and swallowed the bitterness. I'm sorry, I didn't stand firmly. It's okay, it's just an accident. At least it proves that the quality of this tie is still very good. Yuninshi snapped her fingers and then swiped the card casually. It should be about time. Let's go and don't keep people waiting. Yuninshi stepped out of the store first. After standing in the store for a while, Song Yuan decided to take back what he had said to Wang Yuanhao before that Yuninchi was normal. It is obviously more accurate to describe Yuninchi as having indirect onset of disease. Chapter 33 My man's handsomeness is only mine. Half an hour later, Yuninchi and Song Yuan arrived at their destination. Several people were already waiting at the door, and Song Yuan also saw Wang Yuanhao and Amy. However, it was different from what Song Yuan had expected. The place where Yuninchi and his group decided to eat was just a small, ordinary restaurant near Jianda University. It can even be described as a bit shabby. In comparison, the well-dressed people at the door seemed a little out of place. The several luxury cars parked in front of the hotel are also very eye-catching, and the contrast is extremely obvious. After Yuninchi stopped the car, a short-haired girl standing next to Amy came over instantly. Without waiting for Yuninchi to get out of the car, he gave her a tight hug through the door. "Inchi, long time no see, you seem to be getting more and more beautiful." "No way, it's you. 2 years have passed, and you look exactly the same as I remembered." After a brief greeting, Yuninchi got out of the car and greeted the girls one by one. Although there is no way to tell how much of those words are true. But Song Yuan could still clearly see that Yuninchi was very happy. Enter the store. Probably made a reservation in advance. There were no other customers in the store. In the middle, 2 tables were put together. The chairs were arranged in order, just enough to accommodate 10 people. Yuninchi had guessed correctly in advance, as several of her friends had brought male companions. With Song Yuan and Wang Yuanhao added, there was obviously no room left. A curly-haired girl took a step forward and spread her hands towards Amy helplessly. "Hey, Amy, why did you suddenly change your mind? I thought it was just you and Naki. When you asked me to contact the boss, I only mentioned 10 people." "Oh, shall see, it's nothing, just pull another table and put it together." Before Amy could answer, the girl who had taken the initiative to hug Yuninchi took over the conversation. Then she turned around, pulled her boyfriend, clapped her hands and spoke to the other boys. "Comrades, move your hands and get a table. Then let's quickly sit down and eat. After graduation, I've been craving the taste of this restaurant for a long time." "No need, Xiaowei." Yuninchi leaned against Song Yuan and called the girl with a smile. "We can just squeeze in. I like to sit next to my boyfriend, as close as possible. Besides, if we pull another table here, it will seem a little too sparse between us and not lively at all." "That's fine too." The distance between the seats was extremely tight, and both of them sat down. While waiting for the boss to serve the dishes, the boys briefly introduced themselves to each other and got to know each other. The quality of Yuninchi as friends is very good, and you can tell they are in good condition just by looking at their clothes. And the boyfriends and husbands around me are all handsome men. But when sitting together, there is always a contrast, and the gap between the handsome ones is also very large. Among the boys, the most eye-catching one is undoubtedly Song Yuan. Although the clothes are not the most gorgeous, they may not be the most expensive either. But a face without any flaws made him invincible. After all, without this face, you can't get orders from lovers. This is the basis. As for emotional intelligence and so on, they are all added value. "Long time no see, let's have a drink together first." Amy stood up and took out a bottle of exquisitely packaged fruit wine. "Boys, leave them alone for now. Those who don't want to drink don't have to drink. Those who are willing to drink can go and ask for wine later." "Okay, let's have a drink together, to celebrate Inshi." Little A stood up immediately afterwards. "Well, we're finally back on track, Inshi. I hope every day of your future will be better than the day before." "To you." Several girls stood up together. Yuninchi raised his glass and looked at the few people. He was silent for a long time before he let out a long sigh and smiled with some emotion. "Thank you, it's great to see you guys." The crystal wine glasses clinked together with crisp sounds, and the fruit wine has a sweet aroma. The others all took a sip and stopped at one point, but Yuninchi paused for a moment, then raised his head and drank up the wine in the glass. "Respecting you is also respecting my own rebirth. Inchi, it seems that you are a little drunk today." Xiaowei, in a joking tone, refilled Yuninchi's glass of wine and casually changed the subject. Immediately afterwards, Xiaoxi focused his attention on Song Yuan. "Handsome guy, you are so lucky to have found a girlfriend like Inshi. Among us, she should have the best conditions, both in terms of material and appearance. How is it? The Ferrari feels pretty good, right?" The tone of the conversation was extremely obvious, and Song Yuan sensed it at the first moment. However, due to the special circumstances, Song Yuan did not answer casually on his own initiative, but turned to look at Yun Inchi. "It's not him who is lucky, it's me who is lucky." Yun Inchi understood and took over the words, leaning on Song Yuan's shoulder, her eyes full of happiness. "I really feel lucky to have met such a good boyfriend. As for material things, we don't care at all. He just didn't want to drive today, so I drove my own car. Hey, actually driving is pretty tiring, and I feel bad for him too. As a woman, you can't just sit in the passenger seat and enjoy yourself. Sometimes you have to take his place, right? What do you think?" After Yun Inchi finished speaking, the point of conflict shifted instantly. Amy and Xiaowei agreed with Yun Inchi's words. But Xiaoxi looked obviously embarrassed, and his boyfriend looked helpless. "By the way, Inchi, what does your boyfriend do? So handsome, is he a model?" Another girl wearing a hat asked Yun Inchi. "How could she be a model?" Yun Inchi shook her head, and then spoke with a strong possessiveness. "My man's handsomeness can only be possessed by me. As for his profession..." Yun Inchi suddenly paused, her eyes a little confused. Seeing this, Song Yuan also planned to join in the conversation to make amends. But before she could open her mouth, Yun Inchi came back to her senses. "He's a great psychiatrist who can save people from danger. It was he who pulled me out of the mire and saved me. So, I said it's not that he is lucky, but that I am lucky to have met him." Listening to Yun Inchi's words, Song Yuan suddenly felt a little emotional. It must be said that the career Yun Inchi was thinking of was much more prestigious than the one he was planning to use to remedy the situation. And it also carries a strong sense of fatalism. But after thinking about it carefully, Song Yuan suddenly felt that there was nothing wrong with what she said. If the contract with Yun Inchi can be successfully concluded and achieve the effect that Yun Yun wanted, wouldn't he that be saving her? Chapter 34. I want to get drunk once. Accompanied by delicious fruit wine and home-cooked dishes. Yun Inchi, Amy, and a few other girls were chatting idly. "From now on, let us talk about memories." Song Yuan was listening and also discovered the subtlety. Except for Amy, the relationships between the other people and Yun Inchi were obviously not normal. When talking about the past, Song Yuan could see that Yun Inchi was at her lowest point in the past 2 years. Yun Inchi's friends all feel sorry for her, and these feelings are not fake. But when talking about the current situation, such as Yun Inchi's conditions and current relationship status, etc., Song Yuan could clearly sense that at least two people had some bad emotions in their eyes. It's a bit like envy, and a bit like jealousy. "I am envious of Yun Inchi for having such a good family background, such good looks, and now she has such a handsome boyfriend. It's similar to the mentality of being afraid that your brother is having a hard life, but also afraid that your brother is driving a Land Rover." From a psychological point of view, Song Yuan found this not strange. Because most people would follow social comparison theory and social identity theory. This is a natural reaction under the current environment. From another psychological perspective, this can also be explained as self-esteem, the perception of one's own value. As for what will happen next, there is no way to say for sure. However, compared with the accurate analysis of the performance of Yun Inchi and his friends, Song Yuan couldn't understand some of Yun Inchi's responses. It might be said that she didn't respond to some problems in the communication, but she could notice every one of them. But if we say that she reacted, except for the clear-minded answer after drinking the first glass of wine, the rest of her responses seemed a bit confusing. It cannot be implemented. It's boring to listen to their small talk, let's drink a little too. Suddenly, Xiaowei's boyfriend stood up and made a proposal to the boys present. Seeing this, Song Yuan also understood the reason. Although the girls present here have a good relationship, the men they brought with them are basically people they meet for the first time. Apart from the brief acquaintance just now, there was no further communication. The girls had some topics to chat about under the influence of alcohol, but the boys could only stare at each other. As for Song Yuan, although he has Wang Yuanhao here, there is nothing he can talk about with him in this situation. Not to mention that this guy's attention is now entirely on Amy. Wine is a medium of communication and is very suitable as a bridge of communication between strangers. Seeing a bottle of white wine on the table, Song Yuan hesitated for a moment and decided to drink a little, trying not to do anything that would be out of place, so as not to affect Yun Inchi's image and mood. From the perspective of professional ethics, Song Yuan believes that this is also necessary. Another thing is that he had just created an image in Yun Inchi's mouth, so he had to be cautious now to avoid any loopholes. After taking a sip of the fragrant white wine, Song Yuan frowned slightly. He hadn't drunk liquor for a long time, and the stimulation was extremely obvious at this moment. But when he paused and was about to finish the wine in the glass, Yuninchi suddenly reached out, took Song Yuan's glass, and drank all the remaining wine. Song Yuan was a little confused, but Yuninchi's explanation followed closely. I'm sorry, my boyfriend doesn't really drink and he hasn't been feeling well lately. So, I'll drink his wine for him. Not really, this is just the first cup. The boy who brought the wine laughed. If you want to do this, how can we drink it? Why can't I drink it anymore? Yuninchi knocked the wine glass on the table, with an inexplicable sense of security in her words. You guys can have fun however you want. Whether you want to toast, brag, or play games, just do it freely. Don't be restrained. As for the wine Song Yuan produced due to these circumstances, I will accept it all and help him drink it. It will not affect you. As long as someone drinks the wine, it's fine. Why do you have to worry about who drank it? That's not necessary. You don't have to worry about me. Song Yuan paused and took the wineglass back. Just relax and chat. If I don't take care of you, who will? Yuninchi stretched out her finger and lifted Song Yuan's chin, with an elegant curve at the corner of her mouth. Then he lowered his voice and spoke in Song Yuan's ear. I'm already very happy that you agreed to accompany me to this dinner today, so I won't force you to drink. Be obedient, I'll drink your wine, and I haven't had a drink in a long time. Today the opportunity and time are just right. It won't delay anything. I really want to get drunk once. Communication between men is very simple. With wine as the medium, people talked about everything, and the atmosphere quickly became familiar and warm, and they also started playing popular drinking table games. Song Yuan is very good at this aspect. However, the reason is not because practice makes perfect, but because I have studied this thing systematically. Because each customer is different, they will encounter many different problems. If you can't avoid it, try your best to avoid being punished for drinking and keep a clear mind. Although most popular drinking table games are apparently games of probability, they actually follow certain rules. Through calculation, we can come up with a relatively large chance of winning. Plus at this moment Wang Yuanhao is cooperating tacitly. So after several rounds, Song Yuan was in an undefeated position. However, this current situation seems to go against Yuninchi's plan to get drunk. Seeing that Song Yuan had not been punished to drink, Yuninchi couldn't help but ask the other boys. What's going on with you guys? Can't you beat him? If you are really useless, you can ask for reinforcements and call your women. Let me show you what it means to be a woman who is as good as a man. Stimulated by the words, several boys were stunned. I've seen people who don't want to lose, but this is the first time I've seen someone who doesn't want to win. However, the man's competitive spirit was also aroused by these words. Xiaoxi's husband stood up, rolled up his sleeves, looked at Song Yuan, and rubbed his hands ready to go. I really can't beat you in this game. Let's try something simple and rough, like rock, paper, scissors. I don't believe I can't beat you in this. Not bad, very energetic. After adding fuel to the fire, Yuninchi hugged Song Yuan's arm and handed him a reassurance. You don't have to drink anyway, so don't be shy and have fun. In this game of pure luck, Song Yuan was defeated as expected. But Yuninchi was obviously excited. She took up Song Yuan's penalty wine one cup after another and drank it up quite neatly. Chapter 35 Hug Me, Please. 2 hours later, this long-awaited reunion came to an end. Although Song Yuan interrupted the game several times due to concern, Amy also tried to persuade him. But Yuninchi still drank a lot. After leaving the restaurant, the rest of the people said goodbye and left one after another. With the support of Song Yuan, Yuninchi managed to speak to Amy using her not very fluent language. You guys go ahead too, Amy. See you next time. Okay. Amy had only drunk some fruit wine, and after answering, she was a little worried. But Inchi, is it okay for you to go back? What could be the problem? Yuninchi smiled nonchalantly, and her body center of gravity shifted even more towards Song Yuan. Song Yuan is here. He will take me back. Don't worry, trust me. Song Yuan also nodded immediately, on the one hand to dispel Amy's concerns. On the other hand, it was related to the look Wang Yuanhao gave. He obviously wanted Song Yuan to help create more opportunities for them to spend time together. You've had some drinks, so let him take you home. We can find a designated driver so you don't have to take a taxi. Okay, let's go first. Amy looked back at Wang Yuanhao and agreed. At the dinner, Wang Yuanhao's overall performance was still very good. Song Yuan felt that Amy at least did not dislike Wang Yuanhao, which was a good start. Wang Yuanhao took Amy away first. Song Yuan also freed up one hand to pick up his phone, planning to find a designated driver to take Yuninchi home. Wait, Song Yuan. Yuninchi suddenly put down the phone, raised her head and paused for a while before speaking out her inner thoughts. Don't leave in a hurry. I will definitely feel uncomfortable sitting in a car now. How about we find a place to get some fresh air? Let me take a break and let the alcohol get rid of it before we talk. You knew you were feeling uncomfortable, but you still drank so much. Song Yuan couldn't help but complain. When they were drinking just now, Song Yuan tried to stop them. I thought that letting Yuninchi drink 2 cups would be enough. But Yuninchi insisted on her goal of getting drunk and didn't listen to any advice. Song Yuan had no choice but to deal with this. After all, Yuninchi is a client, and it is not easy for Song Yuan to force her to comply as long as her request is within the rules. It would be the limit to say a few words from a personal perspective. Moreover, Yuninchi had told him today not to put himself in the situation's shoes, and Song Yuan was also worried that if he were to persuade him from his childhood sweetheart's perspective, some unknown accidents would occur. It's not hard to find a place to get some fresh air, as it's right next to Zhengda University. 10 minutes later, Song Yuan brought Yuninchi to the rooftop of the school's comprehensive building, which was the tallest building in the entire campus. Perhaps because it was the weekend and the weather, the rooftop was empty. Yuninchi let go of Song Yuan's supporting hand and leaned against the guardrail. A breeze blew by, gently lifting her hair and also blowing away the blush on her cheeks. I've actually been wanting to do this for a long time. Yuninchi rubbed her cheeks with her hands and looked down at her toes. It sounded like he was talking to Song Yuan, but also like he was talking to himself. I've always wanted to be able to go crazy in front of you, whether it's drunkenness or something else. Show you my worst side, my bad character, temper, habits, etc. Then you accepted me unconditionally and told me that you loved me, that you loved everything about me, so you didn't mind anything. But now I feel unsure. Do you really love me? Suddenly, Yuninchi raised her head and looked at Song Yuan, as if wanting a response. Faced with Yuninchi's sudden strange behavior, Song Yuan was a little at a loss. Although he realized that Yuninchi was putting herself in the role, Song Yuan didn't know how to answer in a way that would satisfy Yuninchi's wishes. Just when she was feeling a little conflicted, Yuninchi suddenly smiled sadly and then slowly opened her hands. Give me a hug, please? I know I can't hear the answer in person. But, at least, let me feel your temperature and heartbeat. Song Yuan hesitated for a moment, but still took a step forward and hugged Yuninchi tightly. Against his broad chest, the body in his arms looked particularly petite. Very nice. Yuninchi gently rubbed her cheek against Song Yuan's chest, and her voice became a little choked. I don't understand, what is the most important thing in your heart, isn't it me? I don't know how long it took. Yuninchi finally broke away from Song Yuan's arms. After combing a few strands of hair that were stuck to the skin on her cheeks due to tears, her eyes became much clearer. In fact, before he left the country, I tried to persuade him to stay, but he didn't agree. Well, everyone probably has their own choice. In response to Yuninchi's words, Song Yuan's answer was not practical and was very cautious. What about you, Song Yuan? Yuninchi turned her head and looked at Song Yuan. His answer to me at the time was that his family had clear plans for his future. Studying abroad is one of the steps. Generally speaking, it is to take over my own family business in the future. Song Yuan, if it were you, facing this situation, what choice would you make? Song Yuan felt a little embarrassed to get out of the role he was in. Why do you ask me that? I just want to know an answer, maybe to find some belated psychological comfort. Don't worry too much. Just answer from your own perspective. I should choose you. Since he was looking for psychological comfort, Song Yuan answered without any hesitation. However, it was not quite what Song Yuan expected. After listening to it, Yuninchi sighed. Alas, you are not him after all. Song Yuan was silent for a while, and had no way of figuring out what Yuninchi was thinking. If the purpose is to seek psychological comfort, then why would one behave in this way? But if you're not looking for psychological comfort, then what was the purpose of what you just said? For a moment, the atmosphere was a little stagnant. Seeing this, Yuninchi changed the subject and asked Song Yuan another question. Song Yuan, we've known each other for a few days, and we've been in close proximity at school for 2 days. I want to know, from a man's perspective of the opposite sex, what do you think of me? Is he a good candidate for a partner? It's not good, it's perfect. Song Yuan seriously corrected Yun Inchi, even though his actual thoughts were different. If I ask you to give up your career for me, would you be willing? Chapter 36 Active and Passive. No. From his own rational point of view, Song Yuan answered without any hesitation. Why, didn't you tell me I was perfect? Yun Inchi was puzzled. You are indeed perfect, but making money is more important to me right now. Song Yuan gave a superficial answer. As for another layer of thought, it was that Yun Inchi's mental state was occasionally a little abnormal. Finding a woman like this as a partner is quite risky. However, these cannot be explained. Fool. After listening to Song Yuan's explanation, Yun Inchi reached out her hand angrily and knocked Song Yuan on the head. Am I not as good as money? If you were with me, would you still worry about money? That seems to be the case. Song Yuan was stunned for a moment, then reacted belatedly. The Yun Inchi in front of him is a top-rich second generation. In comparison, Song Yuan suddenly felt that the little money he earned was pitifully little. However, although this is common sense, Song Yuan still has his own ideas. Maybe others think so, but I think differently. I like to be self-reliant. I don't want to be unable to take the initiative financially in my relationship with my partner. Oh. I see. Thousands of mountains tower into the clouds. After being sent home by Song Yuan, Yun Inchi took a hot bath to completely get rid of the smell of alcohol on her body. Then, with his head still a little dizzy, he sat down beside the bed. Then he picked up a marker and wrote on the whiteboard stroke by stroke. He seems to be more passive emotionally. This can be seen from the close contact with him. Following this, we can create more opportunities for close contact. You can also try to bring getting along into his life. It's not just limited to private time. In this vein, Amy seemed like a good opportunity to have a legitimate opportunity to get into his personal life. He himself said that he is a man who needs to take the initiative financially. From this perspective, it must have a certain position in his ideal emotional life. In other words, it means appearing authoritative. But privately, I am willing to return to the passive side. Having written this, Yun Inchi suddenly couldn't control her emotions and started laughing with her hands covering her mouth. After a while, he gradually stopped and wrote 2 big words on the whiteboard. Sultry. That's really interesting. Yun Inchi threw away the marker, held up her chin and looked at the whiteboard, and suddenly a hint of sadness emerged between her eyebrows. You don't seem that good, not even as good as him. I asked him the same question, and he at least told me directly that he didn't want to, and then gave the reason. But you keep talking a lot, rambling on, not being straightforward at all. If you had told me directly at that time that I couldn't do it and that I had to reject you for the sake of my career, I probably wouldn't have been angry. What's so good about you that makes me remember you now? I seem to have some regrets, apart from the financial conditions brought by my family. You don't seem to be able to compare with him in any other aspects. Does this prove that you don't like me that much? The next morning, Song Yuan received a call from the housekeeper, Lao Zhu. Lao Zhu told Song Yuan that Yun Inchi was probably feeling unwell because of the alcohol she drank yesterday. So today's work hours have been temporarily cancelled and I don't have to go to school. After hanging up the phone, Song Yuan took off the clothes he had just put on, feeling a little complicated. On the phone, Song Yuan asked another question. As a result, I learned from Lao Zhu that Yun Inchi had never drunk much alcohol before, let alone white wine. Although Yun Inchi wanted to drink yesterday, Song Yuan still regretted not stopping her earlier. Otherwise, Yun Inchi wouldn't have felt unwell today. And according to Yun Inchi, yesterday was considered overtime. Song Yuan felt that this was because he failed to provide adequate protection for customers during overtime hours. But how to remedy it? Song Yuan put on casual clothes and left home, and came to Wang Yuanhao's house opposite. It was not yet 8 o'clock and Wang Yuanhao was still asleep in his quilt. Song Yuan turned on the light without hesitation and woke him up. Fuck, why am I calling you dad so early? Wang Yuanhao opened one eye, glanced at Song Yuan, and then covered his head again. But soon he discovered the problem and propped himself up to sit up. Didn't you go to Jian University to accompany that young lady to attend classes? No, it was cancelled today. Song Yuan shook his head, briefly explained the situation and also expressed his own concerns. Should I go see her? What the hell are you looking at? Wang Yuanhao responded unhappily. What does this have to do with you? It's not you who got her drunk like this. I saw it yesterday. She wanted to drink it herself. Can you blame her for this? Besides, he is so rich, he has a housekeeper, nanny and servants to take care of him. Why would he need you to visit him? This seems to be the case. Song Yuan nodded thoughtfully, but his slightly frowned brows still did not relax. Seeing this, Wang Yuanhao also found something wrong and couldn't help but ask. Song Yuan, what's wrong with you? Generally speaking, in this situation, even if the young lady is not satisfied, we can just return some of her money. Why did you even think of going to see her? What was going on in your mind? This. Song Yuan was a little speechless and realized that his reaction was a bit excessive. As for the reason, it seems difficult to explain it for the time being. Nothing, maybe my brain is confused from sleeping. Song Yuan waved his hand and changed the subject in time. By the way, you sent Amy back yesterday. How was it? It's pretty good. When Amy was mentioned, Wang Yuanhao instantly became excited, and his original sleepy state disappeared. I also talked to her on the way home yesterday. Because we have the same hobbies, so we had a lot of fun chatting. She also asked me to work out with her in the evening. Song Yuan, I feel like success is just around the corner. If you can achieve what you want, you will be the hero. I will definitely give you a big red envelope when the time comes. No need for a red envelope. It's normal for a father to worry about his son's lifelong affairs. Song Yuan smiled and waved his hand, and was also happy for Wang Yuanhao from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 37 Girlfriend. I thought back to the time when Wang Yuanhao hit a wall. Song Yuan suddenly felt that the previous setbacks might be just because he had not met the right person. Now that Wang Yuanhao has met her, everything is naturally going in the right direction. At Song Yuan's urging, Wang Yuanhao also got up and followed him to the store. It was still early and Louis and the shop assistant had not come to work yet. Before looking at the new customer's order, Song Yuan took out the money he had collected from Louis, handed it to Wang Yuanhao, and explained the general situation. You decide. Try to pay her the money over several months in her salary. Just don't let her know. Hey, this girl is pretty persistent. Wang Yuanhao looked at the banknotes with some emotion. Tell me, does he count as one of those infatuated characters in TV dramas? Even if you can't get the love you want, you still have to love. Don't turn back even if you hit the wall 1,000 times. Why don't you just give in to her? I think he is pretty good. And the timing is perfect. If you obey her, I will work hard with Amy to speed up the process. We have such a good relationship, maybe we can even have a wedding together. The wedding rooms are next to each other. Wow, how convenient. When we have children in the future, they can keep each other company and continue our friendship, right? Shut up. In response to Wang Yuanhao's conjecture, Song Yuan raised his middle finger. Only fathers worry about their sons' marriages, but sons don't worry about their fathers' marriages, do you know that? You don't listen to good advice. Shut up. Check the order now. Song Yuan stopped Wang Yuanhao and didn't want to continue this topic. He originally wanted to check the order yesterday, but ended up accompanying Yun Inchi to the dinner party. I happen to have an opportunity today, so I have to seize the time during this Saturday weekend and take another order. Every minute you delay means 1 minute less money you earn. Video game stores have their own platform mini programs. Song Yuan's lover order is a separate section partition. After opening it and looking at the dozen or so appointment messages lined up, Wang Yuanhao couldn't help but sigh. Well, that's right. There is a reason why you don't want to obey Louis. Who made you so popular? The more beautiful women I've seen, the higher my standards will naturally be. Look, there are a few appointments that are a bit too beautiful. Which one are you going to take? Get lost. Song Yuan reached out and pulled Wang Yuanhao up from his chair, too lazy to listen to his nonsense. Then he sat down and carefully read the information including time, amount, requirements, etc. in the document. After a moment, his eyes stopped on one of the appointment information. This is a good order, 70,000. Yeah? Wang Yuanhao also lowered his head and looked at the information on the screen. This client wants a gentle and caring man as a lover. Although the money is a little less, it should be relatively easy to find. Let's take this order. A little less won't make a difference. The timing is just right. Song Yuan made the decision quickly without much hesitation. Although the money is a little less, the experience comes first. Judging from the reservation information of this order, it should be relatively pure. As for the other two orders with more money, there were obviously some obscure requirements mixed in the reservation information. For Song Yuan, he would not accept this kind of appointment even if the money was high. Okay, then I'm going to contact the client and arrange a time to meet first. Wang Yuanhao sat back in front of the computer, picked up his mobile phone, and began to enter the contact information left by the customer on the screen. But before he could finish typing, a female voice suddenly came from outside the office. Is anyone there? Song Yuan. Because they had met each other several times before, Song Yuan recognized the voice as Tang Tian's at the first sight. Song Yuan came out of the office and saw Tang Tian, who was standing at the door of the store carrying a bag. Why are you here? Song Yuan was a little surprised. As far as he could remember, when they separated a few days ago, Tang Tian had said that she would be very busy for the next period of time. Of course I came to find you. Tang Tian clearly had the demeanor of a workplace elite, and her tone was concise and efficient. Do you have time recently? I guess so. Song Yuan was stunned for a moment, then turned around and stopped Wang Yuanhao, who was about to contact the client, then explained to Tang Tian. But, I don't really have time. Because a client recently booked my schedule from Monday to Friday. As for the length of time, it will be at least 1 month, and it is hard to say how long it will take. Hey, you should have come earlier. After all, you're so popular. Tang Tian frowned in frustration, but then took out a card and handed it to Song Yuan. Never mind. I'll take care of your Saturdays and weekends for the next month. Is this okay? If it's okay, swipe the card immediately. No. The problem is, there is no problem. Song Yuan was a little amused. As far as I can remember, the first few times Tang Tian looked for him, it usually took about a week. The longest time was more than 3 days. But now it must be booked for 1 month. Moreover, she said a few days ago that she would decide on it after she finishes her work. It's really abnormal that he suddenly comes here to make a decision. Can you tell me what's going on with you first? Let me think about how to say it. Tang Tian hesitated to speak, and then handed the card to Wang Yuanhao, who followed out. Swipe the card, the last 6 digits of the password, and book a month first. Besides, don't you have a place here where we can talk in private? Come with me. After understanding Tang Tian's meaning, Song Yuan looked around and took her to a private room in the corner. After closing the door, he chose to ask directly. What's going on? And what type of role do you need me to be this time? The situation. Tang Tian was still a little hesitant. After a long time, she spoke to Song Yuan with a blushing face. Didn't I tell you I got a promotion before? Then yesterday I learned a piece of news that my, ex-girlfriend was transferred back to the company. Then, he sat in my previous seat. Now I can't help but see him if I look up or down. A little bit, I want to rekindle the old relationship, you know. Etc. Song Yuan raised his hand to stop Tang Tian and asked uncertainly. Did I hear you wrong? Did you mean your girl, your friend, or your girlfriend? It's my girlfriend. Tang Tian's tone became heavier, and she affirmed it, her face becoming even redder. After getting the answer, Song Yuan's expression froze and he didn't know what to say for a moment. He had been pretending to be gay in front of Tang Tian, but it turned out that Tang Tian was actually gay. Moreover, he hadn't even noticed during their previous interactions, they were totally divorced. Chapter 38. Follow her. But when he thought about it from another angle, Song Yuan found it even more incomprehensible. Since Tang Tian is gay, why did she ask him to do the lover customization before? Could it be that it's two-way and all-encompassing? Thinking of this, Song Yuan opened his mouth uncontrollably. No way. What are you thinking? It's not that complicated. Tang Tian threw the bag at Song Yuan. First of all, I want to state that my sexual orientation is normal, very normal. As for this ex-girlfriend, it was when I first started working, I was young and ignorant. I felt that everything was new and novel, and this person was my colleague at the time. After getting to know each other for a while, we reached a rather strange state of getting along. Not long after, I also discovered something was wrong. Coincidentally, she was transferred at that time. Then, I took this opportunity to clarify the relationship with her. After that, we didn't contact each other for a long time until now, when she came back. Ah, okay. Song Yuan nodded and came back to his senses from his shock. Perhaps because of his gender, although he was shocked, he didn't feel particularly disgusted. Actually, if it's true, you can tell me directly. We are so familiar with each other, I won't look at you with prejudice. After all, everyone has the right to choose how to love and with whom to love. From a certain perspective, you are quite normal. After all, there are cross species. No, no, no. Before Song Yuan could finish his words, his ear was grabbed by the angry Tang Tian. Song Yuan. I treat you as a friend, so I came to you and told you this. You are making fun of me. I am older than you anyway, so please be respectful to your sister, okay? Respect, absolute respect. Song Yuan nodded hurriedly, and after a long time of begging and pleading, Tang Tian finally let go of her hand. Touching his bright red ears, he returned to the topic. Song Yuan also asked Tang Tian why she came to see him. What do you want to do? Be my boyfriend. Tang Tian patted her chest to calm down for a long time before continuing. The main thing is that when we worked together before, this person was very nice to me. He was very nice to me. For example, I once casually mentioned that I wanted to eat some freshly made soup dumplings from a certain store. She was able to run several kilometers in the cold wind early in the morning to buy it and deliver it to me. She was willing to do this even if it meant she had to miss work and have her salary and bonuses deducted. Also, when my performance was not up to standard, she would give me her performance unconditionally to help me pass the assessment. We met yesterday and had a chat. She asked me about my relationship problems. Anyway, it's like an old relationship has rekindled. But I am a normal person, so I naturally couldn't agree to it, so I used the excuse that I have a boyfriend to shirk my responsibility. But what I didn't expect was that she was unwilling to give up. She said that she would only quit willingly if she saw that my boyfriend treated me better than she did. I originally wanted to reject her directly, but after thinking about it, I felt that it was not appropriate. On the one hand, I feel like we'll meet again sooner or later, and if you say something too harsh, I'm afraid it will be hard to work with you in the future. On the other hand, I felt that she had been very nice to me in the past, so I didn't want to say anything too harsh, for fear of hurting her. I have no choice but to come to you. I think you should be able to help me solve this problem. Besides, I'll have to ask you to customize it later anyway, so I might as well bring it forward. That's all I can think of. TSK, that's so thoughtful. After listening to Tang Tian's words, Song Yuan felt that there was nothing strange in the world. Song Yuan felt that she could treat Tang Tian as well as the girl she just mentioned, but that was based on the premise that she had money. Once you give the money, it's no problem to go out in the cold wind to buy the things and have them delivered to you. Song Yuan can even feed the food to the customers herself. But without the factor of money, it would be impossible. It's impossible to get out of bed in such a cold wind. However, the girl Tang Tian was talking about was actually driven by emotion to do this. And it was a relationship in which something was clearly wrong. Thinking of this, Song Yuan subconsciously brought up what Wang Yuanhao had said to him before. I think, why don't you just give in to her? She's so nice to you. Song Yuan. Tang Tian's voice was not as excited as before. But Song Yuan could sense the invisible murderous intent emanating from him. I didn't say anything. After taking back his words at the speed of light, Song Yuan also seriously affirmed to Tang Tian. Don't worry, leave it to me. You want me to act nice to you and let this friend of yours know? Then she'll give up on her own. Yes, but it has to be very good. Tang Tian nodded in reply. No problem, just leave it to me. What time? After spending several times together, Song Yuan and Tang Tian have become quite familiar with each other. Therefore, there is no need to make any preparations. Saturday, or the weekend, see when you are free, and let me know in advance, and I will ask her out, and we can have dinner together. Is it Saturday weekend? Song Yuan thought about it and decided to change the time. Let's do it today. I happen to be free. Do you think we can have dinner together today? Since we are going to do this, let's cut the Gordian knot. Won't it affect your other customers? Tang Tian was a little worried. No, my client has something urgent to do today, so I can spare a day. If you can get an appointment today, then try it today. Of course, if that doesn't work, then let's wait until the next Saturday or weekend. 8 o'clock in the evening. Qinghe Western Restaurant. Song Yuan and Tang Tian met at the restaurant entrance. Out of a rigorous attitude, Song Yuan asked Tang Tian's opinion before going in. Do you think this outfit is appropriate? Would you feel bad giving it to your friends? If not, I have another set in my car that you can change into. No, this one is good enough. Tang Tian looked at Song Yuan, and her gaze finally stopped on his handsome face like a sculpture, feeling a little emotional. They say clothes make the man, saddles make the horse. But I think it's the opposite in your case. With a face as good looking as yours, even ugly clothes will look good on you. Even if it's a beggar's outfit, I guess people would say it's artistic when they see it. Chapter 39. The Best at Deceiving People. Tang Tian took Song Yuan's arm and walked into the restaurant. Under the guidance of the clerk, the two were taken to a table by the window. Opposite, a girl with a slick back hair stood up from her chair and looked at Song Yuan with obvious hostility. Then he smiled at Tang Tian. Tian, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Sorry. Tang Tian smiled apologetically and introduced Song Yuan. This is Frostblade, my colleague and very good friend. Hello, I'm Song Yuan, Tang Tian's boyfriend. Song Yuan stretched out his hand and introduced himself appropriately, and at the same time he couldn't help but think of a poem in his heart. 10 years to sharpen the sword, but the frosty blade has never been tested. What a sharp name, and the surname is also rare. Hello. Compared to Song Yuan's tactfulness, Shuangren only responded dryly. He didn't even shake hands and just sat back in his chair, which seemed a bit impolite. Please sit down first, Song Yuan. Frostblade has this personality. Tang Tian forced a smile and tried to smooth things over by avoiding this somewhat awkward moment. Seeing this, Song Yuan also reached out and pulled out a chair for Tang Tian as expected. But unexpectedly, as soon as Tang Tian sat down, the frost blade revealed its sharpness and pointed directly at Song Yuan. Tian, this man is not good. Ah? Tang Tian was stunned, and then felt a little amused. Why? Because he is hypocritical. When he met me tonight, he acted like a gentleman. Who was he acting for? Why do you say I was acting? Song Yuan looked directly at the Frostblade, and with the support of his professional ability, his performance was extremely natural. It's not that simple. Frostblade sneered and motioned Song Yuan to look at the other tables of guests in the restaurant. We are not a country of British gentlemen. There are not so many complicated etiquettes here. Before you came, I saw 7 couples dining here, and none of the men took the initiative to pull out a chair for the ladies. Who are you pretending to be for? Really? But I don't think this is etiquette, it's just a kind of cultivation formed by habit. Song Yuan looked straight at Frostblade, neither humble nor arrogant. After responding, he asked a counter question. Besides, why does it mean that I have to not care about this just because the couples of guests you saw didn't care about it? When communicating or arguing with others, momentum is the most important thing. When you meet someone with a weaker aura, you will naturally create an advantage for yourself by looking directly at the other person. This can also be considered a derivative of psychology, and Song Yuan is well aware of it. With a rhetorical question in his gaze, Frostblade's aura was obviously not as strong as before. It seemed as if the words I wanted to say were stuck in my mouth and I couldn't say them. But her eyes were still stubborn and she didn't look away. After a long time, he reluctantly responded, but he no longer had the toughness he had just shown. It's just empty talk. Because Tang Tian was by his side, Song Yuan also chose to stop. He just nodded and said nothing more. After ordering, a bottle of expensive red wine was served. Watching the sommelier skillfully opening the bottle and decanting the wine, Frostblade also began a new round of offensive against Song Yuan. What's your profession? How did you get to know Tian? You should know Tian's conditions. She just got promoted this year. If you are not financially strong, can you afford her expenses? And if you are a man whose ability to make money is not as good as hers, would you feel inferior? And how dare you pursue Tian and be with her? Facing a barrage of questions, Song Yuan remained as steady as a rock. I am a psychologist. I may not be as good as her in terms of earning ability, but this does not mean I need to feel inferior to her. We are together because of love, and Tian didn't choose me because of financial strength. Your view is too one-sided. If you only look at the ability to make money, then why don't you find a money printing machine? For Tian, as long as she is satisfied, I am willing to give everything I can. It's not just the economic value, it's the emotional value as well. Haha, a psychiatrist. Frostblade sneered and instantly changed the subject. You psychologists are the best at deceiving people. Tian was deceived by you in this way, right? It's all empty talk, and few of them actually come true. Frostblade. Tang Tian couldn't bear to watch it anymore and interrupted Shuangrun. Please don't be like this, Song Yuan is my boyfriend, I like him, that's why I'm with him. As for finances, I really don't care because I can make money myself and I don't need anyone to give me money to spend. And Song Yuan's income is pretty good, and he's willing to pay for me, and I think that's enough. Under Tang Tian's protection, Frostblade pursed his lips and said nothing more. But in his eyes, one can still see the obvious unwillingness. The dinner ended in a clearly depressing atmosphere. Leaving the restaurant and coming to the roadside, thinking about Tang Tian's request, Song Yuan decided to strike while the iron is hot based on the attack point of Frostblade just now. Tian, invite Frostblade to your home for dinner on Saturday or the weekend. Outside, I always feel a little restrained. Only at home is it warm enough. It just so happens that I have some skills that I can show off. What, are you living together? Frostblade opened his eyes wide and looked at Tang Tian, his voice obviously rising a few notches. No, not yet. Tang Tian hurriedly shook her head to deny it. From her expression, Song Yuan also realized that his idea of striking while the iron is hot seemed to be a mistake. So he tried to make amends without making any noise. What I mean is, Tian invites you to her house, and then I will cook for you. I was scared to death. Frostblade patted his chest a few times, looking like he had survived a disaster. That's what I said. Tell me how it's possible that we're living together when we haven't been dating for long. As far as I can remember, Tian, you are not such a casual person. Of course not, don't think about it so complicated. Frostblade confirmed with Tang Tian twice again before he was completely relieved. Then he gave Song Yuan a dangerous look before turning and leaving. After watching the Frostblade disappear, Tang Tian turned around and said to Song Yuan helplessly. Why didn't you tell me about this plan? I told Frostblade that we haven't known each other for long. Luckily I reacted quickly enough, otherwise I would have been exposed. I'm sorry, I wanted to help you solve the problem quickly. Song Yuan was also a little embarrassed. I promise this won't happen again. Just pretend I didn't say anything. No, how can you pretend you didn't say anything? Tang Tian suddenly changed the subject, her expression showing a lot of anticipation. Whether or not to meet Frostblade this weekend is not a consideration for now, but I suddenly want to eat a meal you cook. Chapter 40 Caring for Customers. For Song Yuan, it is necessary to meet the normal requirements of customers. What's more, Tang Tian is an old customer, and he just brought it up while he wanted to strike while the iron is hot. So, I agreed and scheduled the cooking time for Saturday. After sending Tang Tian home, it was already late and Song Yuan didn't plan to go to the video game store again. After sending a message to Wang Yuanhao, he planned to go home directly. But on the way, thinking of the call from Lao Zhu in the morning, Song Yuan hesitated again. Although Yuninchi's drunkenness theoretically had nothing to do with him. But he still felt a strange sense of guilt, as if he could have been tougher and stopped it. Yuninchi shouldn't be so unwell today that she can't even go to school. Stop the car first. After some hesitation, Song Yuan stopped the designated driver and took out 200 yuan in cash from his wallet and handed it over. I have something else to do. Can you help me drive the car back? I'll call the property management and ask them to leave the car keys with the security guard for me. The designated driver happily took the money and left. Song Yuan stood on the side of the road, rubbed his cheeks with his hands, and was a little confused about his own thoughts. Intellectually speaking, Song Yuan agreed with what Wang Yuanhao said in the morning. Even if Yuninchi really wanted to blame him afterwards, then at the end of the service period, the most she could do was to make some refunds in compensation. What's wrong with you? Song Yuan couldn't help asking himself, but he couldn't find the answer in his heart. If he wanted to completely ignore it, he thought it was not impossible. But there is always a twisted emotion in my heart, like uneasiness and guilt. It makes people feel uncomfortable. After weighing the pros and cons, Song Yuan made a decision. Define your behavior as normal care for customers. After all, Yuninchi was also talking about overtime yesterday. The issues raised during this time. Song Yuan felt that even if it was not because of himself, there was still a need for some concern. Besides, we have to go to class as usual tomorrow. If Yuninchi cannot recover, it will also affect the normal service progress. What is delayed is making money. You can be hard on anyone, but you can't be hard on money. Thinking of this, Song Yuan immediately took out his cell phone, found Yuninchi's number and dialed it. After a brief ring, the call was connected, and Yuninchi's obviously depressed voice came out from the receiver. Song Yuan, why are you calling me so late? Nothing. Song Yuan was stunned, and then asked according to his expected thoughts. I just heard from Lao Zhu that you drank too much and felt unwell. I wonder how you are doing now. So, I thought of calling to ask. After all, I still have classes tomorrow. Oh. I'm not feeling too uncomfortable, I just feel like I'm not in the best shape. I didn't feel anything when I was drunk yesterday, but after I sobered up, I didn't feel good at all. I have no appetite all day today and don't feel like eating. If I had known, I would have listened to you and drank less yesterday. But I don't regret it either. In that case, you should get some porridge or soup or something to drink. Song Yuan gave cautious advice on the performance described by Yuninchi. It's better to drink something lighter. You should feel much better after drinking it. No matter what, you can't go a day without eating. It's okay, thank you for your concern. There was an obvious smile in Yuninchi's tone. But the cooking skills of the chefs in my family have always been the same. I'm tired of it and I'm too lazy to ask them to cook. What about asking someone to go out and buy some? Want to buy some? Yuninchi paused for a moment, then sighed. Forget it. I remembered that there is a squid porridge restaurant near Jiangda University. It's open 24 hours a day. But it's too late now, and I'm too lazy to bother the housekeeper to arrange for someone to buy it for me. Just bear with it for one night, it will be fine when you wake up tomorrow. That's it, Song Yuan, you should also go to bed early, you still have classes tomorrow. After saying that, Yuninchi was about to hang up the phone. Seeing this, Song Yuan hesitated for a moment, but still called her. I will go buy it for you. Where exactly is that cuttlefish porridge? I happen to be outside right now, so I shouldn't be far away. You? How can I trouble you? An hour later. Song Yuan came to Yuninchi's house carrying a jar of steaming cuttlefish porridge. Yuninchi, wearing only pajamas, came to open the door herself. Although he was obviously in a low state, his happiness was beyond words. The housekeeper, Lao Zhu, followed behind her, wearing a coat and looking like he had been pulled out of bed. There was a hint of resentment and a hint of vigilance in his eyes. I guess I didn't buy the wrong one. Song Yuan handed the porridge over. Old Zhu took it. Yuninchi lowered her head and gently fanned a few wisps of fragrance to her nose with her hands, and said happily to Song Yuan. It smells so good, this is the one. Thank you so much for buying me some porridge at this late hour. It's not like I can thank you. I just happened to be close to you. Song Yuan responded casually and then prepared to leave. That's it, go to bed early, I'm leaving first. Hey, don't be anxious, Song Yuan. Seeing Song Yuan turning around, Yuninchi hurriedly reached out and grabbed him. You've come all this way, you should at least come in and have a cup of tea. No need, it's so late, I won't disturb you to rest. Miss, it's so late, we really shouldn't delay. When Song Yuan refused, Lao Zhu nodded in agreement. Nothing should be delayed. Yuninchi's expression froze, and she spoke to Lao Zhu with a questioning tone. Old Zhu, as a housekeeper, don't you know how to entertain guests? Besides, I'm not bothering you, just go back to sleep. Song Yuan, just come to my room. I can make him some tea myself. But miss, hospitality also depends on the actual situation. Old Zhu sighed and said with a wry smile. I'm not in any trouble. I know how to be hospitable, but it's late. Even if you don't consider yourself, you have to think about the guests. If he stays a little longer, he will be delayed on the way back and won't be able to rest until he gets home very late. If you insist on keeping him here, you can only let him rest here, but that's not appropriate, right? What Lao Zhu said makes sense. Yuninchi had no reason to persist any longer. After a moment's silence, she suddenly took off the plush neck guard on her pajamas. He put it around Song Yuan's neck with his own hands. Then I won't keep you here, Song Yuan. The temperature is low at night. Wear this to avoid catching a cold. Be careful when you go back. Thank you for bringing me the porridge. Chapter 41 You Are Lacking Love. After watching Song Yuan leave, Yuninshi also took the porridge back to her room. Open the lid and the aroma fills the air. Isn't this starting to show signs of being hooked? It's worth the effort I put into this homework. Men are still men after all. Even if you are an extraordinary man, you are still just a man. Yuninshi picked up the spoon and gently stirred the porridge, but her eyes turned to the whiteboard beside her, feeling a little proud. Although you understand women, they are just normal women. If I was an abnormal person in your eyes from the beginning, could you still think rationally about me? Perhaps, you can keenly perceive when a normal woman uses these methods. But in your eyes, I am not so normal. In that case, can you still perceive it keenly? 6 o'clock the next morning. Song Yuan climbed out of bed with a dizzy head. The eye sockets were also a little red. He basically didn't sleep the whole night. After delivering porridge to Yun Inchi last night, Song Yuan also suddenly realized some problems. Although his starting point was that he did not stop Yun Inchi from drinking before. Thinking about doing some remedial work and finding some psychological comfort. But the more Song Yuan thought about the whole process, the more he felt something was wrong. After delivering the porridge to Yun Inchi, the psychological burden was almost gone. But no matter how you look at it, the process of delivering porridge seems like something only a bootlicker can do. And the most important thing is, earlier, Tang Tian said that Frostblade used to be very good to her. So good that I could run several kilometers in the cold wind to buy her some soup dumplings. Song Yuan laughed at that time, and felt that he could not do it without the motivation of money. But soon after, a similar thing happened to him. Although theoretically it is an indirect motivation due to wealth, it is only indirect. Yuninchi took a leave yesterday because she was not feeling well, which means she was not on duty. In this case, the motivation of money obviously has no direct effect. The whole night, Song Yuan tried to make amends for himself, but the more he tried, the more he felt he couldn't make amends. This behavior is not driven by money. But if it's not money, then what is it? Is it because you feel uneasy about what you thought before, and you want to find some psychological comfort for yourself? But if this is really the case, wouldn't it be enough to just make a phone call and ask? There is no need to act like a bootlicker? Song Yuan washed his face with cold water, but still couldn't figure it out. Moreover, he also felt that, strictly speaking, this behavior could not be considered as bootlicking. After all, the term suck up is generally used to describe those who please others unconditionally and without bottom line. And usually, you know that the other person has no feelings for you, so trying to please them won't get you a good response or good results. If this is the case, Song Yuan felt that yesterday's behavior could not be described as a dog licking. After all, Yuninchi's performance yesterday was enough to prove it. She was very enthusiastic and even concerned about whether he would feel cold when he returned home, so she gave him a neck brace. If the object of a licker's licking can receive this kind of positive feedback, then the licker can no longer be called a licker. But if this behavior can't be said to be like dog licking, then what is it like? Unable to get an answer, Song Yuan had no choice but to go to Wang Yuanhao's house again and wake him up from his sleep. Damn it, Song Yuan, will I ever stop wiping it? After being woken up early in the morning for 2 consecutive days, Wang Yuanhao's performance was predictable. But after the surge of anger, Wang Yuanhao gradually calmed down when he saw Song Yuan, who was obviously in a bad condition. What's wrong with you? I've never seen you like this before. I don't even know what's wrong with me. Song Yuan smiled bitterly and shook his head, then briefly explained the situation to Wang Yuanhao. After listening, Wang Yuanhao nodded thoughtfully, but did not rush to say anything. After getting up slowly and ordering breakfast, he spoke to Song Yuan. Song Yuan, I think you are sick, and it's a special occupational disease. Occupational disease? Are you kidding me? Song Yuan shook his head. He never thought that there was such a thing as an occupational disease in his line of work. However, Wang Yuanhao obviously didn't look like he was joking, he looked very serious. I'm not kidding you. Think about it carefully, Song Yuan, don't you think your behavior towards Miss Yun was a bit excessive? It's like, I couldn't make it out of the play. If it's during service time, it's obviously normal for you to do this kind of thing because it's required by your role. But yesterday, it was obviously not during the service hours. But you still haven't gotten over it. Maybe subconsciously, you still think Yuninchi is your girlfriend. So, you think, as a boyfriend, you have to do this kind of thing, and then you do it. After you were done, you came out of your shell and realized that something was wrong, didn't you? No. Song Yuan denied Wang Yuanhao's analysis without hesitation. My motivation before doing this was not what you said, that I thought I was her boyfriend and that's why I did this. It's just that I felt that I didn't stop her in time at the table, which led to her drinking too much. Then, she was not feeling well yesterday and was unable to attend class. Then, it indirectly delayed my ability to make money, so I thought of going to see her and bringing her some porridge. After all, if she can recover quickly, the contract can proceed normally, and it won't hinder my making money. This is just an excuse you subconsciously made for yourself. Wang Yuanhao insisted on his point of view. It can't be an excuse. How could I not be able to act out? Don't I know whether I am in the play or not? You are talking nonsense. Then why did you come to see me so early in the morning? Wang Yuanhao's rhetorical question made Song Yuan speechless for a moment, and he seemed to wake up from a dream. Yes, if he could really convince himself, then there would be no point for him to come to Wang Yuanhao so early. After a long silence, Song Yuan reluctantly nodded. Maybe, that's what you said. But where does this come from? What is the cause of the occupational disease you mentioned? What is the cause of the lack of performance? Is it because I'm not as good as before? Should I change my career? No, I don't think I'll change my career. Wang Yuanhao shook his head and gave Song Yuan an analysis. From what I understand, you just lack nutrients. Or, to put it more bluntly, you are lacking love.